If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
The Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
Big
together. Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction. All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
a demand.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
Correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also
Okay.
want you to recognize that I'm saying the same
Thank
thing about a
Okay.
rule and the same thing about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. And I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And you said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I gotta finish though. I gotta finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabbar. You need to remove the statement that you made. The premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh-Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you, how hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Ankh-Senamun and Aset were you.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No.
Let me ask it again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why
Next
you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad. But I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari, but I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette.
Mic check, mic check. How we sounding? Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Mic check, press a 1 if I can be heard. Oh no. All right, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Okay, good, good, good. Peace, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We are here, we are here. We are here, we are here. Let's get this started. Let me see who's in the room and give a shout out to those supporters in the room who are supporting the mission. Let's take a look. We have some announcements to make. Some very important things happened the last week. We're gonna make some announcements, but let me check in the room. Shout out to God Mind. I see God Mind here. It says Tehuti is showing the funeral replays. Here lies the Brother Jabari and Lion Lex. That's interesting. Okay, shout out to God Mind. Let's go. Who else is in the room? Who else is in the room? Shout out to who else is here? Hika Kepara, the great supporter, the great comedic studier. Hika Kepara, one of my greatest supporters, one of the most loyal students. Peace and blessings to you, Hika Kepara. Who else is in the room here? Big Blunt says another classic is on the way. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, Angela Gates, who has the last name of the meaning of my name. My name is Saba, which is the doorway, the gates. And over here we have Angela Gates. And Angela Gates was brought in by Hekekepera, from what I remember. Shout out to Angela Gates. Squan O. Peace and shout out to you. This is going to be great. It's going to be a good one. I feel very happy today. I feel very serious and happy today. So I'm going to put on very serious and happy today. I'm going to put on my serious but happy music. Let's go. Let me give a shout out to everybody. Okay, here we go. Ready? So we got Sullen Rock. Shout out to the Sullen Rock. Peace to the Sullen Rock. We got Tutmos. Great name, Tutmos. That has Tehuti in it. Shout out to Tutmos. We have Jody South Worth. We have Arcad Infinite. Mr. Come Join Us. Mr. No One Can Step to Our Saba. Mr. The Love is Hate and the Real is, I don't even know how he says it. The hate is real and the love is fake. I don't know how he says it, but he'll say it better when he comes on. Shout out to Maurice Waller. We got Yeet TT in the house. Shout out to Yeet TT in the house. Jamio X. Shout out to Jamio X. I see a new name in here, but I'm going to announce that in a little bit in a special kind of way. But we got Shannon Southard. Hey, Shannon. The master of the K. We got the Unki Ma'at. The beginning of the affirmation. We got this warrior soldier. They call him now the General. Ahati Ma'at 2. Ahati Ma'at the second. They got two on his name now. Ahati Ma'at 2. We got the technician, the scribe. The scribe. That is the scribe right there. Shout out to you. It's going to be a great one. Oh, Corn is back. Shout out to Corn. Corn. That's how I pronounce that name. I haven't seen that name in a while. Nice to have you back. We got Shannon Southard. Of course, the old Schoolian, who says Peace Room. Kappa Gamma TV. Notification was broken. Wonderful. We got my brother from way back, going all the way back to what year, brother? 1992 or 1993? What year? I think it's 1992 or 3. This brother goes way back. His name is Boris Muhammad. Peace to Tehuti. Drop that knowledge. Wonderful. That's Boris Muhammad. Been dropping knowledge on him since 1992 or 93. Been building with the good brother. Head minister used to be, or maybe still is. I'm not sure. It's been years since we spoke, but at that time he was the head minister of the nation, one of the head ministers of the Nation of Islam in Toronto. All right, we got Yeet TT. Yeet TT. Yeet TT. Interesting name right there. Okay. We got Eric G. We got Queen J. We got a lot of people in here. We got the 101. That's 01. 101. See that right there? That's the 101. That's Commit 101. Like the binary codes. Peace of mind to the Supreme Master Teacher and the moderators. Podclass in effect. That is Commit 101. 101. See right there? That's Commit 101. Boom. Right there. All right. Shout out to you, Commit 101. We got. Oh, this is an interesting name right there. Never seen this name before, but shout out to Ilyas and Nuhi. Sounds like one of the Anunnakis in here. Ilyas and Nuhi. Sounds like one of the Anunnaki are here. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. It's a great room. Everybody's in here all the way from Trinidad. What's going on, bye? All the way from Trinidad. Mary Bone Toos. We got the Boss Nation, the boss of the nations. We got Nanya Setmer, one of the moderators in here. Greeting Saba, Tehuti, Shah. We got the kinetic one, the one with the kinetic energy. Mr. Due Dilly himself, due diligence himself, due dilly, kinetic energy, also comedic energy, and all those other names that rhyme with that. All the way from London, Cannabis Spa. Shout out to the Cannabis Spa. That sounds like a relaxing name. You can boil some cannabis while you're in a spa. That sounds very relaxing. Shout out to Cannabis Spa. This is great. We got everybody in here. So many people to mention. Hybrid Cipher. Hybrid Cipher sounds like a new Elon Musk car. Shout out to Hybrid Cipher. Hybrid Cipher. He's the new sounds like one of the new cars. It's a great name. Hybrid Cipher. We got Michael Godfrey. Tesla car. That's it. Hybrid Cipher. He's the mental Tesla car. Let's go. We got Michael Godfrey. I'm here, Saba. Michael Godfrey is awesome. Michael Godfrey is wonderful. Shout out to you for your great support. Shout out to you. Okay. Let's go. Sullen Rock Rashu, we already got him. Here's a new name, TTG Troth. Interesting names. These names are interesting. TTG Troth. Shout out to Jimmy B, the hip hop head. Shout out to Jimmy B, the hip hop head. Looking fresh, Saba. Picture of health. Thank you very much. Cannabis Spa. Thank you. All right, everybody. We're going to start off this with the affirmation. We got a couple announcements to make, as you can see the title. Then I have some more announcements actually from the goddesses. You can see me wearing the shirt. The goddess shirt is here. It is back upon great massive request. Been sitting back for a year. First requested by Kamit 101. The goddess shirt is back. We'll break that down. They'll be available soon. The goddess shirt is back. All right, let's go ahead and do the affirmation and start this great class. Speaking of goddesses, the first question in is about one of the women in history that people always call a goddess. Oh, my mouse is locked. Wait. Uh-oh. Hold on, everybody. My mouse is locked. One second. Everybody, hold on. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're going to go ahead and do the affirmation. And let's start this great class. We're going to start off with female energy, kinetic female energy. Okay, let me go ahead and move this off the screen. That's my AI moderator. We're going to move her off. Here we go, everybody. Let me move the AI moderator off the screen. And get it started. Okay, we're going to put on the affirmation. Okay, this is the affirmation. For those who know, you can say it with me. You can say it in your mind. You can not say it. You can read it. You can look at it. But this is my affirmation that I start off all my important meetings with. My morning with my goddesses begins with this chant and this saying. My classes begin with this. This has been spray painted on walls, I see. This is the affirmation. It will begin on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankia Ma'at, Un MS, Min Tet Aset Emayat, Min Hebepet Emayat, Her and Hu Kiui, Per E Kut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. That affirmation was actually one of the great questions sent in by Sister Bev, Cannabis Spa. And that was a great, great class. Okay, let's go, everybody. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For those who are new, I've been teaching for Camille. It's gonna be. They're getting ready for you. You were the first to request this over a year ago on the Killer Priest podcast, and they are back available. And you'll probably be the first owner of one. We'll get into that in a bit. But anyways, let's continue. So let me do the introduction. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for over 30 years. Some people in the class right now were there when I was teaching, before there was a Google and a YouTube and a Wikipedia and all of that. I've been teaching since those times, where I used to stand up in front of masses of people and teach live based on whatever questions that they would ask. I used to teach in the public for several years, and I ended up, for those of you who know my story, you know this, but I end up joining groups and organizations because I like social. I like to social. I believe that we are like ants and bees and wasps and other social creatures. We work like a hive. So when there's a group of people, I like to join in and move forward. So I joined a group when I was much younger to move forward. And I ended up escalating to the height of the group, to the point where there was some jealousy in the group, which caused them to challenge me on my teachings, because I was teaching from other books that were not written by a master teacher. Yet he was saying that if anybody wants to learn how to teach, they should come to me. But anyways, jealousy arose as usual, and I had to move away from that group and organization at that time. So I went off and I taught myself economics and finance. One second. It's in a plug. Okay. Economics and finance. And went back to the organization and started teaching them economics and finance. Okay. One moment, please. Yeah. Economics and finance. I went back to the organization, and when I went back to the organization, I taught those economics and finance and got them off of their feet, and started teaching people how to earn an income without having a job, because I taught myself how to do that since age 11. I've never worked a job that I can remember. I think I may have worked one, but since age 11 or 10, I used to go out and catch turtles and sell them to pet shops. And I was an entrepreneur since that time. So I went back and got a lot of people off the streets, homeless, from the streets, from living in cars. And I started housing them and teaching them about LLCs and teaching them about trust funds and different ways that you can protect your money without working a job. At any rate, those people ended up robbing me. I guess when you show people a lot of money and they're not used to it, and they still have the on the street broke ghetto crab mentality, they still have that mentality. So they ended up robbing me, and so I ended up leaving the organization completely, and I ended up becoming moving away from people in general. and I started just teaching my inner family and just building myself up. I couldn't feel I had trust for anyone at that time. So I started building myself up. One moment, please. So anyways, I went on to teach just my inner family, and then I went to ended up going to Toronto, Canada. Ended up teaching there just a few people that I knew in my inner family. Ended up moving to here to California. Just taught my inner family. Would not teach anybody because I didn't feel people were true appreciative of what I had to teach. So I just stayed away from everybody. Met a brother at the time named Mahati Ma'at, who's in the room right now. He was also homeless at the time and in a down and out situation, but I saw the light in him because I actually prefer people that are in that state because they're not thinking about the distractions of the matrix. So I started teaching him, and after a while I invited him into my inner family and started teaching him in my home with my goddesses. So I was just teaching them for long periods of time. And I went on a thing called Pal Talk. I was teaching there for a little bit. And then Ahati said, you should come back out for the people to see you on the internet, in the internet world, even though you're not an internet world type person. I said, I'm not quite interested in that. I just want to teach my inner family, and that is it. And so eventually I said, okay, I'm going to come out. I'm going to do an interview. I did an interview on a debate league and ended up getting challenged to a debate by the champion there. Never had a computer debate before. Been debating since I was 18 years old. To actually stay in my mother's house, I had to debate the pastor and beat him. And the wager of the bet was that, you can pass it to me when you do. The wager of the bet was that if I could beat the pastor, then I could still live in my mother's house. Thank you. But as far as debating on the internet, I wasn't really into that. I never was into internet world. And so I had a debate with that gentleman. His name was Judah Nazareth. He challenged me, ended up beating him, even though the odds were stacked against me. 4 of the 5 judges were Bible believers. And the debate was called the Torah versus Ma'at. And so I ended up beating him. And so the owner of that debate league kept throwing me different people. And I said, hey, this is good. I get to teach people through debating. This is fun. So he kept throwing me different people to give me different names, saying, I'm going to give you the big names and you're going to get. And I was like, I'm not. The people who you're calling the big names, these are, I've been teaching since 92. So I don't know where these big names were in 1992, but I've been teaching in 92 and 95 masses of people across the world. So it just wasn't on the internet world. So got these so-called big names. Threw me somebody named Unc West and beat him 3 times, actually. 2 times he didn't show up. So I got 2 wins off that. And then he showed up and beat him 5-0, according to the agreed judging system. And then I ended up just keep giving me these different names. I'm going to give you Jabaris, and you all saw what happened with that. I'm going to give you Zion Lex and all these different names. And these names mean nothing to me because these are big internet names that came about after I've been teaching some of the people in this room since 1992. So it was just fun to me, and it was educational. And I kept going on with that. One moment, let me plug this back in. And so, anyways, I went on to Killer Priest. Killer Priest saw me on. He went and looked me up. I think Ahati and Mighty Hebrew went to him, and Killer Priest went and looked me up, saw my debates, and was completely happy with the debates that I was in. And I went on to Killer Priest and ended up teaching there for about a year. And that was the first time I was teaching on the internet like that, teaching actually. And so there was so many people to teach. They wanted one-on-ones. I couldn't do it. I didn't have enough time to give everybody one-on-ones People were paying me $50 for one-on-ones, $30 for one-on-one, because of the quality of how I teach compared to the other teachers. But it was too many people to teach. So I announced on the Killer Priest podcast, Podcraft, that I would open up a live YouTube where all of you who want to have one-on-ones with me can come in and get information based on your questions. That means I have literally zero to teach. I have zero to teach unless you ask questions and send them in. It's a completely unique system that I set up. YouTube never gave me monetization. They never gave me monetization. So what I did is I created a system that works like this. So people send in, I do Cash Apps, which I'll put on the screen right here, Cash Apps and PayPal. This is a system that everybody knows called reciprocity. So everybody in this room and everybody in the world has done reciprocity for bubble gum, reciprocity for cigarettes, reciprocity for Doritos chips, reciprocity for strippers, reciprocity for everything, Knicks games, Netflix, everything that people are interested in. They realize that to drive your car down the street, you need to put $5 of gas into it, and then you can drive. You have to buy the car first. And so my system of teaching is based on reciprocity, because so is college, so is university. And only about 15 to 20% of the people that pay tens of thousands of dollars in tuition fees actually become the job that they went to college for. So I set up a system where people can show reciprocity, and instead of having one-on-one classes with me, you can actually send in and have a question asked, and I will answer it live or design an answer for you that's as if I wrote a book for you. This has never been done in YouTube history. To this day, I invented this system, and it's a system that keeps me around, and it's a system that keeps me motivated to teach in the public. Otherwise, I will go back into privacy and teach this way with just Ahati, some of the people that are in this room, and my inner circle, really. So it is a reciprocity system. So because people saw how I taught on the Killer Priest show, they immediately understood the reciprocity system, and they sent in the Cash Apps and the PayPal. So here's an example of what happens. This is Robert E. Williams, who sent in this question. He sent in $20, and that is, his family says that if there's no Jesus, there's no family. That was a great class. I designed a great answer for him. It's stamped on YouTube forever, so now he can take each one of his family members and see a personally designed, customized answer for your question that you can show your family for history, because it's on YouTube for history. All of my classes are based on your questions. That means if you come and don't ask questions, all you hear is this beautiful music in the background. You see me bob my head. This is actually a very difficult thing to do, because it means that I don't know what the questions are before I answer them, or they're sent in and they sent in a week before, and I get to them the next class. That is very challenging. That means I don't come with any pre-designed, orchestrated lecture. It's all based on you. I am your Saba, and I am your servant, and whatever you ask, I design a beautiful answer for. Based, of course, on the donation. So here's a donation of $25 from the great Hika Kepara, who said, how do we access our genetic memory? That is awesome. That was an awesome class. Of course, we have eManifesto. He sent a question in the email. Why? Because sometimes in Cash App, there's not enough fonts to type in the question. So therefore, there comes in PayPal. And now you can see the difference between the amount of words you can type in through PayPal. So this is one of my greatest donators. And I want all the people to know, don't be intimidated. It does not cost $50 to ask a question. These are donations for support for what it is that I do. Just like if you go to a lecture of the woman who put together The Secret movie, or any of those Robinson people, those motivational speakers, to go to their lectures, like $125 to $150 to go hear them do pep talk. these are the people that support me. So when they do their support, they throw a question in, and I answer as reciprocity. This was a question that was sent in by Beged Leisure. It's actually a few questions that were sent in, and he sent in $50. When you send in that kind of amount, anything over 20, of course, you get big horns and hand claps and everything of the such. This is Black Alucard, one of my greatest donators and supporters, and he just sent in $50 saying thanks for the knowledge. He actually is the one that started that off. He started off big donations in the Podclass for just saying thanks. There was no question. He actually created that system there. This is reciprocity from the scribe who sent in $22.72. He's one of the moderators in the room. Shout out to the scribe. And this is Raphael Gary. He says, how do you take the Pentagon, what's covered up? How do you take the Pentagon UFO meeting in Houston? So you can see the variety of questions that you can send in, and this is how it works. When you send in these questions, they're whatever questions are asked in the conscious community, if you want a true answer for them, thoroughly broken down with history, facts, geography, anthropology, archaeology, ancient spiritual out-of-body systems, ancient spiritual papyruses, ancient cultural references. You come to the Tehuti Podclass, you will not be laughed at, you will not be mocked, you will be answered. All of your questions will be answered. If they're not answerable, I send you information saying that this is not an answerable question, because I base things on ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts are way more important than a religious opinion. And that's why when you see me debate, like I show my debates in the intros, all that comes out of my mouth is ancestral artifacts. There's no shucking and jiving. There's no brotherhood booger, brother. Well, what you need to recognize is see what you need to know. You feel within. I know you're feeling that I'm better than you, and you know that I'm the best, and you stepping up to me, and you will hear none of that coming from me. It will be straight dates, museum numbers. I compact information in small units. So I release a lot of information fast. It's kind of like the Rapping Duke. Remember that guy? Those are classic songs. Remember Schoolie D? Remember Looking at My Gucci, It's About That Time. Remember all that? Those are songs. We used to like the Rapping Duke and Schoolie D. But if you compare them to Twister and Eminem, it's a completely different story. So when you compact a lot of information within a short amount of time, people get impacted more than, brother, look at me, feel your heart. You know that I'm your priest. You know that I'm over you, brother. You've not studied as long, and you'll get none of. By the time you're saying all that, I'm giving archaeology, I'm giving facts, I'm giving blood types, I'm giving museum numbers, I'm giving peer-reviewed documents, and it's just like you're trying to rap against Twister. So I focus on that because I don't want to add my opinions to things like that. I don't want to do that. My opinion is personal to me. If you want to have a one-on-one on my personal opinion, you can ask me that. But here, it's straight compacted facts. It's just that's what you're listening to. So that is what the Tehuti Podclass is based on, everybody. It is based on reciprocity. And speaking of reciprocity, I will go ahead and start off the class right off the bat. Let me take some things off of my screen here. One moment, everyone. I have a lot of things on my screen. Let me take some things off of my screen and go ahead and show right off the reciprocity. So starting the class off immediately with reciprocity. Here's an example. This is live. This is something that was just that was sent in for this class, and I'm going to go ahead and let me go ahead and put this here. We'll call this 1. So this is from a brother who sent in support, and this brother's name is Anu. Actually, it's a brother. It's a couple. Let me go ahead and put it on the screen and show you right off how the reciprocity works in the Tehuti Podclass. So right off the bat, let me see something. Windows, here it is. So right off the bat, this should be on the screen right now. There it is. Boom, $20. Shout out to Anu and Antu, who says Hotep Tua. Anu and Antu, who starts off the class with Hotep Tua. Shout out to you all. Thank you both. A couple whose name sounds their names sound the same. Their names sound like the feminine and masculine version of each other. That is awesome. An awesome couple there. And shout out to you all for your support. Appreciate you. And that is how the Tehuti Podclass works. So that actually came in for this class. I'm gonna play this and tell me if y'all can hear this, please, because I've been having some sound effect issues. Tell me if y'all can hear this. Can you hear the hand clapping and me talking at the same time? Everybody press a 1. Sometimes it only picks up one at a time. If you can hear the hand clapping and me at the same time, press a 1. No, what do you hear, Eric? Do you just hear me or do you hear the hand clapping? I'm going to go ahead and stop the hand clapping. The next time the brothers will be on the screen and they'll put on the hand clapping. Okay. They'll put on the sound. So shout out to the first donation of the Podclass of the night is Anu and Antu. Shout out to you both. Appreciate that. Shout out to shout out to remember, let me give a shout out to this good young brother here. Do you remember a while ago I put a brother out on the spot? His name was Jacoby, for saying some very strange things about how I didn't answer his question. I didn't answer his questions, and he tried to get his money back, and he said, I'm not going to learn from you anymore, and some things like that. If you all remember it, well, let me go ahead and show you. The good brother rectified himself. He sent this into it was a little donation, but it's mainly just a little donation just to send a message to rectify the situation. Shout out to the good young brother Jacoby. Let me go ahead and okay, thank you, Queen J. Thank you, Squano. Okay, good. I'll only have these sound effects put on when the brothers are in the room. So this good brother here, Jacoby, he came back, rectified himself. Where'd it go? One moment, everybody. Where's Jacoby? Where did Jacoby go? Let me go ahead and fix this. Okay, there. Shout out to the brother Jacoby. I'm going to put 2 ping. Yes, I'm going to rewrite over it. Shout out to the brother Jacoby, who sent a message to me. And I'm going to go ahead and see if it's up on the screen. Do you all see that on the screen? Wonderful. Let me go ahead and move the banner off the screen. Okay, so good brother Jacoby said, he sent $3.50, says, I appreciate that you addressed my question at all. I don't bring bad energy. I was just starting to think this was another YouTube teacher. I did think you were decent with your teachings before I asked you this question. Still do, but I'm not trying to bother you. I'm trying to understand since I'm not Anon. Thank you. I was scared, but it's just how I was, and that doesn't mean I have to do that. So thank you for clarifying that situation, good young brother. Appreciate that. He rectified and clarified the situation, and that is great. So shout out to brother Jacoby. Okay. Shout out to those. That's an example to people of how the Tehuti Podclass works. Those are, oh, wow. Shout out to I gotta get no. You know what? I'm gonna wait till the brothers come on for this one. Amun Ma'at Ra is a huge donator, popped out of nowhere. I'm gonna wait because I want to definitely give him his sound effects and noises. So everybody, that is how the Tehuti Podclass works. And now I'm going to show you who are the people in the room that have wrenches in their hand. Let me see if this will show. Let me see if this will show everybody. Okay. It's a new computer, everybody. Bear with me. Is this it? A little bit different from the other computer. Actually works better. Let me see if this is it. Shout out to these people in the room. If this will show, these are the moderators. So the moderators are Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ahati Ma'at, and the scribe. These are the people in the room that help keep the room controlled, organized. They post the latest debates, classes, answer questions about my latest events, or where you can find videos or books or the teachings of my website, which the brothers will be on after I come off to break that down. These are the moderators that keep things under control. If there's anybody in the room who's disrespectful, they'll be warned and then removed, because we have no disrespect in the Tehuti Podclass. Like Nania Setmer says, this is a drama-free chat. Thank you for keeping it respectful. I know everybody's used to the screaming and the fussing and hollering on the other channels. This is not that. This is strictly gut-wrenching information. Information that makes you question your reality. Not anything that has to do with any kind of... I don't have to add the drama for you to be attracted to this. Straight information that's twist in your gut, and that is why the people support, because it makes you re-question your reality while getting answers to questions that you were afraid to ask everywhere else. Okay. Shout out to eManifesto, another great questioner and great student of Kemet who actually went to Kemet not too long ago. Shout out to you, eManifesto, who says he may not have experienced this reality in real lifetime. Yeah, that made me Jacoby. He may not have experienced this reality in real lifetime. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the room. And shout out, I also want to tell the new people in the room and the people that have supported. Let me see something here. One second. Anniversary. I want to put this up in the room. I may have to put it up. I may have to get it later. But I announce an emergency situation that I was and am going through. And shout out to the people that supported in that emergency situation. I don't have the list in front of me right now, but Netzer Ankh, Lamonte, Kamit 101. These are just, I'm just looking at the donations. John Hacker, Hika Kepara, Nito Campbell, Owen Hythe, The Scribe, Stranger, Ninja, Vortex Ninja, Black Alucard, Bev, Amun Ma'at Ra with a huge donation. Huge donation. It was like $200 for the situation that I am in and currently are in, but I'm going to get out of based on everybody's support here. Shout out to Rigo with, he gave double super donations of $100 each. Shout out to all the super donators, Arcad Infinite, Ahati Ma'ad is on here. I'm going to show his support the next time I come back. Atum, several people that I'm probably not even naming because I don't have their name in front of me. Beged Leisure with the huge support. Cash Peden, Stephen E. So many people supported the situation and the situation that I'm currently in, where my actual area that I live in, the situation may be transformed where it will risk the Podclass and risk me having to take a break if I do not get this situation solved. I am almost a quarter way there with the amount of donations I've received. Once again, it's until January 22nd that a decision has to be made. So shout out to those who have helped, who are helping the situation. These are donators that are donating separate to just asking questions. These are donators, this donation for that particular situation. If you choose to donate for that situation, that letter from the government that came in that will affect me, just type in support or situation underneath your donation, and I will I'm logging them all. I'm logging all the people. So when this is all said and done, I will announce everybody who helped me out in the situation as I'm helping you out with the knowledge. Peace and love to all the great supporters, E-Manifesto, everybody who is there. Shout out to everybody who's helping the situation that I am in. Now, let us begin the Tehuti Podclass. Peace, Jay. Nice to have you back, JP. Shout out to you, JP. Big Blunt, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Now, everybody, now we're going to get into the very first question of the Tehuti Podclass. And also, after I come off, we're going to make a big announcement because there was someone who flew out. You all see the title. Someone that flew out from another state to receive a name from me, and they showed great appreciation and gratitude. We have videos, pictures, experiences. They came. I designed a name personally for them, and I do that. I do names. It usually takes me a year of knowing someone, and then I design a name for you based on the period of time that I've observed you. The next people to get their names on the list are the Scribe and Arcad Infinite. They are next, but someone has received a new name. When they come on the screen, they will give their tribute. I will announce their donation, their dedication. That will give their story, and they will announce their new name in the room to everyone. Okay, so shout out to that person there for changing their name, changing their life, and actually going to change it legally. Okay, so my name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. On my hat, you may see something that looks like a design that's blending into my hat. That is actually Charlotte. That is actually a living spider that looks like the hat. She will move as the class continues, and she represents weaving and knitting. In ancient Kemet, weaving and knitting represented invisible forces that brought physical matter together. Here with me also is the Scorpion King. This is the Scorpion King, shipped all the way through magic, shipped all the way from Mali. This is not from a pet shop. He is from Mali. His name is the Scorpion King because the Scorpion King was the actual pharaoh, Par-Ii, that was there before Namr, who in actuality, through archaeology, my name Tehuti, the oldest reference to the name Tehuti, was found in Abti in his temple under the Scorpion King. So thus I named him the Scorpion King because he not only represents the pharaoh that was before Namr, but he also, of course, is a scorpion, but he also represents where the name Tehuti was originally found, the oldest symbol of Tehuti, and the oldest word for spirit on this planet Earth was found in the temple of Abti, and I've done classes on that. This is the Scorpion King. So this is Charlotte on my hat. This is the Scorpion King. And just like all the ancient Kemetians, as you see behind me, they could not speak or communicate unless they used animals. There is no Medunetter language. There is no communication. There's no scribe. There is no spirituality that exists along the Nile Valley without the drawing of animals to communicate through. And that is why every time you see the Medunetter, as you see there behind me, what you will see is birds, you will see falcons, you will see owls, you will see serpents, you will see all animals and wildlife. And that is how the Kemetians communicated. And that is what I've been in tune with ever since I was around 7 years old. Let us begin, everybody, with the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to show all the new people how a question is answered Tehuti style. Here we go. Okay, Scorpion King, you're going to go in there for just a moment. Just a moment. Momentum. There you go. Sit right there for a moment beside me. And now, let's get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out. I've never seen this name before. Shout out to you, Solomon James. Oh man, okay, what a statement. But shout out to Solomon James. Haven't seen that name. Eric G, shout out to you. Wonderful. Let us begin the Tehuti Podclass. Is everybody ready? Shout out to T Bull. Shout out to T Bull. Shout out to you. Shout out to Harris Did It for your culture. That's a brand new name. Ever heard of that one before? Shout out to you. He says, tell Neith I said hello, please. All right. When I get to Neith, I will tell her that. Animal guides. That's right, Shannon. Let us go, everybody. We're going to get into the very first question of the Tehuti Podclass. New people, get your notes out. This is how I answer questions. This is how I guide. And this is why people support with Cash App TT Amoon and PayPal at Rocky SV for the way that I design answers for you. Let's go ahead and look at the very first question sent in to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me give a shout out to the first question in from I'm going to put it on the screen for everybody to see. The question came in from all the way, I believe, from the UK. All the way from the UK. Let me see if I can get this on the screen here. Oh, boom. Okay, yes, I believe this is all the way from the UK here. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. Chrome tab. And here's the question, everybody. Here's a question. This is Daryl. Daryl has sent in a lot of donations, so new people don't think that, oh, he's only sending in $10. No. This brother gives a lot of support. He actually sent in 2 more supports before I could even answer this one. Shout out to Daryl, and he's on the testimonial for the anniversary. Shout out to Daryl. And he asks, who is Cleopatra? Comment on recent finds in Kemet. Who is Cleopatra? Comment on recent finds on Kemet. Great question, my brother. Let's get into it, everybody. Let me get on the screen here. Let me do a mic check. Shout out to Ramos. T Allah C. That must be Tallahassee. I actually started had a movement, a tabernacle out there. I had students out there as well. We used to go to FAMU and something Brown. I don't know. We used to go to a place called FAMU, and I used to just teach live in front of FAMU. Shout out to Ramos. It says T Allah C, which must be Tallahassee. Shout out to you, my good brother. I'm gonna go ahead in one moment, everybody. I'm gonna put on something really quick. I'm gonna step away for 1 minute or so. I'm gonna put on something really quick. Hold on here. Let me see if I can find it, and I'm gonna step away because once I start, I want to just go. I want to actually just go and just keep on going without having to take a break in the middle. So I'm gonna actually play something here for you all really quick to entertain you while I just step away for a quick momentum. Here, hold on. Here, let me see if I can put this on. This is actually from the brother. I'm actually going to play this from Ahati Ma'at's channel, actually. Let me see if I can find this because I don't want to take a break once I start. I want to keep going. So let me go ahead and do this and see if I can find it, and then I'll put it right in here. Ahati Ma'at has a lot of my teachings and a lot of good stuff on his channel that he's allowed to do. I'll go ahead and put this on. These thumbnails are hilarious. I have not actually seen a lot of Ahati thumbnails. These thumbnails are hilarious, Ahati. What is going on here? Okay, let me go ahead and put hilarious thumbnails here. This is hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put this on here. And I will let me see. Okay, I'll put this little section on right here. And let me go ahead and do a screen share. I'm gonna step away just for a quick second here, because I don't want to take a long break or any kind of break when I start teaching. And this is about Cleopatra. Very interesting, actually. Okay, let me go ahead and put this on. I'll be right back. Everybody can see this screen, I hope. Let me see how it looks. It's on the screen. I'll put it on a big screen here. Okay, there it is. And I'll be right back, everybody, just in a minute. I want to keep you all seeing something in the meantime. Here we go. And since the brother does not want to use European calendars, my question is, can you show an African calendar or an Indian calendar from the times of those people that put all those people on the same date, not using the European, but using an actual ancient Indian calendar or Indian reference that shows Ravana and Jesus existing in the same date, so we can get off of this European calendar reference? Please present your African calendar or African or Indian calendar that puts all of those names, Methino, Jesus, John, Ravana, and the Temple of Jagannath in the same date. Please go ahead.
Right. Are you ready, brother? I'm going to start your time.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. And
okay,
again,
started.
All right. Again, my brother, I will not go back and forth with you on time. See, you do this with the word, So when we deal with words, we ain't going to get caught up in deadlock on the word. I gave you the answer, so you just asked the same question again. And it is not for me to show you this a special time, because you are the one that came saying that the Moorish Holy Quran was not historically right and exact or right and correct. So I gave you the correct view of the understanding as to those special events. You see? So you have the burden of proof of proving, and that's why I asked you, could you go back and show me in the calendar history outside of the sources that you gave through your own research, and you said no. So we shouldn't even have to deal with that as special measure no more, because you basically saying you going off of what you've seen on a website. And in regards to dealing with going with what you've seen on a website, it's nothing wrong with looking at website, but where's your own empirical data, your own research outside of E. Wallace Budge, outside of all these other measures, that prove your argument against the Moorish Holy Quran? Because anything else is just assumption, because you still got to put that within the time frame of one of them Gregorian calendar periods. And that doesn't fit, because we have seen the faultiness in those
30 seconds.
Now, if somebody chooses to believe, that you are right based upon those calendars, then that's on them. But I know better, so you shouldn't have even came forth with that type of argument. I thought we was going to go further than that, brother. And I got all this stuff loaded up here. But I think he out of information, so I'm going to stand down right there with that especially drawing.
All right. Okay. This is all right, Comedian. This will be your third and final question.
All right. And now we got to go in this particular question, because
All right, I am back. And there it is. That was my debate with the person who represents the Moorish Science Temple. And you can see how they answer my snake style questions, which is actually to never answer. that's the way to answer Tehuti, is to actually you see, brother, I am surprised you'd even come with such the audacity to ask such a mundane question from the side of the unknown. And that's how people answer me when I debate them. Okay, everybody, let us get started. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to start with the very first question, which I put in the room. And I'll go ahead and put it in the room one more time. And let me go ahead and put this here so I can show everybody the question. And the question is, I got to pull it up again. Just for those who may have just stepped in, let me go ahead and put it in the room one more time. And then we're going to get to the answer of this question. Here we go. Okay, boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is a question that came in all the way from London. And enjoy the ride. Here it is. Question is from Daryl. And the question is, who is Cleopatra? Comment on recent finds in Kemet. Okay, let's go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let us break it down. Here we go. Let me get back on this screen and break down this answer. Okay, let me go ahead and do this. Boom. Up. Okay, everybody ready? I'm trying to get the screen share on. Computer's moving a little slow, but that's okay. Okay, we are ready. Here we go. We are ready. Got the screen share on. Oh, this is still here, huh? There's a little glitch in my computer. It's a program, must have a fault. But here we go. Okay, everybody, welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is the answer to the question, which I've actually never seen. I've actually never seen this answered before. Who actually was Cleopatra, and what are the recent finds? Details on Cleopatra. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to answer for you, and here we are. Boom, boom, full screen. Okay, if you can hear me clearly, and if you can see the screen share, press A1. If you can hear Tehuti clearly, and if you can see me sharing the screen, press A1, and we'll get into this question of basically who was Cleopatra. A lot of sisters love to identify with Cleopatra. Cleopatra is mentioned a lot. Wonderful. Okay, Hika Kepara. Yeet, 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 TT, T Bull, RPM, Big Vapes. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. So, let me expand the screen a little bit. Boom. Good. Okay. So many times when conscious people, see if I can control like this. Okay, this is good. Many times when conscious people portray Cleopatra, we see this. What a beautiful sister, right? Beautiful sister right there. Many times when people portray Cleopatra, we see this. Right? That's what we see. Okay. This is because of ego. Quote unquote conscious black people's religion is now just claiming who was black, as opposed to what disciplines did those people follow? What was the way of life? How did they raise a family? The new quote unquote pro-black is just being atheists, thus having no accountability, no disciplines. Just say everyone was originally black. Yeah. Eat potato chips, watch the Knicks game, have no spiritual structure to raise your family. Oh yes, of course, destroy religious people and argue. The conscious community starter kit. Okay, back to Cleopatra. So you may see this image of Cleopatra over here. Actually, this is one of the images that come up if you type in Cleopatra, black conscious, you'll actually see this image here. Okay. Let's continue, everybody. So, the reality of Cleopatra. Here it is. Okay. So, Cleopatra, there's actually many Cleopatra, but the Cleopatra that most people are talking about is Cleopatra the Seventh. So, Cleopatra the Seventh was born in 69 BCE, the second of 5 children of the Ptolemies. So, right off the bat, we're into the Ptolemaic Greek family. So, the second of 5 children of Ptolemy XII, Neos, Dionysus. Right, the new Dionysus, Neos. That's where you get Neo from the Matrix from, which I've broken down many times. It comes from the Ptolemy family. So this is Cleopatra right off the bat. We're learning something brand new. That Cleopatra's father was called Neo. So Cleopatra's father Neo, 5 children, and she was the second of the 5. Okay, so who had ruled Egypt, and I'm going to call it Egypt sometimes in today's class because at the time when Cleopatra was ruling, at the time of the Ptolemies, we're actually talking about Greek rule when the Greeks, at different points in time, were actually calling it Egyptos from Het Ptah, which I broke down last class, which was the worship of Ptah. So she had ruled Egypt since the death of Ptolemy X, Alexander II in 80 BC. The identity of Cleopatra's mother is unknown. Does anybody really want to see what the oldest image of the real Cleopatra is in an actual museum? So here's the Cleopatra. You may see this image or images that look like this in Nubian books or other pro-black conscious movement books. Should look like this. They'll say the great black princess, the great black female pharaoh, the last of the female pharaohs, the last of the pharaohs in Egypt, Cleopatra. And you see this gorgeous sister right here. But you guys can see what Cleopatra actually looks like in archaeology. Well, I'm going to show you what she actually looks like and how she's actually depicted with an image that goes back further than any pro-black conscious image. Let's actually go to the museum. Why not go to museums to get the image of Cleopatra as opposed to black books? Here she is right here. Boom. There is your Cleopatra right there. Let me shrink this down a little bit. I had to say that in Jamaican. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Here we go. So there's Cleopatra right there. That looks a lot different than this, doesn't everybody? What do you say? That this this image and certain images in the Nubian books and other pro-black conscious books are different from this. But this image over here, ladies and gentlemen, is from the brains of imagination. Oh, this image right here is from the minds and imagination of conscious black men and women. That's where you can find it. You can find it in the Museum of the Mind. Over here, this image of Cleopatra. Can we find this image? Okay, let me shrink this down a little bit. This image is a marble bust of Cleopatra VII of Egypt from CA 40 to 30 BC. That's around the time Cleopatra lived. So the bust from 30 BC, an ancient Roman bust of the Ptolemaic ruler Cleopatra of Egypt wearing a royal diadem band over her hair, dated to the mid-1st century BC, discovered in the villa along Via Appia, and is now located not in the imaginations of the Black conscious community, but it's located in the Altes Museum in Berlin. 1st century BC, 40 BC. Okay, here's her papa. There's her dad right there. One of the Ptolemies right there. There's Neo. So there's your first Neo right there. And there is Cleopatra. And this is located in Louvre Museum, father of Cleopatra. Okay, this is in 30 BC. So if you can show me a black image of Cleopatra prior to 30 BC, I would love to take a look at it. But what we have is a bust that goes back to the time that Cleopatra actually existed. And there she is right there. So there's the real Cleopatra. So this is Ptolemy the 12th. Okay, so she's a part of the Ptolemy family, and here's where the drama begins of Cleopatra. This is what brings Cleopatra into popularity, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it and find out what brings Cleopatra into popularity. Let me go ahead and put this on a minute here. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. So Ptolemy the 11th borrowed over 6,000 talents from Roman money lenders, already embittered by the taxes he had levied to repay his Roman creditors. They rebelled and drove out Ptolemy 12 into exile. Who's Ptolemy 12? Cleopatra's father. While Ptolemy 12 fled to Rome, his subjects proclaimed his wife Cleopatra 5, right? Tryphania, and his eldest daughter, Berenike, joint rulers. He had appointed Cleopatra as his co-regent. Cleopatra 12 died in spring. Ptolemy 12 died in spring of 51 BCE. The drama begins. Here we go, everybody. Let me give you the story of why Cleopatra is so popular, which nobody really talks about or explains, but we're going to break it down here on the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome to class. Here is how I answer information and questions that are asked. Here we go. Let me blow this up a little bit. Okay, so back to Ptolemy 12. How did the drama continue? So Ptolemy 12 had intended that Cleopatra would serve her 10-year-old brother as co-regent. So that's the younger brother, just as he had done along the final years of his own reign. But not only was she almost a decade older than Ptolemy 13, but her life during the 50s BC had prepared her for power because she was around her father. When her little brother was just a little baby, a young boy, she was around her father learning military structures, tactics, and information directly from the real ruler at the time, while the other son was too young. So while he was still a child, whose experience was limited to the artificial world of the palace of Alexandria, Cleopatra would spend her teenage years doing what? Sharing her father's political struggles. She had experienced the humiliation of Ptolemy 12 had suffered during the hands of the Romans. So not only was she learning directly from the father, but also she experienced the humiliation while the son was protected and too young to come out to the public. So here we go. So here's Ptolemy. This is Theos. Okay, so here's where we get the let me shrink this down a little bit. Here's one of the sources where we get the name of God in the Bible is Theos. So this is Theos. This is Theos 13, Theos Philopater, the father-loving God, born 62-61 BC and died 47 BCE, following in the footsteps of Alexander, who was called Mat Kemet, the protector of Kemet. There he is, dressed as an African or Kemetic man, worshiping in the temple of Kom-Ombo. So that's Ptolemy 13, who was too young at the time. I love telling these stories. He was too young at the time. And so Cleopatra did not like the fact that he would try to take rulership, or that he was next, being the male. So Cleopatra, what did she do? She claimed the throne. Here's where the drama continues. So she claimed the throne and changed her name to the female version of Philopatra. And she called herself Thea. So she changes her name to the female version of her little brother's name. He's Theo, she's Thea, Philopatra, the goddess who loves her father, but her younger brother got older and held power as the struggle for power between. So as he got older, he eventually got put in power. So the struggle for power continues between Cleopatra and Ptolemy 13, because while he was young, she claimed his name as the female version. He was the god who is loved by the father. She's the goddess who loves her father, or the god who loves her father, God who loves his father. She changed to Theo, the goddess who loves her father, who loves her father, takes his position. He eventually grows up and takes position back, but she doesn't give up the power. And here comes the drama and the chaos within the Ptolemy pharaonic rule. So the struggle between Cleopatra and Ptolemy the 13 coincided with a civil war between Julius Caesar and the Republican forces led by Ptolemy, the 12's patron. So while they're having their inner war, also there's Julius Caesar and the Republican forces led by Ptolemy's patron. They're having their civil war. These start to coincide. Pompey. So the relations between Caesar and Pompey had deteriorated during the late 50s BC, as Caesar's growing power and influence drove Pompey to the alliance with the Senate. The war had raged from early 49 BC until the summer of 48 BC, when Caesar decisively Scorpion King. And Caesar decisively defeated Pompey and the senatorial forces at Pharsalus in the northern Greece. All this is happening, coinciding at the same time. All this is creating a perfect situation for Cleopatra. You'll see how this is all used for her to rise to power. So Egypt had avoided direct involvement in the fight, but the unexpected arrival in late July of ships bearing Pompey and his family at Pelusium with Caesar and a hot pursuit threatened to drag Egypt into the conflict. So Kemet didn't want to get involved, but of course what happens is, because these are happening simultaneously and Caesar is now in pursuit, they're dragging Kemet into the conflict. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This is how I answer questions. So here we are, everybody. So let me show the images. This is the image here. And as you can see, these are all good old Tammuz. So after Caesar takes over Ptolemy 13 and Cleopatra, so Caesar ends up conquering, takes over Ptolemy 13 and Cleopatra. They were ordered to disband their armies and to submit their dispute over the throne to his judgment. So they were forced to give their power over to him and their belongings. So Cleopatra had one of her followers smuggle her into the royal palace. Ptolemy 13, Theo, didn't know this was happening. So he's submitting to Caesar. Cleopatra, what she does is she has one of her followers smuggle her into Caesar's royal palace, concealed in a load of bedcloth. Ptolemy the 13th understandably felt betrayed when the next morning he wakes up and he sees Cleopatra now seated beside Caesar. Here goes the drama. Here goes the chaos. So here's Cleopatra right here, and here's Caesar. So while Ptolemy 13 Theo is thinking and knowing he's been overpowered with his sister, they have to settle their dispute because they're having an inner dispute while there's a civil war taking place with Caesar. Caesar ends up getting Kemet involved into the conflict, takes over Theo and Thea. So now they give up their dispute and they submit their dispute now to Caesar. So there's no need for them to dispute anymore because Caesar took over. So it doesn't matter who's in power between those two because they lost all their power. So now here is Ptolemy 13 wallowing in the sadness that Kemet has been conquered, not knowing that his sister at night smuggles herself in bedclothes and appears in the palace of the enemy. And then Ptolemy Theo, Cleopatra wakes up and next morning and sees his sister beside co-regent now of Caesar, obviously in some type of close relationship. You never even got a chance to see them go on a date. But here we go, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Let's break down Cleopatra and her war tactics. Obviously, she can use war tactics that the men couldn't use at the time. Here we go. So what happened? So she overcame the political eclipse, and again gained a chance to secure her father's throne. All this is a guise to gain her father's throne because she's really dedicated to Ptolemy 12, right? So Caesar's resolution of their dispute revealed the full extent of Cleopatra's success. In accordance with the will of Ptolemy the 12th, he forced her brother to again accept her as his queen and co-ruler of Egypt. So now this introduces, for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in history, What does this introduce? People always say, well, polygamy is what they're calling polygamy is an African practice, of course, because it wasn't even called polygamy. It was just normal relationship. A man with two mates following the tradition of Asar and his two mates. But polyandry, a lot of people say polyandry was brought in by the Egyptians and it's an ancient African practice. Yes, ancient, going back to Cleopatra. She invented this. She created this. This is where you find the first where Cleopatra marries her brother, and then has multiple men as mates simultaneously, where one of the men who has one of the Caesar who has her as a co-regent, now tells her to go back and be the mate with her brother. So now she's with both of them, as you can see at the same time. And this is the introduction of polyandry, which is a woman with two husbands brought in by the Ptolemies, the good old Tamahus. So no, polyandry is not an ancient African practice. It was brought in by the Greeks under Cleopatra, Caesar, and you're going to see more men coming in this as this goes on. So what happens? He sends her back to the brother to be co-regent of Egypt and intend to diffuse the hostility among the Alexandrians. Who are the Alexandrians? The Alexandrians are the followers of Alexander the Great, which are the Ptolemies, right? In his decision. So Caesar also overturns Rome's annexation of Cyprus. What's the annexation? That's the first time. That's when taxes were introduced to the world. Because remember, Ptolemy before this, Ptolemy the father, owed taxes, right? That was the annexation. That's what caused the Ptolemy to run out of the to run to Rome in the first place, to run out of there. What happened was Caesar overturned the annexation of Cyprus, returning the island to the Ptolemaic authority. So therefore the Ptolemy at that time didn't owe the money, and that's what caused the chaos in the first place, was all the talons and taxes, the talons he had borrowed and the taxes he had owed. Caesar overturns that. So the authority goes back to the Ptolemies, appointing as the rulers of Cleopatra and the siblings. So Caesar actually gives rulership back to Cleopatra and the Ptolemies after Cleopatra snuck into Caesar's bedroom, and whatever they did, only they know, but whatever they did, changed this man's mind and gave the rulership back to her and her brother as Ptolemaic rulership, and takes away the taxes that the Ptolemies owe. So they appoint the rulership back to Cleopatra and the other siblings, the future Ptolemy, the 14th, and the remaining sister, which is Arsinoe. Woo! What a story, huh? What a story. What an interesting story. Let's go. It doesn't end there, though. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm here to break it down. Cleopatra now had the satisfaction of seeing the death of her principal enemies. This all works out for Cleopatra because now Ptolemy the 13th, who had been killed in battle, that works out perfect for her. So now there's no more power struggle between those two, and she doesn't have to be forced to be with him as a mate. He gets killed in battle, right? And Pothinos, the other leader of his regency, who had been executed on Caesar's orders. So here goes Pothinos gets executed, who's the other leader of the regency of the Ptolemy the 13th. She doesn't have to be the mate with him anymore. She doesn't have to battle over who's going to be in co-regent anymore. He gets killed in battle. The other leader gets executed by Caesar's order. And remember, there was a power struggle between her family. So once Caesar put them back in power, the power struggle continued. And she had one with her brother, the sister. So her sister, Arsinoe, right, who had succeeded Ptolemy the 13th as a leader of the resistance to Caesar, she was a prisoner facing humiliation of marching in Caesar's triumph whenever he finally returned to Rome. So Arsinoe had to march. Imagine that. You have to march in your enemy's triumph whenever he returns back to Rome. Ultimate humiliation, right? That's like getting George Bush and Barack Obama to march with the Taliban whenever they conquer somebody. George Bush and Barack Obama has to march and dance with the Taliban's victory. That's worse than killing them. So this puts Cleopatra back in perfect rule again. So she received that reward by going and having sex, doing sex magic on Caesar, having sex with Caesar. So Caesar appointed her and 10-year-old brother, this comes Ptolemy the 13th, as joint rulers of Egypt. Perfect. It goes back in a complete circle how it all started when the first Ptolemy, the Ptolemy the 13th, remember he was 10 years old. Remember how this started? So therefore she could take on perfect co-regent with the father, and when the father runs, she can take on perfect rulership because he's too young. Well, the 10-year-old grows up to be a man. They start fighting. Caesar takes over. She goes and sleeps with Caesar. He get the 10-year-old as a man now ends up getting killed in battle. His leader ends up getting killed, executed. And so what happens? Now you have Ptolemy the 14th. So what does Caesar do? Caesar appoints her and then the 10-year-old brother, Ptolemy the 14th, as joint rulers. She's back with how it all started again, having no resistance, because here we go. Another brother's 10 years old again, right? So this is perfect for Cleopatra. This is how Cleopatra becomes powerful and how Cleopatra becomes worldwide known, because everything seems to be working out in her favor while she's fighting in ways that men couldn't fight, which is using her body and sex. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Okay, have you ever wondered, though, where the term C-section derives from? You have a term called C-section, everybody. C-section. Where does the term C-section derive from? A little bonus knowledge. It goes back to Cleopatra and her lovers again. So back in 47 BC, June 23rd, right? She gives birth to Caesar's son called Caesarion. Cleopatra, being with her brother and Caesar, gave birth to the first Egyptian woman involved in polyandria, a woman with more than one husband. Yes, this is where it came from. The Greek Ptolemies and the Romans. Okay, so here we go. Caesarion. That's actually her son. Okay, so Roman law, what happens is Roman law under Caesar, right, decreed that all women who are so fated by childbirth must be cut open. That's how crazy the Romans were, right? Thus, the C is from Cleopatra's child father Caesar. Boom! It's called the Caesarian section, from the son Caesarion, and Roman law ordering women to be cut open and cut in the shape of a letter C, that crescent, which actually represents Caesar under the rule, and Caesarion, which is Caesar and Cleopatra's son, so that you have your C-section today from Caesarion, Cleopatra's son. Boom! Welcome to the podcast. I'm sure the new people here now can see the difference between how I answer questions and the way you see on these other channels. I hope you appreciate me more than your waiter at Red Lobster. Here we go, everybody. So what is this? What is this? This is the image that everybody shows as black images. When you go to the temple of Edfu and you see the Isis and you see the Horus, the sun, and you see the black images of where they got the mother and child from. You've heard that speech before, right? But who is this really? Who is this really, everybody? Who is this really? Who is this right here? Who is it? Let's see. It's reliefs of Cleopatra and Caesarion at the Temple of Dendera. That's who it is. It's not a black woman and her son. It's Cleopatra and her son playing the role of Het Heru. This is the limestone stela of the high priest of Ptah bearing the cartouches of Cleopatra and Caesarion. It has their name, but of course, people don't go there. Black conscious people don't go to read what's on the writings. They go to look at the picture. Look at the great black people on the walls. Look at them. But the cartouche right there by her foot, see the cartouche right there? It has her name. It's Cleopatra. It's Cleopatra and Caesarion in the Ptolemaic period. This is in the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology in London. Daryl, I didn't know if you get all this information, but you've donated a lot. This is not a $10 answer. This is from a brother who donates a lot, so and donates for support and all that. So I'm answering this question as if he sent $25 to $30. Appreciate you, brother. Let's keep going, everybody. So what happens? How does the drama continue? So everybody, when you look at this image again, please don't tell anybody these are, look at our ancient black ancestors. This is Cleopatra that everybody's been looking at. When everybody takes people on Egyptian tours and look at when you go to the temple of Edun, this is Cleopatra and her son, Caesar, that all the black people on their Egyptian tours are worshiping. Get to know it. It says it right there. Their names are right there in the Shen. So here, back to Caesar now. Caesar eventually dies. And Ptolemy the 14th was growing up, and now his power was asserting, right? His might was asserting, and he claims his rule. The same thing that happened with the other brother who was 10 years old. Cleopatra has to go through this all over again. So now he claims his rule. Cleopatra responds vigorously and effectively to these challenges because she wants to keep the rule representing her father. So she first neutralized the potential opposition in Egypt. Shortly after her return to Alexandria in the summer of 44 BC, Cleopatra had Caesarion proclaimed king as Ptolemy, Caesarion Theos, Philopater, and Philometor, the god who loves his father and mother. About the same time, Ptolemy the 14th mysteriously dies. Perfect war strategy. Perfect war strategy. So she knows that following the culture of Osar and the male being the heir, the Heru, following that culture, that even though she's in rule, that at any time a boy child can come and take over because he's the Heru. She's the Hathor. She's the one that fights for the heir. So just like what happened with Hatshepsut, while the male is too young, he can't be the Heru. But once the male gets into age of rulership, he can take back over the rulership from the female because the female can never be the Heru in the Medu story. She takes the position of the Het Heru or the Osset. He takes the position of the heir. So it happened with Ptolemy the 13th, and now Ptolemy the 14th grows older and he can now take position. So what happened is perfect for her because she has a male heir. She has Caesarion, who's a male heir. She already put herself up on the temple. She's already up on the temple, dressed as Osset, and he is Heru. So he is the Heru. So thus, she puts him in position. Perfect. She puts him as Theos Philopater, the god who loves his father and mother. And then all of a sudden, the Ptolemy, who's coming to rule, 14, he dies. Nobody knows what happened. He dies. So Cleopatra is in rule again, vicariously through her son. Great war strategy this woman has. Great mental war strategy this woman has. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. I don't know if you've gotten this breakdown before on the other channels, but if you have not, please be appreciative and please send your support for what it is that I do. Now here comes this guy. Another Tem who steps into the picture. This is Marcus Antonius. This happens in 14 January 83 BC, August 30th, 1 August 30 BC, around the same time as the Cleopatra bust. Woo! January 14th. Okay, so here goes. Here comes this good old Tem who I know a lot of guys that look like this in Hollywood. They look like a lot of white actors. So here comes Marcus Antonius. He steps in the picture. And the drama continues. Antony was appointed a minister of Italy. What is Italy? Italy is named after the bull. Italy, the great cow. That is the Het Heru. Vitali, Italy, the great cow. The Het Heru. Okay, that's what Cleopatra was. So here comes Mark Antony. He's appointed minister of Italy, while Caesar eliminated political opponents in Greece and North Africa and in Spain. After Caesar's assassination in 44 BC, Mark Antony joins forces with Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, another of Caesar's generals, right? And Octavian, Caesar's great nephew and adopted son, forming a three-man dictatorship. Woo! Three-man dictatorship when Antony served as Caesar's counsel and chief aide. Cleopatra's watching all this. Remember? Cleopatra's with Caesar, watching all this happen, watching Mark Antony come to power. So Cleopatra becomes familiar with his personality. Wow. Cleopatra's already pre-plotting for what's going to happen when Caesar dies. Okay, so she's watching the personality of Mark Antony, and she starts plotting on him. So she becomes familiar with his personality, in which she sees they see him as a person of great courage, but sensuality, and courage mingled with his strong belief and his spiritual belief system. Now, his personal descent from Hercules, right? So he connects his lineage back to the Greek gods. Antony's belief that his closeness to the divine was further enhanced when the priest of Artemis of Ephesus proclaimed him as the living incarnation of who, everybody? Dionysus. Remember how this story all starts? It starts with the worshippers of Dionysus. Who's Dionysus? Dionysus is the Greek rendition of Asar. So if you believe in Dionysus, you believe in Asar. That's how the class started. If you go back to the beginning, you'll see where I mentioned Dionysus. Okay. And Neos. Okay, so Dionysus, shortly after his epical meeting with Cleopatra. So now he meets with Cleopatra. Cleopatra was already plotting on all of this, understands that he loves Osiris in the form of Dionysus. So what does Cleopatra do, everybody? What does Cleopatra do? This was a war genius. This is a war genius. So here we go. He believes connected to Hercules through Dionysus, who is Asar, the Greek and Roman version of Asar. Cleopatra can watch all this happen because she's watching him rise to power while she's sleeping with Caesar, back and forth with her brother, having two mates sleeping with Caesar, watching this man come to power. She knows that if he's a general, something happens to Caesar, then of course he's going to take power. So she's watching him, plotting on him, and realizes, oh, he worships Dionysus. Who is Dionysus? Dionysus is Asar, who I'm Cleopatra on the walls of the Dendora. I'm Hathor, and my son Caesarion is the Heru that I'm putting into power. So all of us acknowledge Asar. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This is awesome. We have a bunch of Tamahus battling and being influenced by Kemetic tradition, and she takes advantage of this. So what does Cleopatra do, everybody? What does she do? Ingenious woman this is. What does she do? So remember the image I showed you of Cleopatra and her son on the Temple of Dendora? Remember that image, everybody? Right here? See that image? Remember? Who is she? She is Hathor. What's Hathor? That's Het Heru. That's the house of Heru. Here's Heru, Caesarion. And here is she, as the Het Heru, or Aset. Heru's father is Osar. So she sees that Anthony, this guy right here, a good old Tamahu, is worshiping things descended from Hercules, and then he's a descendant from Dionysus. He's connected and worships Dionysus. So what does Cleopatra do? Ingenious woman this is. What does she do? Cleopatra visits Mark Antony. What was that Tupac song? What's it called? I Get Around. Cleopatra visits Mark Antony now. Woo! So she visits Mark Antony. She plays the role of Aset because she already has been playing the role of Aset. That's why she keeps naming herself Thea and her son Theos, or Theos the god, and she is Aset and he is Caesarion Heru. So she plays the role of Aset in the guise of the Greek goddess Aphrodite. So she now plays the role of Aset, but she comes in the form of Aphrodite because Aphrodite is the female connection to Dionysus. Dionysus is the Greek Roman version of Asar. What does? She doubles down, not just comes as Het Heru Aset, but she comes as Aphrodite, who is who? Aphrodite is the sex partner of Dionysus, to visit her husband Osiris, who is Mark Antony, manifestation of Dionysus. Perfect. This has to be the best female war strategist I've ever seen in all of history. So she gets with Mark Antony, pops up in his room, which led to a night of the banqueting and sex that followed their meeting, instead of a hard political bargaining that took place during and after it. This is her political bargaining. All right, Mark Antony was at the peak of his prestige and power when he met Cleopatra at Tarsus, thus again securing Cleopatra's position of power through sex, war strategies, and manipulation, making her the last Ptolemaic pharaoh to hold the throne for the Greek family in Kemet. Wow. Let me shrink this all down. Interesting story, right, people? Interesting story. So, she holds the throne down. Now, what happens? Mark Antony dies, and Octavius Caesar, another Caesar, takes over and forces Cleopatra to render all of her wealth. See, this Caesar wasn't going for that. This Caesar was not being tricked and fooled by Cleopatra's booty. Nope. This Caesar takes over, and he wants straight Roman rule. So he forces Cleopatra to render all of her wealth and her hiding spots, all the hiding spots of her wealth. And he will sending her off as a slave. She begs that Mark Antony's remains, because Mark Antony becomes her other lover, Mark Antony's remains be properly, ritualistically taken care of. Okay, so here it is in Plutarch's account. It's called The Life of Mark Antony. This in section 84. Boom, here we go. So we're in The Life of Mark Antony, Plutarch, section 84. I'm actually going to show you. And it says here, okay, now there was a young man of rank amongst Caesar. So when you see Caesar, everybody, I want you to know there's not just one Caesar. All right, Caesar, and name Caesar's companions, Cornelius de la Bella. This man was not without certain tenderness for Cleopatra. And so now, in response to her request, he secretly sent word to her that Caesar himself was preparing to march with his land forces through Syria, and has resolved to send her off and her children for 3 days, within the next 3 days, as slaves. She did not want this at all, of course, right? Let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. A little bit more. Okay, here we are. So after Cleopatra heard this, in the first place, she begged Caesar that she may be permitted to pour libations for Antony. And when the request was granted, she had herself carried to the tomb, embraced in the urn which held his ashes, company with the women usually about her. She said, "Dear Antony, I buried thee, but lately with hands still free now. However, I pour libations for thee as a captive, so carefully guarded that I cannot enter with blows or tears, disfigured this body of mine, which is a slave, and closely watched, that it may grace the triumph over thee." So she now comes in as a slave. Octavius makes her a slave, but bids her that she can go and do libations for her other lover, Mark Antony. So, being Mark Antony is dead, Egypt is now conquered, and she's destined to be a slave. Cleopatra gives up hope, and on October 12th, 30 BC, Cleopatra does this. We're back in Plutarch's section 84, Life of Mark Antony. So she realized Kemet is conquered. It's all over. Caesar's dead. One of her husbands. Her brother's dead. Cleopatra the 13th is dead. Mark Antony, her other lover, is dead. There's 3 husbands dead. 3 men dead. So on October 12th, so she gives her last libations to Mark Antony. Instead of living the life of a slave to Octavius, from going from the greatest woman to ever rule under the Ptolemies, what does she do? This is in Plutarch. This is section 85.2. We're in section 84 before this, section 85.2. The guards were amazed at the great size and the beauty of the figs, whereupon the man smiled and asked them to take some, and they felt no mistrust and had bade him to take them in. After her meal, however, Cleopatra took a tablet which was already written upon and sealed, and sent it to Caesar, and then sending away all of the rest of the company except her 2 faithful women. She closed the doors, but Caesar opened the tablet, and when he found their lamentations and supplications of one who begged that he would bury her with Antony, he quickly knew what had happened. At first, he was minded to go himself and give aid. Then he ordered messengers to go with all speed and investigate. But the mischief had been swift, for though his messengers came on the run and found the guards as yet aware of nothing, when they opened the doors and found Cleopatra laying dead upon a golden couch, arrayed in royal state. So she had killed herself. This happened August 12th, 30 BC. Around the same time as that bust. Now, what of the new findings? Remember the brother asked about the new findings pertaining to Cleopatra. What are the new findings? So here's all the videos here. Look at all these videos here of all the findings of Cleopatra's tomb. Look at all these videos here. Secret tomb of Cleopatra finally found. Archaeologists may have found the lost tomb of Queen Cleopatra. Archaeologists may have discovered the lost tomb of Cleopatra. These are the latest findings. Right? More. Archaeologists have found the lost tomb of Queen Cleopatra. All these are different channels. Look how they have the exact same title. Look how the same title. The archaeologists found the lost tomb. Archaeologists may have found the lost tomb. Archaeologists found the This is cruel. This matrix is sick, everybody. This matrix is sick. Here it is. Here's the latest findings that the brothers have asked me about. But what do we do at the Tehuti Podclass, everybody? We go by archaeological artifacts, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. So all these YouTube channels, these are all fakes and clickbaits. There are no new findings, just theories and hypotheses to get views. That's all these are. All these are. And there are tens of thousands of views. Look at that, 307,000 views. Is that what it says? 307,000 views, 146,000, 14,000 views. Clickbaits, everybody. There is no new findings. There's only theories and hypotheses. And there it is. The action-packed drama-filled story of Cleopatra, the last of the Greek Ptolemaic rulers of Kemet, summarized. That is my answer. Boom. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. That is your answer from your Saba Tehuti. I hope everybody appreciated it, got the answer and a lot of extra information. That is for the brother Daryl for being a great supporter. That is not for sending in $10. That is for major support. I know who the major supporters are. I know who the consistent supporters are, and I will answer accordingly. There is your mini book of Cleopatra. There is your drama-filled story. I hope everybody appreciated it. And boom, there is my answer, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. If you all are getting this in other places, please put the link at the bottom so I can join their classes. If not, please appreciate what it is that I am giving you. Please appreciate the time that it takes to put together answers like this, and please support with Cash App TT Amun, PayPal at Rocky SV. I am now going to check the room, see if people appreciated the answer that I gave. I'm also going to put the link in the room for the team and the brothers to enter, and I want the nets are formerly known as to enter. I want all the brothers to enter, and then I'm going to make the announcement. That is my answer, everybody. Let me check the room and see if people like the answer. Okay, if people like the answer, if people appreciate it, that is the Cash App. Send support. If the way that I break down information to you has done more for you than the waiter at Red Lobster who walked 15 feet to give you the plate of shrimp that you bought, that the chef made, and you tip him $20, if my breakdowns and information help you more than that, then please support accordingly. This is what I do for a living, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and check the room and see who liked the answer that I just gave. Or if you didn't like the answer, then don't support. Okay, let me go ahead and check the room and see what's going on here. Let me see if Daryl was even in the room. I don't know if the person who asked the question was even in here. Let me go ahead and check and see, everybody. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Let me see who heard the answer. Yeah, most definitely different. Absolutely. Okay. And brother, oh, there's the link in the room. Brothers, go ahead and join. So as soon as I check the room, you all can come in. I can do the great announcement. And then you brothers take over. They'll talk about the website, the latest announcement. That's all what they do. They'll do all that and break it down for you, everybody. Let me go ahead and check the room and see what everybody thought of the answer. Somebody said you look like Joe Biden. Okay, let me see if you guys like the answer though. I like your jokes in the room. You guys are smashing Cleopatra. Smashing Cleopatra. Okay, let me see. Boom. And for those who have questions, you send in your questions to Cash App TT Amun or PayPal Rocky SV. I have a row of questions of people that support through reciprocity. Do not put your questions in the chat. Do not just send me an email with a question or a Facebook. I'm not going to answer because I have several supportive people that appreciate what I do that are sending in supportive questions. So if you put your questions in the chat, I more likely won't even see them because I can't get. It would be disrespectful to even answer a question in the chat when I have 15 questions or 10 questions lined up from supporters. Okay, so here we go. Let me see if anybody appreciated the answer. And let me go ahead and okay, and see what you all. Okay, we got big vapes giving. I think that's hand claps. Let me move this from the room here. Okay, somebody named Eric G is trying to come in, but Eric G, this is for the team members who they know who they are to come in, and the person who got his new name to come in. Let me go ahead and move this from the get this off the screen. It's actually blocking me. I'll put it at the bottom so you all can see. Okay, and here is the okay, we got them piling in. We're just missing Arcad. Hold on a second here. Let me go ahead and get this off the screen. Okay. We got, oh, here he is. Here's a person who asked the question, who says, thank you, great answer. That's why I asked, because people always say Cleopatra was a black queen. At the Tehuti, you know how much views I could get if I came out with a video called Cleopatra the Black Queen? Lots of views, but truth is better than fantasy. If Cleopatra was a black woman, kudos to her, but there's no proof of that. We have her bust. This is a Greek-Roman war going on. This has nothing to do with Queen Tai and Nefertari. There's a Greek-Tamahu war going on. She was amazing, though. She was smart, brilliant. I'll never take that away from her, but yeah, she was straight Tamahu. Okay, let me see. So Daryl liked the answer. Big Vapes gave hand claps. Oh, Big Vapes give hand claps. VIP Studio put fire. Okay, good. You all appreciated the answer. I'm glad you TTG Tross says, love hearing the facts from an intelligent. Sorry, TTG Tross. That's an interesting name. TTG Troth / says, love hearing the facts from an intellectual rather than clickbait videos. That's right. Thank you. We have RPM saying, mind blown. 1 second, everybody. 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Mind blown from RPM. Okay, good. Shannon Southern said, $1 billion breakdown. Thank you, sister. Thank you. And she says again, that was $1 billion breakdown. Robert William put hand claps, hand claps. Higa Kepara says, love the historical breakdown. Exactly. History is much more fun to me than creating drama, stories, and imagination. It's much more, I love it. I love history. The story of Cleopatra is amazing. There's much more than that. And if anybody wants a book reference, a book about that thick, there's much more about her than that. But that is a good breakdown right there. This is real juicy. Real juicy. Eric G says saucy. Okay, good. You guys all loved it. Wonderful. I'm going to put the team on. And yeah, Darius, I wonder why Plutarch in 46 AD never wrote about Jesus. Right. All this is going on while Jesus is walking the earth. Remember the dates, everybody. All this is going on, and there's a guy right beside them in Jerusalem walking around raising 5,000 people, and Caesar has no interest in this guy. Mark Antony, Caesar, and Cleopatra have no interest in this man raising the dead. As they're battling, Jesus is walking across the ocean. Okay, here we go. All right, where's Arcad? Arcad, you here? There's Arcad. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, everybody. Okay. Eric G says, sorry. What do you say? Sorry, I was getting confused with the streamer. No problem, my brother. No problem. No problem. Kamit says 84 in the chat. 45 likes. Come on, where are the likes? All right, wonderful. Rigo says very interesting. Wonderful. Glad you guys like the answer. Shout out to those who supported. I'm going to take a break right now. But, oh, here's a new name. Shout out to the new person. The God Spencer. No, that's not too new. But shout out to the God Spencer. I think I remember that from last week. Fire Breakdown. Shout out to the God Spencer. Okay, everybody. Welcome to the new people to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome, everybody. There's 89 to 90 people in the room. We have the brothers on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and explain what happened, and then we're going to let the brother on the screen as well. This is what the Podclass title had in it. I'm going to break this down. Let the brother come on. He can break it down what happened, and then the brothers that are on the screen, the team, can break down what they have to discuss, the Sunday classes, the website, the merch, all of that good stuff. So first of all, everybody, oh, it just jumped to 93 people. Wow. Okay. So shout out to the scribe, Ahati Ma'at, Mr. Come Join Us, Mr. The Love, the hate is something. I don't know how it sounds like a bar. Love is love, the hate is real. Love is real. I don't know how it goes, but however it goes, shout out to Arcad. Shout out to the brothers in the room. Shout out to everybody. So I would like to announce everybody, because this is a family here. Oh, Angela Gates says, you are hilarious with the Jesus walking the earth, raising the dead. Thank you. Okay, so I mean, isn't that crazy? While all this war is going on, you know, Jerusalem, how close Jerusalem, Egypt, and all these places are right there beside each other. While all this is going on, Jesus is walking across water, and Caesar doesn't care a bit. That's crazy. That's crazy. Cleopatra's working hard to get smuggled naked to have sex with Tammuz, and there's a guy just walking across water going like this, and 5,000 people are flying in the air. That's crazy, and nobody cares about it. They don't care about it. They'd rather go ahead and kill Ptolemy 13. Killing Ptolemy 13 is more important than 5,000 people flying around. All right, everybody. So, the announcement is, for the first time ever in the Tehuti Podclass, as a family, people change their life. People make changes in their life based on the information they get on the Podclass. I announced to certain individuals, to people. So first of all, there's a few people, only the moderators, only Ahati Ma'at, and 2 sisters have their name from me. This is years before there was a Podclass. But since there was a Podclass, I told individuals that I will watch you for 1 year, and after 1 year, you will be worthy for me to give you a name. I used to give names out like popcorn, and they all betrayed me. All the sisters I gave names out to, all the brothers, because it was too easy. If you start giving out Ferraris to the homeless, you know what they're going to do with a Ferrari? They're going to load it up with recyclables and push it as a cart to the recycling office. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. Give out Tesla cars to the homeless, and they're going to fill it up with buckets of trash and push it and recycle. That's what they'll do with a $300,000 Bentley. Make them work 20 years for the $300,000 Bentley and say, this is a grocery cart, this is a Bentley, and they'll behave differently. So this particular brother has worked. I've observed him for a year, and the reason I do so is because I see people drop off like flies. I've taught over 4,000 people, and I've seen people drop off like flies. So therefore, I watch people for a year's time to see if they stick around. And this brother stuck around. I didn't even talk to this brother when he first came to talk to me. He forced himself. He continued. He persisted. I thought he was a Tamahu. I thought he was a Tamahu trolling me. I would not talk to this brother. He kept sending me messages. I was like, who is this Tamahu? I have a list of Tamahu men dressed in Egyptian garments. I'm like, you all are trolling me. So I put him in that bucket there. I was about to block him. And he kept, and then I finally asked him a question. Who do you identify with? And he said something about Africa. And I said, wait, is this a brother I actually wanted to know his culture? And I think I went on video with him, and I told him to send me a picture of something. And then I figured out he was real. I thought he was a troll. I would not talk to him at all. So he stayed in. He could have backed out then. He came in. He stayed with me ever since. He's donated so much. He's donated to me in the Podclass, off the Podclass, privately, things that nobody even knows about. All kind of things this brother has done, personal classes, all type of stuff. Ended up joining the team. I watched him for a year. I said, I'll give you your name. Fly out for it. Come see me. Come join us. He flew out. Said, I'm going to fly out at this particular date. He flew out from one state to the next to get a name. He saw me twice. He stayed here for over a week. Saw me for a period of 4 hours combined. And he didn't get his name the first time he saw me. I let him wait again. He saw me. I didn't give him any name. We did a whole Podclass with him still having the English name. Come see me again. He came again. Come see me at this time. I said, no, don't come see me at that time. Come see me at another time. Come see me at another time. I gave him the time, changed the time on him, and he came the time. Spent time with him, gave him his name, and let me let the brother on the screen right now, because he was formerly known as, he hated his name so much, he didn't even want to say the name. He said formerly known as, and now he's known as. Welcome everybody to the new name on the screen. The brother, the very first brother in the Podclass experience to receive a name. And this name is completely, thank you. This name is completely magical. Completely magical. It's too long of a story for me to tell because I don't have much time, but he'll go ahead and tell some of the story. But this name that he has right here is completely magical. He said to me after he got his name, I showed him the image of his name. I showed him the image on the computer, the Medunetter glyphs, how it came through synchronicity, how one word meant 90% of what he asked me for. One word broke it all down. He said to me, can you email this to me, please? Can you email this to me, please? I said, hold on. I left the room, walked into the other room, came out with the breakdown laminated on paper, on lamination for him. I said, I'll do one better than emailing to you. This is a physical thing you can take with you. Go ahead and take it. That's all I'm going to say right now. The brothers will take it over. I'm going to take a break right now. I got to do some things. The brothers will break down. He'll break down his name, the testimony. Very, very important day. The next two are these two people here, the Scribe and Arc at Infinite. Ahati already got his name, so soon everybody on the panel will have a Kemetic name from Tehuti, and others that are in the room watching this can do the same thing. I'm gonna step off. Go ahead, brothers. Take it over. Go ahead, man. So I'm gonna pronounce the name for everybody. This is one of the most powerful names that I like to say. Menkuara Mary Ma'at. Menkuara Mary Ma'at. He had this name from before he knew it, but it's too long of me to explain how. But let me go ahead, and the brother will break it down. Then the other brothers will go ahead, congratulate him, do what they do, break down everything about the website and everything. Welcome this brother, the brand new Kemetic name brother, Menkuara Mary Ma'at. I'm out of here. I'll be back. I'll be listening in the background. I'll be back in about 8 or so minutes. Go ahead.
Much love, Saba. Thank you. Tua.
You're very welcome.
Peace to the chat. Peace to the brothers on the panel. I'm like super grateful, super humbled, so much gratitude and appreciation for Saba. I was messaging him from my business messenger. I'm not really a social media guy, pretty much like Arcad, but I had a Facebook account that was specifically for my business, which is, I consider myself somewhat of a culture specialist, or that's what I aim to be. And so over the years, I've been doing community work, working at neighborhood centers, community centers, managing artists, all kinds of artists, concert promotion, working at after school programs, anything that I could to be in connection with people, melanated people. And I live in one of the whitest cities in America. We're usually number one or number two for disproportionately locking up people of color. And the city is not that big. Madison, Wisconsin, is mostly known for the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin, like an hour away from Milwaukee. A lot of people know Milwaukee, like the Bucks. People know the Green Bay Packers. That's much farther away in Wisconsin. Anyways, I'm originally from Chicago. My mom moved us here because for us to be in a safer place. In some ways it's safer, in some places worse. So basically, I just been on this journey. Like I always was very interested in history and culture, loved hip hop. It's been co-opted and exploited, like most things have been exploited that pertain to us. So anyways, just on my journey, it's just been a gradual progression. One thing led to another, and I saw Saba on Killer Priest, and I was like, this is something special. And so I was just, he was like, he says he was teaching classes. And so I just started reaching out to him because I wanted those classes, those one-on-ones. And I was waiting for this Podclass to take place. One thing led to another, and here I am. I flew out to see Saba, and it was life-changing. Everything that he's been teaching me has been life-changing, and I just been searching for a way to take my life into my own hands. And so Saba has taught me so much, changed my life. for real changed my life. Sorry.
You're good, brother. Take your time, my brother. Congratulations on your excellent transformation, my brother. We're so proud of you, and we're happy for you, my brother. Yes.
I just wanted to be free. So I just wanted peace of mind. The insanity, the matrix. I didn't know how I was going to get free, but I've been fighting and clawing. And so when I met him, I just felt safe, and he embraced me. I just can't wait for you brothers to. Ahati said this. Ahati said this. Ahati mentioned how he felt when he got his name. And so now I'm feeling it. And so I'm just really, this is the beginning. This is the beginning. So I'm just so proud of him and all you brothers, and to be a part of something where I feel like my liberation is tangible. So yeah, this is the beginning, and I'm overwhelmed, and I just want to do my part. And so I'll let you brothers speak. When I compose myself, I'll talk a little bit more about, he made this, I don't know if you guys can see it, the virtual thing is kind of messing with it, but he made a laminate, he laminated, you can't really see it, but it has all the information regarding my name. And so I'm gonna compose myself, get myself together, and then I can share a little bit more about it. But you brothers can talk, and I'll chime in a little bit.
Hotep, my peace and love to the chat. Peace and love, brother. Congratulations. I'm happy for you, brother. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm me and Scribe, brother. We next. We gotta get out this matrix, man. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. This is very, very, very powerful information. And I just wanna piggyback on what you said, brother, because I met Saba on that Podclass as well. And yeah, as soon as I heard that brother speak, I recognized the truth. And I was immediately just taken to I recognized the truth in a way that I had not recognized it before. And when I heard the brother speak, I knew something was different. So, brother, what you recognized was real. And I was ignorant to the internet and everything. And getting in contact with Saba was it was a journey for me as well, because I had just deleted my Facebook like maybe a few months prior to that, Instagram, all of that. I was just fed up with the lies and everything as well. And I was just, just trying to just fill my mind with positivity, and just different things. I had made certain decisions. I wasn't going to be around certain individuals and around certain energy. And when I heard Saba speak, I knew it. Like that liberation that you speaking about, brother. That's one of the reasons why I changed my name to Arcad. I had a different name before. It was a name that I called myself, and I lived up to it. But it wasn't. It served me. It served me at that time. And then Arcad has the name has led me to where I'm at now. And I am so excited to get my new name. I am looking forward to it. And let me tell you something, Saba, if you can hear me, if it takes 2 years, 3 years, whatever it takes, when you are ready, I'm going to be here and I'm going to be just as grateful because I understand. I understand you, my brother. I understand you, Ahati, and my brother Scribe. I comprehend, man. You ready to share your story again, brother? I'm not gonna hog the mic. We love you, brother.
Cool. Thank you, Arcad. Yeah, so I went out and visited Saba. I got to see him twice. I was in LA for around 10 days. And the first time I saw him, we just talked, and I just listened, and we talked about so many things that's happened since he came into my existence, on my radar. So we talked about, we had so much to talk about. So it was just it was heartwarming to meet him and the goddesses, and just be in his presence, and see all of his animals. And so we met the first night, and then I had a couple of days to check out LA, and it was cool to be in LA, and to be out of this energy that I'm in Madison, Wisconsin. And then when I met him the second time, when I got my name, I can show a video real quick of when we got together, really quick. Can y'all see my screen?
Okay. You're recording? Yes. Okay, so you asked me if I can give you this, if I can email this to you. So yes, come over here.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Kura. Wait. Yeah. Drum roll.
I was going to email it to you, but I made
it. Thank you, Saba.
You guys want to film?
Whoa. I'm so grateful.
One of the busy. Went and made it for you.
Thank you.
So can't tell you can drop this in water.
Thank you.
I said, you gotta email it to me.
You're the greatest.
I'm gonna email you, put that on your.
Thank you. I am forever in your debt. This is so beautiful.
And I can send the corrected with 2023.
Yes.
And you can print that and get them to laminate it with that correction.
Thank you, Saba.
This is a beautiful book. It's special.
Yes, there you go. Because I can take. It looks like I can take a picture while it's the video. Okay.
Got it.
Thank you.
Look how the blues came out. That's so beautiful. It's like turquoise.
Okay, that's over.
There you go, my brother.
So that was the video of Saba presenting me with pretty much like my new birth certificate is how I feel about it. So it's a transition. I'm gonna here in my hometown, I'm gonna have an actual reveal, a naming ceremony where I'll invite my family, my friends, and the community. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, that was a clip of my experience of meeting Saba. So I'll let you brothers talk. I know we have a lot to share about the stream and the website. So I'll let you brothers share. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hotep, can I be sound? Can I be heard pretty well?
Yeah, you good.
Sound
Yes,
normal
sir.
now? All right, cool, perfect. Yeah, definitely. Hotep Ma'at to you, Menku Arab Mary Ma'at. Congratulations, my brother. You know, I don't, you know, through this time, I just want to congratulate you because this is such a huge moment. This is such a big moment, you know, in your physical existence here at this time, you know, and I just want to, you know, congratulate you and tell you just how excited I am for you as a brother to see and to feel, you know, this evolution within you. And it's absolutely amazing to be able to witness it in real time and be able to speak with you and communicate with you and connect with you through this process as we come together as a community, as a brotherhood and sisterhood, and as we continue to, you know, build and help our communities. You know, you are definitely an advocate and someone who does a lot of work in your community, and that should always be commended and praised. Because you are a leader and you do the necessary things to step outside of that comfort zone to be able to raise up the youth. And for that, I'll always have an extreme, supreme respect for you, my brother. And I'm just so thankful and I'm so happy for you. You know, I really am. And, you know, you know, it's such a, you know, just thinking about it now, the feeling that you can get, you know, from being reborn into your true essence is just it's absolutely beautiful, my brother. You know, so I just want to pass those words to you, and you know, once again, just tell you congratulations, Hotep Ma'at, and I'm so excited to see where you elevate from here, my brother. So peace and love, Hotep Ma'at to you.
Tua, thank you so much, Scribe. And what's really powerful is how Saba is really keen on details. So my one-on-ones, everything that he has, our exchange is part of my name. And he asked me to send him some information regarding, you know, my past and who I am and where I want my life to go. And even beyond that, he was able, his attention to detail and his higher level of consciousness and awareness, he was able to fully encapsulate giving me my name. And so when I was at his place, I was asking him questions about his house. His place is like imbued with images of Kemet and Ma'at, of course. And so he had this one image of Ma'ati, and I didn't even know who Ma'ati was. And so just how the same way he puts together answering questions and who he is and how he does things, that is what he did with presenting me with my name. And that's like, it's just mind blowing, like who he is and how he is, like he's with so much care and love and dedication and devotion with everything, that just how he is how he presented my name to me. You can see in the video, I was like, the energy was powerful. So thank you, Scribe. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me, brother.
Yes, sir. You are welcome. We're going to need that breakdown from you of your name.
Oh, yeah, I definitely. Yeah, when we have time, I can definitely. I took pictures of what he made for me. And, you know, I can show you guys how he put together on this lamination my name, my new birth certificate. I can show you guys in more detail because I uploaded it on my laptop, on my Google Drive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, AJ, I'm jealous, man. I want to laminate it.
Ahati, you know you got so much more coming than a laminated piece of paper, bro. You first. You first in
No,
line.
that's great. I didn't know he does that. That kind of
Right.
surprised me there. I got a little tickle in my belly there when I saw.
Ahati, you the first child. You're the oldest. You the first child. You not gonna get what the other babies get. He's like, he's richer now, right? Things have evolved. So
You must have the machine, right? Machine at the house. You know what really got me is when you started crying. I actually had to kick somebody out of the room. I don't know if they were joking. It didn't matter. That wasn't a joking time. Not for me. So that person got booted out of the room. They said something and just boot. But yeah, I love that. That is the realness coming out. Somebody told me a long time ago, real men cry. I don't know if anybody in the room thinks crying is for weaklings. Then you've never been shot or stabbed. So, and I like your name. Your name has mod in it, but I didn't realize how strongly you felt until you cried. Because I know you felt strongly towards him, but I didn't know how you. I knew it. You have a genuine, pure love for him, to the point where you two did not meet in this realm. You met prior to here, and I felt that. I felt that. Those were deep tears, and I salute you, brother. I know whatever we had going didn't work out, but a friend of my leader is a friend of mine, and I respect that. I respect it a lot. Your tears emphasize my love for him. I've never come to the point where you did, where I was actually crying, but I did come. I know how you feel, because I was so lost, and I thought I knew it all. And I meet people a lot of times now that know it all, but are really so lost, and they're too prideful to cry or to just submit. And sometimes that's what we have to do. And I submitted to him on first sight. I submitted, and I never submitted to anybody, not even to myself. I submitted to him because there's no other quote unquote black man on the planet in history, other than our ancestry, like him. And for you to admit that you were struggling, because it is a struggle for us all. The Matrix is a big struggle. And for you to admit that you were struggling for so long and that now you have the solution is priceless. This man deserves millions. And I'm just quantifying it as millions because I really don't know how to put the value on this other than something as simplistic as that. So I picture Tehuti almost every day on a throne back in Kemet, me standing on his right-hand side, because my full name is Ahati Ma'atet Amin Amun, and it means Ahati is the protector of Ma'at, and he stands on the right-hand side of Amun. I picture me doing that, you brothers behind me, and then in front of us is the nation. Some call that a dreamer, but we all dream. So it's not a big deal to me, and I know how dreams work. That's what creates this reality here. And it's a beautiful dream. And I see you up there with us too. Because, as I said before, your heart is pure. I'm not big into BS. I don't like people that talk and don't do anything, don't take action. And we don't have time for that. And you did take action, but I respect you more. You know your limitations. That's a big thing too. You know your limitations and your strengths. And one of your strengths is that you're full of compassion. your full compassion, your full love, your full desire to not only live in the truth but to extol it to the world. You're setting up a celebration out there in Madison, and I get it. I totally get it. The whiteness, the Tomahawk cities, I get it, man. But the great thing is, you can walk through those cities now with your head up, and when they look at you, their heads go down without you uttering a word, because they see Tehuti in you. And Tehuti strikes fear into Isfet and the chaos and into the matrix that we all live in. And you're part of a beautiful history, my brother. There's going to be children looking back at this, gathering strength from you in your relationship with Saba. Again, the love you extolled right here in public on YouTube, I have not seen, other than brothers losing money on a gambling debt or whatever it is, they cry. But the love that I haven't seen this yet in the conscious community. Somebody can correct me. I haven't seen this anywhere in the conscious community, on YouTube, on the internet, anywhere. A brother professing his love to another brother. And mind you, this is what we did constantly. So it's a big thing to me now because we're in 2022. But in Kemet, this is how brothers conducted themselves when they were together, because it was vital for the regeneration of the mindset of Ma'at. We could not do this if we're living in chaos and hatred and antagonism and jealousy and envy and all this stuff. We just couldn't. That's why back then I didn't have a problem carrying the man's bags, offering myself to him constantly. What can I do? What do you need? I'll go this. Risking my life for him. Because I lived my life for so long, as Arcad says, for the Tomahawks. So if I'm willing to risk my life for Tomahawks, the least I could do is risk my life for somebody that truly loves me. And that's what I felt from him as the years went by. I look at him as a father figure, the father of our nation. I truly do. And I look at his goddesses as the mothers of his nation. I have the ultimate respect for the whole family, and they know that. And so, yeah, brother, that's cool. I'm glad you got the lemonade thing. I'm still jealous. I still want to see it. Yeah, that's cool, man.
Saba said from here on out, everyone that gets a name, he's gonna do this. So
good.
You will inherit yours.
I'm just joking, man. It's good. No. I'm glad he's doing this, because this again was one of the visions I had, was that people that wanted this truly, they could experience what I experienced, or almost what I experienced, and you have. So that's great, and I just hope that the heka, the frequency from your name, generates exactly what you want to attract into your life now and into eternity.
Tua, thank you so much for that, Ahati. That means so much to me. For all the people in the chat, I don't want to be preachy or anything, but the thing that we don't realize is so much of the matrix that they have given us is actually causing us trauma. Like for us to have a slave name that other people call us and we call ourselves is trauma. Like, that's insanity. And so that's what the tears and my joy is, releasing some of the insanity that they put on us, the psychological warfare and all the tactics that they use to oppress us, to control us, little by little. Saba, like, with the sword, he chopped those chains off me, you know what I mean? And so I just feel protected. I feel part of a culture that gives me a high self-esteem and an enhanced cultural pride, and we need that. Saba, thank you. You're back.
Welcome, brothers. You are awesome. Thank you. That was a beautiful thing. I expected something like that, but that was even more than I expected. That was a beautiful thing. You see what Rigo put on the screen? Even I was about to cry. Don't even worry. Rigo was about to cry. He didn't even get a name. So that is a powerful thing, and that's what it's about. Like Ahati was saying, this is how men are really supposed to be. This is how brothers and sisters were in Kemet. We value this. This was important to us, and so it touched us. People cry in movies. Have you ever seen anybody cry watching a movie? Anybody you know in life? People cry knowing that hey, that's an actor. That's an actor. Tom Cruise, he doesn't really care about that woman. He's actually getting paid to act, and people are still crying for nothing, for falsehood. When you step into the movie knowing that they're actors, and people still cry. People cry at the football game when the team loses for stupidness. So this is a beautiful thing. I'm so glad I can help. What I'm going to do right now is I saw something pop up on the screen on my email, because people may be asking, and after this I'm going to give the brothers still some time to break down the teachings of Ma'at a little bit, and then I'm going to get into the next questions. But people may be asking, well, what does it cost? What does it cost to get your name changed? Because people do charge for such a thing. And what does it cost? And the interesting thing is that I've never actually put a price on it. So Hati, when you got your name, how much did you pay me for that?
I didn't pay you.
So let me go ahead and put something on the screen right now.
My name said 2 years. 2 years ago.
Yes. Let me put something on the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, because I did see something pop up on the screen. And also everybody, okay, good. I'm seeing a lot of donations come in. Thank you. I'm seeing donations come in. We're going to get to announcing all of those. But I want to show you all what the definition of reciprocity is. I don't actually charge anybody for a name. I do expect reciprocity because I am changing your life. From this point, I may put a price on it, but I never have. I just expect the people, if they appreciate what I do for them, they will show reciprocity. So I'm going to go ahead and put something on the screen. Scribe and Arcad, get your muskets, whatever those noises are, the Mazel Tov, whatever, all those weird noises, get the bombs ready. I want to show everybody what true appreciation is.
Saba, not to interrupt you or stop your flow, there's no amount of money that you can put on freedom and empowerment and how you've changed my life. There's no dollar amount. Like Ahati said, you're worth millions. Like you're worth way so much. You liberating your people and loving the culture and being who you are, and your commitment, your devotion, and your dedication. There's no money can't buy what you are. Money can't buy the love that you have. So I'm just giving the little bit that I have.
Thank you, my brother. I greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and put. Let me see something here. If it ended up in my file. 1 second. Let me close this. Let me see where. Okay, I'm gonna close Cleopatra, and let me see. Okay, it is there. Okay, here we go. All right, everyone. Let me go ahead and show this. Get your bombs ready. This is the brother's appreciation for his name. I want everybody to know too that this brother just sent 100, either 42 or 72 142 something, 100 and something, over 150. I think 172 or 142, a little under 150 or over 150. When I announced that I needed support to get the computer so the podcast could run that evening, this brother here sent immediate support. I want to show you all what reciprocity really is. And here it is, everybody. Oh, sorry, Chrome tab. Wrong thing. Let me go ahead and show this, and then the brothers are going to break down some things, and then I'm going to get into the next awesome question. Let me see. Here it is. Is this it? Yes. There it is, everybody. This is Menku Aram Mary Ma'at. $200 reciprocity of appreciation for his visit to come see me and the name and everything. I did not ask this brother for $1. All I asked him for was when he said he was going to send reciprocity, I just asked him if he could send it before I do the class so that I can show the people in the class how appreciative you are. But Menko Arad, did I ask you for $1 for your name?
No, and that's not even what I was planning on sending. So I mentor young people who are on the brink of going to jail, men of color. I do community work. I have my own business, and there's people that owe me money. So my plan was to send you way more than I sent you. So I'm waiting for my money that people owe me. So that's like light compared to what I was going to actually send.
Well, thank you for the light. If that's light, thank you for the light, my good brother. I appreciate it. Like I said, I was giving names out left and right. I gave names out to people. The people that I gave names out to, no one has given me $1 to say this is reciprocity for you giving me a life-changing name. I've not gotten a penny, $1, because I never ask for it. I just watch people. I never ask for it. I just say this name represents the change of your life, a rebirth. So I never ask. I just watch and observe. So you are the first. You've given this huge donation. You say there's way more. I want to also tell everybody that in coincidence with him getting his name, everybody, someone saw me talking about him getting his name and sent in a donation to explain the power of a name. So part of tonight's class is going to have the reason why I give people names. It's going to have the reason why Cometians took names based on the Cometians themselves. It's going to have the reason for the power of a name. So it just so happened to coincide in the time period that the brother gets his name, it gets announced in the class, and someone sends a question on what is the reason for the power of a name. And I'm going to give a class on a name in the class that the brother gets his name. Look how beautiful that person could have sent in that question last week, a year from now, but decided to send in right now. That person knew that Mary Ma'at was going to get his name from way back, and just having to send it in now. Before I announced in the class, before I put it in the title that I was going to do anything about a name. This is a beautiful family. The knowledge, the consciousness is shared with everyone. So I just want to go ahead, brother. Send them the bombs, send them the muskets, the cheers, everything. Go ahead. 1842. Wow, this class is going to be great tonight. Wait till we get to the name breakdown. The reason why people get names. Wonderful. Congratulations. Happy birthday. And when you break down your name to the brothers at whatever time, maybe on Sunday or whenever you talk to them, You can tell them the revelation I gave you, how this is the new year. It was a new year. I've never taught that before in my life. You're the first that I ever revealed that to. But this is right now a Kemetic New Year. And it is a rebirth because you wanted to know about the solstice and everything. And we'll get into that another time, but it fell perfectly. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the small circle of those people that I have, that I gave names to, that are still around. It's only a few people. Welcome. I appreciate your appreciation for me. Arcad, you're next, and Scribe, you're next. It's probably gonna be the same weekend. Maybe you both can come out the same weekend together. That would be crazy, right, Ahati? Come out the same weekend, both of you. Come out. And the first thing I want you to say, Arcad, when you walk in the room,
pack up the kids, Arcad.
Let's do it.
I want you to say the love is love. I want you to yell down the street. Nobody.
The love is fake.
Yeah,
the hate is real. Y'all be hating on Saba. Y'all be fake. Yeah, listen, yo, the love is fake. The hate is real. Stop
yell that
playing.
in the Uber. While you're in the Uber, you start just screaming that. They're gonna think you're a nut. The love is real. They're not gonna know what you're talking about. But okay, everybody. I'm gonna let the brothers go on for a couple of minutes, break down some things about the website, and I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna get into the next question, everybody. Let me go ahead and tease you with what the next question is in the Tehuti Podclass. This is a very, very special class today. I'm going to go ahead and tease you on what the next question is. And the next question is, it was Cleopatra. What's this one here? Oh, the next question is, of course, what is the importance of a name? That's actually the next question. What is the importance of a name? After all of this, I'm going to come right back in and break down what a name even is. You all are going to love it. Go ahead, brothers, break down what you have to break down. I'm going to give you a few minutes, and the next time I take a break, you'll come down. You can break more down. We got to get back to the podcast. Peace and love. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'll be back in a minute to watch you guys break it down. I'm here. Okay, go ahead, brothers.
Peace and love. Hotep, my eye. Scribe, you want to break down the website? Peace and love, everybody in the chat. Hit them likes. Let's support Saba. Peace and love to my brother. Peace and love. Hotep, my eye. Scribe.
All right, Hotep Ma'at, everyone. I just posted the link in the chat to our wonderful website, theteachingsofma'at.org. This is our home hub for all information regarding the Tehuti Podclass and the Teachings of Ma'at Foundation, the organization. All right, so if you haven't visited this website, be sure to go ahead and do so. Add it to your bookmarks on your computers, your laptops, your phones. This is the home hub. So make it easier for yourself to get here. So whenever you get to the main home screen of the website, there's a lot of different options that we can go through. But right now, I'm just going to show you how to sign up for our newsletter that we send out every single week, which is also packed full of information itself. So it's wonderful. It's free, and there's also a incentive for it as well. So when you get to the website and you scroll all the way down to the very bottom, where the beautiful Natert Ma'at is right here, where it says subscribe, all you do is put in your email address and hit sign up. And once you do that, a code will pop up for you, and it'll give you 10% off on our merchandise here. So you see I'm wearing one of them. The brothers on the screen are also wearing the Tehuti's Teachings of Ma'at t-shirts, short sleeve, long sleeve, hoodies, of course. And of course, we're gonna, I'm excited to Saba said he's going the goddesses are gonna be adding some more, which is I would love to have one too. That's a beautiful shirt. Definitely would love to have that on the shop section, which is right here. And this is where you can purchase the merchandise. And this is also where you can purchase Saba Tehuti's books. and ebooks right here. So Stepping Out of the Matrix. If you haven't made that, get that. And of course, Melanin Dark Consciousness. Get this as well. This is what we're breaking down right now on our Sunday study guide class. And you know, Arcad just started it off for us on the first day of this month of January, and he brought an excellent teaching. So if you haven't watched that, you can go to our Teachings of Ma'at YouTube channel and watch that class. And I'll be presenting this Sunday, and we'll get into some very great information. So make sure you're liking and you're subscribing and you're there so you can study with us. All right, so there's a ton of information here. I'm not gonna go through everything, but this is the website. This is where you want to go. If you have not created an account yet, all you do is hit this little person up here, hit create account, and this right here will give you access to the members only access. And right now, we're compiling some great information to put in this specific section for those who sign up for free on the website. And you know, it's going to be jam-packed with a lot of wonderful information. So, you know, we're going to continue to keep doing what we're doing. We're always expanding and growing, and we hope that more of you step forward and join us in this movement and what we're doing. And you see the family that we're building, and we're bonding, and we're growing personal connections with one another, because this is more than just an internet thing. So do what you can, you know, come in, you know, hit us up on this website here. I mean, we got the messaging system here. So many ways to get in contact with us, email addresses, this messaging system. So we made it very convenient for everyone here. All right. So all you have to do is just make the step and, you know, do what each of us have done here on the panel, and just, you know, come forward and help us to expand and grow our brotherhood and our sisterhood and our family here. All right, so it's a beautiful thing that we're doing, and we're definitely making history, her story, however you want to put it. We're definitely creating that, something brand new that's never happened on the planet before, you know, so it's definitely something that you don't want to miss out on. So that's the website there, and you know, so just thank you for your time and thank you for your attention. And I'll pass the mic to either one of you brothers who would like to speak.
Tehuti, you got more words, brother?
Yeah, I was gonna show a little bit of the newsletter, if I can share it here. Okay. So the scribe mentioned the newsletter. All you gotta do is go to the website again, scroll all the way down, put your email in, and hit the red sign up button. And you will be sent one of these beautiful newsletters. And this is the first page. It's Teachings of Ma'at. The movement begins with you, because with any movement, it always takes you taking the first 2 steps. This is the book study breakdown and newsletter. You always get an issue number. You'll also get a date. And this is for your records, for easy organization. Why do I say that? Because unlike most other newsletters, we're not reporting on what's going on in the local news or in the Matrix world news. We're actually giving you more of the previous week's teachings. So you always have a newsletter with Medunetter and different teachings from the week before. You also, if you're curious about what Tehuti's movement's about and what the mission is, he did mention that is his mission. So our mission is to bring back home to the mindset of Ma'at as many sisters, brothers, and their children as possible. Free melanated people from the Tamahu or Caucasian matrix. So that is the mission of teachingsofma'at.org. And as you can see, it's jam-packed with great graphics, images, easy to read. Let me see if I can find it here. Here we go. Easy to read teachings from basically it's just summaries of the previous lessons. So if you can't make the live session and you don't have time to watch the video quickly, you can always go to your newsletter and you'll get a brief synopsis on what happened the previous week. So for instance, it says the speaker Ahati introduced us to an unpopular scribe who gets mistaken for the one from the Book of the Dead. The instructions of Ani are important teachings for his son, Hotep. It's one of the few times a master teacher was rebuked. What can we learn from this? And if you want to learn more, sign up right now. Tehuti's on break, so you can go right now, go to the website, scroll all the way down the first homepage, put in your email, and hit the sign up button, the red button there. Now, what I really like about this too is at the end of this, when you scroll all the way down, we always shout out our supporters and members. We're always giving them shout outs as supporters and members because it creates positive energy. So we always put a section if you want to join us, if you want to join the movement. So if you come to the YouTube channels, that's fantastic. But if you really want to get active in your communities and really get back to the children in your communities or even your loved ones because they're in the Matrix too, we suggest that you join us. And when you do, we'll put your name up here and you'll be recognized. So it's a great newsletter there. And that is all I have. And then the scribe is very quick with his the chat box. And if you have any questions at all, just go to the website, put in your question, and he'll get right back to you. The Saba is back.
Yes. Good to see you smiling, Ahati. I like the smile, man.
I'm smiling even when it's like that. You know, growing up, people say, "You look so serious. You look so serious." But I wasn't angry. It's just how my face formed, I guess. So.
Okay. All right. Okay, everybody, we're back to it. Let me see something here. We're gonna go for the next question. This is wonderful. And then after this question, we're gonna give some shout outs. I'm gonna verbally shout out some of the supporters to let everybody know I do acknowledge your support, and I'm gonna name them, a bunch of them after this. So we have Amin Rob, Daryl, Nito Campbell, Anthony Drain, Hika Kepara, Owen Hythe, Michael Godfrey, Sullen Rock, Hika Kepara again, Sari Jane, Arcade Infinite, and some that I can't see their name because it's PayPal, so I can't see the name unless I click on it. But that's us. That's what the donations are so far, and a couple that I can't read because PayPal. I just want everybody to know who's listening that has given their donations. I want to verbally shout out and say thank you, and then I'm going to put them all on the screen after this. Shout out to the new person, Sari Jane. I don't think I've seen that name before. Shout out to you. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. These some big donations I've seen too. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. It is a beautiful class, and we're gonna get right into it, everybody. Because let me see something if it's blurry. I don't want it to be blurry. I don't like that. Let me get this off. I want it to be clear. The Mac. One thing good about the Mac is the PDFs were really clear and smooth. Let me go ahead and blow this up. Let me see if that's better. Okay, this good. Right, some perfection. I like perfection, so I can see what's not clear. Okay, everybody, here we go. So next person up who sent in a question and then, interestingly enough, changed their question. The question about the name was not even their original question. This is from Bev, who sends in a question, and the initial question, let me go ahead and put it on the screen. Okay, let me go ahead and put it on the screen here. Oh, there's so much things going on the screen. Let me shrink this down. Navigating here. So the question that was sent in, I'm going to put that on the screen. And let me see. That's not showing up for some reason. Interesting. Let me go ahead and try this one. Okay, that one showed up. I wonder why this one didn't. Interesting. The original question is not showing up. Let me try it again. Boom. Nope. Okay, no problem. So here is the question, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This question was changed in a magical way to match this exact scenario. This is going to be beautiful. Let me go ahead and break this down. Let me get a mic check if you all can hear me. A mic check, please. Mic check, mic check. And then I'm going to put the brothers for the distortion, everything. I'm going to put you guys back into the chat so everything can run smooth on my end. But shout out to Ahati Ma'at, Scribe, Menkor Ra, Mary Ma'at, and Arcad Infinite. As soon as I'm done this question, you all can come back. I'm going to give the shout outs and you all can do the sound effects and do a couple more announcements. Okay, there. Now my screen is running smoother. The less people on the screen is the better. Let me close these out. Let me close this out. So we got I'm going to close one of my screens out. Stop screen. Okay, there we go. All right, everybody. If you can hear me and see me, press 1. Everything is moving smooth on my end. Wonderful. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We are about to get into the next question. Can you can hear me good? I got Arcad saying my sound is a little hollow. I don't know what to do to fix that, but that may have been from earlier. You all can hear me okay? Good, I got it. Ones. I'm seeing ones. Everybody's okay? Good. I'm going to do a screen share. Let me fix this a little bit. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. The next question that came in is from Bev. I'm going to go ahead and do a big screen share to show everybody. You can see you'll be able to see my screen. And the question that came in from Bev, I'll go ahead and put it in first. Start off with this question right here. And it was the power in a name. Actually, no, this was the redo of the question. It was the power in a name, secret name, intrigued me. I would very much appreciate your answer on names and their significance. I wish you a fruitful and joyous week, Bev. That was the redo of the question. The original question was actually this. And the original question was, what is the Jeb spell? What is the Jeb spell? That was the original question. What is the Jeb spell? And it got transformed into the name, which fell right into the brother's name situation. Let's get into it, everybody. You can all see the screen. I'm going to go back and see if everybody can see. Okay, good. It's on the screen. Here we go, everybody. What is the power of a name? Let's go. Shout out to Kamit 101. Shout out to Alif Bell. Shout out to everybody in the room. Here we go. If Raphael Gary's here, Shannon Southern. Raphael Gary may be in the back somewhere. Shout out to Ramos. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's get into it. What is a name? Where did the concept derive from? What was its ancient original purpose? Here we go, everybody. Let's break it down. A name, a quote-unquote name, is a word. Thus, every name is a description of something. Let's look at the modern definition of name. What is the modern definition of name? Let's check it out. Here's name right here. In the etymological dictionary, name, a word by which a person or thing is denoted. Old English, nama, noma, name. Reputation, German, Namen. Dutch, namo, name, nomen, name. Namen doesn't really give you a definition of the word. Namen, name, noma, nomen. Okay, now. Oh. Fix this. Okay. So now, what is this on the screen here? Okay, here we go. Now we will go into Sekti Nefer Medu. What is Sekti Nefer Medu, everybody? Sekti Nefer Medu is a peasant of good speech. What is a peasant of good speech? We get a different understanding of the concept of a quote-unquote name in the Sekti Nefer Medu. We go to the British Museum, EA 10274, 12th Dynasty Papyrus with literary text on both recto and verso in similar hands. The tale of the eloquent peasant and the discourse of the fowler. Okay, here it is right here. Here's the actual papyrus. The beautiful thing about our culture, ladies and gentlemen, is that what do we go by, everybody? Let me go ahead and put it on the screen. What do we go by? What is our banner? What is our brand? What is our motto? What do we go by, everybody? Do you all remember? We go by our beautiful saying, which is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. So the beautiful thing about our culture is that our ancestors left ancestral artifacts for us. EA 10274. This is called, if you want to look it up, you can look it up under the speech of this pleasant speech of a peasant or peasant of good speech, Sekti Nefer Medu. And it's most popular known as the tale of the eloquent peasant. Here it is right here, everybody. This is from the Middle Kingdom era. There's the museum number, and here it is right here. This is one of the sections in it, and this is B165. Permit me to exalt your name. I want to also stress how black men, how ancient men along the Nile used to speak with each other. I know when you see all these conversations on all these other channels and all you see is brothers screaming, hood booger nuts, hood, listen, brother, I'm better than you, you're not better, all this stupidness and all these insults. That is not how our ancient ancestors spoke to each other. Here is an example of how men spoke to each other. When one saw another as superior, when one had respect for another, when one wanted to speak with respect, here is how men used to speak with each other. Tell me when the last time you saw any men speaking like this. Permit me to exalt your name. This is a peasant talking. In other words, what's a peasant today, everybody? A peasant today is a homeless person. A peasant today is a homeless person. Well, here's how a peasant in Kemet spoke. A peasant in Kemet spoke better than your pastor. A peasant in Kemet spoke better than your millionaire. Here's a peasant talking. Permit me to exalt your name in this land according with every good law. A leader untainted by greed, a noble unpolluted by vice, one who obliterates deceit, one who nurtures Ma'at. For Ma'at will endure to eternity. And go down to the grave with him who performs it. He will be buried, and the earth will unfold him. But his name will never vanish upon the earth, for he will be remembered because of his goodness. Such is the integrity of the decree of the Nitiru. This sounds like which one of your conscious black community leaders talk like this? This is a peasant talking. This is a peasant in Kemet. This is your homeless guy on Skid Row here. This sounds better than any conscious teacher on YouTube today. And this is a peasant talking. For Ma'at will endure to eternity and go down to the grave with him who performs it. He will be buried and the earth will unfold him, but his name will never vanish upon the earth. For he will be remembered because of his goodness, such as the integrity of the decree of the Nitiru. Imagine a homeless person coming up to you and talking like this. Name the person on YouTube who talks like this. Which one of those guys you see on the panels arguing with each other, hood booger, talks like this? This is a peasant talking. So imagine how the scribe spoke. This is a peasant talking about the afterlife and your name enduring to the end through Ma'at, and your integrity to the decree of the Nitiru. I just want to show you the advancement of how brothers used to talk even when they were peasants in Kemet. This is the tale of the eloquent peasant, museum number 10274. So it says his name will never vanish upon the earth. He will be remembered, that's consciousness, because of his goodness, such as the integrity of the decree of the Nitiru. All this because of a name. Okay? Now, this is the teaching of the vizier. This is known as one of the oldest books in Kemet. It is along the same age and size, same time period of Ptahhotep. They're sometimes put together in the literary books, and this is the teachings of the vizier Kigimni. So let your good name go forth while you are silent in your speech, and you will be summoned. Yet do not be proud by virtue of your strength amongst your contemporaries. Take care not to be opprobrious. So, again, let your name go forth while you're quiet. The name goes forth while you are quiet. You're not talking, but your name is going forth. And over here, the name will never vanish upon the earth, for you will be remembered because of your goodness, such as the integrity of the decree, the declaration of the Nitiru. Let your name go forth while you are silent. You can already start to see, as we begin the class, the significant difference between a name today and what a name was in ancient times, even to a peasant. Okay, let us continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. This is how I answer and break down questions for you. We see the concept of a quote-unquote name in Ma'at is the concept of consciousness, something that echoes in the minds of others that supersedes your physical appearance, even when you are silent. What a completely different concept from the English, and is why people under the matrix, for the most part, pay little mind to the quote-unquote name vibration that they give their children. What's your name, Il? Shaquanda. What that mean? What's your name, Il? What's your name, Il? Shaquanda. What that mean? My name's Shaquanda. What's your name, Il? My name PP. This is today. That's today, right? The homeless person will destroy a person. The peasant of Kemet. The peasant of Kemet. What's your name, Il? What's your name, Ils? Shaquanda. What that? I remember when I first moved. Huh? When I first moved to Montgomery, Alabama. You all saw me in the video. You just saw me in a video with the brother, Mary Ma'at. Mankuara. You just saw me with him. When Shannon came to see me, she said, wait, you're way bigger. You don't look like you look on the screen. I am about 6'4". Okay? When I first moved to Montgomery, Alabama, I was walking on the street. The very first person that talked to me, she was about 5'2". She saw me. The first thing she said, "What's your name, is shorty? What's your name, is shorty?" And I didn't know what was going on because I was coming from Canada. I'm coming from Canada, right? So what's your name, is shorty? And I didn't understand. And I looked at her and I said, "But wait, you're smaller than me. What does that mean? What's your name, Il?" I didn't even understand the Il. Is what's your name? It's not name, it's name. What's your name, Il? Shorty? I was like, I don't understand. I didn't understand. But this is the regressive mind state of how we speak now compared to the eloquent peasant. When you walk up to a person now, my name's Shaquanda. My name, whatever they say their name is. What that mean? I don't know. That's the answer. Ask somebody whose name is Shaquanda. Ask them what that means. My name's Tequila. What that mean? I'm named after a drink. What does it mean though? I don't know. Compared to the eloquent peasant who says your name survives forever according to the decree of the Natiru. That's the homeless guy talking. That's a difference in consciousness.
Oh, you wrote it down.
Or we have children named after entertainers. We worship many people. So we worship entertainers, and sometimes we name our children after entertainers. How many people do you know with the name Campbell? How many people do you know with the name Campbell? And some people are even proud to say, I may be related to Naomi Campbell, and become attached to that name Campbell, because that's the name of Naomi Campbell. And you ask them, what does Campbell mean? I don't know. Just a name, man. Okay, completely different frequency than the people in Kemet. Completely different. Oh, well, here's the beautiful sister here. People become attached to the name. Here is Naomi Campbell. Here's a bunch of names actually that the people have. Look at all these are popular names. You know the rapper Cameron comes from Cameron. It's really Cameron, like as in Cameron Diaz. Right, there's Naomi Campbell. Tristan. How many brothers do you know with the name Tristan? Tristan Thompson. How many people do you know with the last name Thompson? Naomi Campbell. Cameron Diaz. Okay. Cameron Jarrell. Cam Newton. How many people do you know? The football player Cam Newton. And sometimes when we have these names, we're proud of them today because we associate them with entertainers. Cameron, which is Cameron, same as Cameron, the rapper, or Cameron Diaz, or Naomi Campbell, or Tristan Thompson, or Cam Newton. What does Newton mean? Do we know what these names mean? We become proud of them because entertainers have them. And we say, I have the same name, I may be related to her. Okay? What do these names mean? Well, but what do these names mean? Let me show you, everybody, what do these names mean? Because this is our mentality now in the Matrix. What do these names mean? Let me show you for the first time. Here's Campbell. There's Campbell, everybody. Let's take a look at it. What does Campbell mean? Naomi Campbell. It means crooked mouth. Crooked, deformed, one who's cross-eyed. There's your Campbell. Proud of that name, everybody? Proud of that name? Crooked mouth? But if you walk up to somebody, if I walk up to Naomi Campbell and say, hey, crooked mouth, her husband will slap me. Right? Hey, crooked eye. Hey, crooked mouth. Hey, you deformed one-eyed woman. I get punched in the face by her husband, right? Or she would slap me. But I said, no, that's the translation of your name. Didn't your mama tell you that? Your mom didn't tell you that? She just called you Campbell. Her mother called her Campbell. Her father called her Campbell. You're just traveling with this last Tamahu name that means crooked mouth, that comes from the form Tamahus who had crooked eyes and crooked mouths. How about Cameron? Cameron, right? Well, Campbell, our favorite soup, right? Here's Cameron. What does it mean? Crooked nose. Crooked nose from the Highland clan. There's your Cameron. There's your Cameron. There's your Cameron Diaz. These names are insultive frequency vibrations, but we love them. How many brothers you know with the name Cameron? Our last name Cameron or Campbell. How about Tristan? Tristan comes from Trist. What's Trist? Sorrowful. Sorrowful, sadness, to be sad. Sad, mourningful, gloomy. It means to be gloomy. That's Tristan. So Campbell, I could go through 80 of these. I could show you the book. I could go through 100 of these. These are the names that we have today, and we love them, and we're walking around with these frequencies. So Tristan, Cameron, Campbell, crooked nose, cross-eyed, one-eyed, deformed, crooked mouth, you gloomy person, you're mourningful, you're sad. These are the names we have, right? Some of us in the room have these names. Boom. People are walking around with these derogatory conscious vibrations and do not even know it. Why do you say sound frequencies, Tehuti? Well, that takes us to the true ancient word for name, which was Ren. Do you recall when I began this class, I showed that in Meru, the concept of name was associated with consciousness and memory. You all remember that? Remember how the eloquent peasant spoke? Remember how Kagimni spoke? They spoke about your name and they associated it with memory to be remembered. That's how the class started off. The Kemetic people of the Nile associated a name with memory, and the word for name was Ren. Let me do something real quick before I continue. Let me take it off of screen share. Go into the room. Stop the room. I'm going to check, do a mic check. I'm going to check the audience for a moment. Yes, Cameron the rapper. Here goes Rigo with the woo dang. Okay. You all know people with these names. Your children that you have today, when you name your children today, do you think about their names? Some of us do, most of us don't. Let me go ahead and pull up something that I'm going to end up playing for you all in a little bit. This is why when you saw the brother in the room, the brother who got his name, it was so impactful on him, because he told me from the beginning, he said he hated his European name. Sometimes when you go and look up these names, you see they're names of killers. They're the frequency names of killers, and people carry these sound frequencies with them. Okay? And we name our children these names, and we don't even know why. I'm going to go ahead and find something here. Okay, I'll have to find it later. Let me see if I can go back. My computer's doing a little something. Bear with me for just a moment. Everybody hold on. Interesting. I think here it goes. Here it goes. Wait a minute. Okay, I'll have to get this in a moment. My computer is doing something weird. Very strange right now. Okay, I'm going to have to pull it up on, I may have to pull it up. I'll pull it up later. Here we go. Okay, so let me go ahead and back and do a screen share. Okay, here we go. Screen share, everybody. Boom, boom. You all can see the screen, press 1. If you all can see the screen, press 1. Okay, so the word in Kemet for name is Ren. Okay, keep that in mind, Ren. So now we're back to the tale of the eloquent peasant who says, but your name will never vanish upon the earth, for he will be remembered because of his goodness. And that's because the real concept of a name exists before and after physical matter. It is from a realm where just consciousness exists first. Let's go to the Per Emharu of Ani of 1250 BC for the oldest word for name. What is the oldest word for name, everybody? Does anybody know? It is Ren. But let's go and see. Let's go and see how deep the Kemetans were with their understanding of this. Here we go. Everybody ready? So here it is, everybody. This is the Per Emharu chapter of remembering the name. So here we see Seka'u. This is where your word sex comes from. Seka'u, which is to remember or bring members together. Bring members together. That's why they call a sexual organ your member. They call your penis your member. And when you bring members together, it's having sex to create something. But the first conception was in the mind. It was a concept. Conception first existed in the mind before a woman was pregnant and she conceived the child. The word conceived comes from concept. But when you have a concept, it's something that exists in the mind because you're bringing those consciousness aspects together, and that is remembering. That is the sexau, which is to remember, to bring that together. When things are remembered, Then they're organized. Organ is from the word organ. Organ is where you get orgasm and organ sexual energy from. Sexual energy that takes place in consciousness when things came together before there was sex organs and became organized, when there were vibrational sounds. That's why you call the very first piano, you call it an organ. You call that an organ that is bringing those sound waves together to create physical matter. One of the most important body parts that create you, they're also called organs. You understand? So they're bringing things back together. Okay? Bringing things back together to form a whole or a body. Like a student body, where you become a member of an organization because you're joining a body, which is a group, which is an organization, which is organizing things. That's remembering, to bring the members together to create consciousness, which creates the sound vibration of a Ren, which is a name. That is the name to remember. That's why when you saw in the Eloquent Peasant, when you saw in Kigimni, it was always talking about consciousness being in the memory of those. That's where your name will be, your name, which is here the word R-E-N, or really R-N, which is Ren. So this says, Seksau, to remember the name in the nether world. May be given to me my Ren-E, my name, in the great double house, in the double house. What is a double house that I've explained many times before? It is the first level of the astral plane. The first level of the astral plane is the double of this world. That's why when you have an out-of-body experience, you still see the double of your bed. Although your hand can go through it, it is your bed right there, but it is a double of the bed. It is the ka of the bed. You see your computer, you see your room, you see your floor, but you can walk through the wall because it's made up of something that isn't composed of electrons yet. So this, it has nothing to bounce off. Hear that noise? That's electrons hitting each other. Take away the electrons and it can go through the thing. So it exists when it has electrons in it to the physical eye. Without the electrons, it is the so-called spiritual plane, which is the double realm of this place, which is called the double house, or the per-or. It is the double house. It is the greater version of this realm, and that is where your Ren exists. May I Seksau, again, remember the name. You notice it keeps saying the word memory or remember. Consciousness goes before the name. They're associated with each other. May I remember my name in the house of Nesser, the house of fire, or the house of light. So there's some realm that your name, R-E-N, your Ren, exists in, that deals with consciousness and also is a realm of light. According to the Purim Haru and our ancient ancestors, here we have the name of a being needed to be brought back to consciousness, remembered, in order to exist in a realm after death, in a realm of light, Nesser. That's the realm of light, Nesser. So here we go. When we get a good look at the word Nesser, the root word of Nesser, I'm going to blow this up a little bit so we can understand that this concept of a name exists before physical matter and exists after physical matter. And here it is, Nessis, Nessis. What is it? It is fire or light. Nessis. Okay, fire or light. We see the realm that the Ren is existing in is associated with fire, light, and the Ren, R-E-N, is a name, a sound. Do you know what one of the titles of a priest of Mat is called? What were the priests of Mat actually called? There were several names for them, but what was one of their names? So we see that Nessus, which is described as the realm that your Ren exists in, your sound existence exists in, which deals in the consciousness, deals with light or flame or fire, but there's the name of the Kemetic priests themselves. What is their name? Does anybody know what their name is? What is the name of a Kemetic priest? What is one of the names of the Kemetic priests? Their name is Nesneter. Nesneter, one who was the voice of the Neter. But we see Nes for light, fire here. Why is that? So here it is, look. There is Nesneter. But over here, Nessus and Nesser is flame, light, fire. But it's a title of the high priest, one of the high priests of what they call Ba'asaras. Thank you. the nest netter. Let me show you why that is. Why is that? Because nest netter, the high priest, but look what it means, tongue. That symbol there is a symbol of a tongue, talking much, talking too much, speaking tongue. You see that, everybody? So the same word for fire and light, the light realm, is the nes, or nesser, or nesis, which is the same word for tongue, or speaking, and the priests of Kemet, their names was nes netter. Boom. The light is created by sound vibrations, thus a ren, a name, sound vibrational being, and the afterlife exists in the realm of light consciousness as a sound wave vibration. Or guess what the original word for name was actually meant? So again, I'm going to read this again. The light, the nes, is created by sound vibrations. Thus the ren, a name, a sound vibrational being, and the afterlife exists in the realm of light consciousness as a sound wave vibration. And guess what the original word for name was actually? When we look at the actual meta-netterglyphs, what was it? It is ren. Ren, which is the mouth, or sound frequency, and waves, sound waves. Sound waves is the meta-netter definition of the word for name, which is ren, sound waves. Boom, a sound wave that exists in a realm of light. Okay, so a name is a sound vibration echoed from a particular state of consciousness, like any other sound. It is the frequency that creates or is created from a particular event. That event may be as physical as the sound of glass shattering. Notice, no matter where in the world you are, what religion, race, or culture you may be in, everyone can identify with the sound vibration of glass shattering. So if I were to play for you the sound of glass shattering, whether you were in China, whether you were in Denmark, whether you're in Jamaica, Trinidad, Canada, Alabama, whether you were in Japan, Africa, everybody would hear that sound, that distinct sound, and say, that's the name or the sound of glass shattering. That is the name of the sound of its destruction that you eventually hear, but there is a name sound of its destruction, and thus, of course, there is a name of its creation that you don't hear. Let me demonstrate for you. Let me get this off the screen. So first of all, let me check the room and see if you all are listening so far, what you all think. I'm going to check some of the comments while I pull up something for you. Why is it showing like this? Very interesting. Let me check the comments out. Let me click this off. Something is very... Okay, here we go. So when you hear the sound of the glass shattering, it's being destroyed, and it's a universal sound that everybody hears, that everybody can identify with. A particular sound, which is a name that you can't pronounce with your mouth. That is a name that is made by the sound of the glass shattering. But that particular sound is the same sound no matter where you're shattering the glass. If you take a wine glass and you drop it on concrete, that sound is the exact same sound in China. It's the exact same sound in Africa. Anybody can hear that and hear the sound of the glass shattering. So that's the sound, or that's the name of its destruction. But what is the name of its creation? Because the name of its creation, you can't hear. You can't hear. I'm gonna go ahead and play something for you, so you can see something. Let me go ahead and put this on. Actually, let me go ahead. This one is Okay, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and put this on. And you guys can see that the name of the destruction of the glass only hits your ear on the physical plane of what your ear can hear in that destruction. But there is a name sound of its destruction and creation that you can hear. So let me go ahead and play this and show you something. I actually played this one time on Killer Priest. My video that I have, I can't, for some reason, I don't have access to it, which is very interesting. Let me see if I'm gonna look one more time. Maybe this is it. This is too much. Wait. Okay, I think this is it, everybody. This may be safer for me to play. I'm finding an underground video. Okay, you know what? I think this is it. I'll just go ahead and play this. I'll go ahead and play this. This is from a not so known source. So yeah, I'll go ahead and play this. Here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. I'll go ahead and play this for a moment. And you can see something here very interesting, which I played a version of this on Killer Priest Podcraft one day. And I'll go ahead and play this for you. Here we go.
Amplifier here, and I can now control the frequency of the sound to this scope, and this amplifier amplify the signal and produce a sound wave and try to okay. We have to do this experiment, so we will need to change the size setting a bit because the sound is going to be too loud. Just for safety. Now we will not live.
Do you see the video here?
So, I'm handing out this. Okay. Who is closer?
There it is. I got it back.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, I don't need that. Okay. So just for safety, I will put this on. And what I'm going to do is also put this glass on, right? Okay, maybe I do this first. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is to start producing sound wave. So through the camera, you should be able to see what is actually shown on the screen. If this glass is actually moving, the wood inside will also vibrate. Okay, so you can see that clearly we don't have resonance yet. So what I'm going to do is to increase the frequency and see what happens. So now it's actually 643. It's actually still below the resonance frequency. Now I have measured the frequency should be 684. So now it's actually 653, 660 hertz, 673 hertz. Can you see the movement? You cannot see the movement still yet. You see now, it's actually matching with the natural, one of the natural frequency of the glass. Okay, apparently the glass like it. Okay, and now you can see that it still start vibrating, and the next step which we are going to do is to try to increase the volume of the sound and see what happens. Maybe you want to cover your ear just for safety. Okay, then the glass may break if we are lucky. Okay, let's see what is going to happen.
Okay, everybody saw that? So the frequency, he found the frequency of what created the glass. It started causing the thing to move, and then the frequency shattered the glass. So there's a frequency, which is a sound, vibration back and forth, the waves, sound wave, RN, REN, the Kemetic word for name, back and forth, up and down. That's why it looks like waves. The frequency that creates everything, because everything is created by a frequency. And if you find that frequency, you can create or destroy. That's why the laws of Ma'at say one can create and destroy with his tongue, his voice, his word. One can create and destroy with frequency, with sound. Everything has a name. Okay, let's get back. Rico says, very interesting. Let's get back to it, everybody. So I want to show you that the glass has a particular sound frequency, and that frequency can destroy or create it. That's where there's so many ancient legends, such as the one of Osset and Ra, and Ashtaroth and her father, where they want to get the name of their father, and that's their power. The frequency is their power, because once you know the frequency of something, you can control it. Not only can you make it or create it, you can make the thing move. So if you can control the frequency of something, it makes it move. And that is the reason why you dance. That's why I explained last week in class, nobody on this planet can explain why the frequency of music makes you start going like this. Why are you doing that? What does that even mean? Is that a language? Does that mean something? Why is your hands doing this? What does that mean to do that? But the frequency of the music is doing something to your body to cause it to move. And it can create you, it can destroy you, it can put you in a sad mood, a happy mood, because what? REN is sound wave, sound frequency, which is in your consciousness. That's why it describes it as you will be remembered. Everything is about memory and consciousness. And sekau, memory, consciousness, where that realm exists. And music, like I taught you last class, means to think. So sound is always associated with thought consciousness. That's why Ptah was the god of creating things with his tongue, with his nesut. When you become a priest of Kemet, you become a Nesser. When you become a pharaoh, what do you become? A Nesut, a Nesubiti. One who commands and controls with his mouth, representing the microcosm that everything is controlled by a name, a sound frequency. Let's get back to the visuals, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. For all the new people in the room that are seeing this, you will understand why people support me the way that they do. Let's get back to the breakdown, everybody. Welcome to the class. Here we go. Let me actually take it off the screen share for a moment until I can actually get these other things off the screen so they don't abrupt the here we go. All right, now I can put on screen share. Everything's off the screen. Now you should be able to just see in a moment just what I am teaching. Here we go. If you can see just what I'm teaching and hear me, press a 1 in the room. If you can see and hear me, press a 1 in the room. That was a question that was our question tonight, Saba. That was your question, Tua. Nini Ook. I answer questions. the knowledge is so vast, it can answer questions that you don't even have to send in to ask. Here we go. So here we go back. So I play the video. You can see how the sound waves create things. The sexau, right? The creating things with the organ energy, organ sexual sexau energy. Okay, that's why sex conceives children and you conceive things in your mind. Sound is made through instruments like organs, your organs and organs, which is also the very first piano, which is from a word called cha, which I'll break down in another class, but it means to be eternal, techa. That's where the word dejed came from, and the symbol of an organ. That is why when you are having sex and you reach the point where you're going to ejaculate, or the woman is going to reach her climax, which makes her moisture for the ejaculation to create a child, that's why you start making noises. Ask somebody, why do you make noises when you're having sex? Noise is associated with creating something. You're recreating how the universe was created. These atheists and scientists even call it the Big Bang a sound that's made to create the universe. The same word they use for sex. She got banged. You walk up to a girl and say, do you want to bang tonight? Walk up to a girl and say, do you want to bang tonight? When she goes to slap you, just say, no, I'm talking about the energy drink. So, but she'll immediately associate the word bang with sex. Like the Big Bang in creation, a sound that you make when the universe organizes itself, like an organ, like an organ, like orgasm. You're making a sound to create sexual pleasure that eventually creates a child. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, and here we go. Everybody ready? Here we go. Let me blow this up a little bit. All right, so now, here's something for you to understand sound. No matter what language you speak, what religion or race, what are the universal words, sounds, names you yell when you buck your toe really hard on a wall? Let me go in the room and see. Let's see if everybody now, through sound vibration, because this deals with organ energy as well, let's see if everybody speaks the same language, no matter where you're from. I don't care if you're in Trinidad in the room, UK, Canada, China. When you hit your foot on the wall, what is the word you say? What's the sound you make, everybody? Go ahead and type into the room. What's the sound you make? There's two sounds. What's the sound you make? Two sounds. There it is, everybody. Shout out to Our Healing Village. Oh, I am here. Shout out to Our Healing Village. There it is. Ouch. And ah, and ouch. You see that? Our Healing Village says ouch. RPM says ah. Menku Ara says ouch. Oh, Rigo says ow, right? No matter where you are, this is the universal sound frequency that was made ever since we were primal beings, yelling out ah when you get hit. It's the sound of destruction. It's the sound of pain, the universal sound before there were any broken up languages. Just like you can hear the sound of people having sex in a room and you will not mistake that for anything else. I don't care if you're in China having sex. I don't care if it's two Jamaican people having sex. It doesn't matter if you're two people in Canada, Australia. There's universal sounds and noises that you hear that you know that's the name, that's the sound, that's the frequency of somebody having an orgasm. That's the sound of sex. You get hit, that's the bang, and you yell out, ow. That's the sound, because they're both sounds of release, of creating something. They're both sounds of creation. Because when you eat, you ingest, you digest, and then you have to release. Everything in the universe works like that. It takes in, and then it releases. When you take in something, a hit, you have to release it, and you release it through a sound. When you're having sex and you're having an orgasm, you have to release, ejaculate, and thus you make a sound. Everything has to ingest, take in, and then release. It's universal. There are the names of those existences. That is the REN, the RN, the word for name in Kemet. Sound, wave, organ, orgasm, bringing things together to create something. And that's why when you bring things together to fashion something, to create it, you call it organizing something. When you join a group of people that are creating an idea, it's called an organization. Organ energy, organizing. You see? That's what it is. They're organs, and you become a member. Member is another word for penis. And when it ejaculates, it releases in the egg, and then the woman inside of her body organizes it and then puts out a baby. Okay? And both the baby and the woman start yelling when they come out. The woman yells when she's releasing. These are all sound. These are all names. That's how deep it was in Kemet. Let me go back to the screen share. So yes, everybody's right. The universal sound you make is, here it is. Here's Jesse. Let me introduce you to Jesse. So here's Jesse here yelling, ouch, because he got hit in the knee. Tommy got hit in the knee. So he's saying, ouch. It doesn't matter if you're in Denmark, where you are, you yell this word, okay? They even have aliens saying it, right? Even aliens saying it. Remember E.T.? Ouch. Remember E.T.? They even have aliens saying it because it's universal. All right. Enough of the comedy. Let's get back to the science. So everyone makes the sound ouch or ah. It's a sound, a universal sound. It's the name of pain. That's its name. That's the name that you gave it. Ah. Ouch, that's the frequency of the release. The sound you make when you have an orgasm, that's the name of the orgasm. That's the frequency of the orgasm. Thus, sounds that come out of us are emotionally driven light consciousness that eventually echoes from the tongue to recreate frequency of what that thought would be as a vibration. Thus, every word, name, no matter how you try to change it, carries the frequency of the thought that created it. I need you to understand that. Very important. It's very important to understand this. People say, yeah, nigger means nighttime, intelligent, great God, earth, Ra, nigger. And you try to change it. Nigger is Naga, the Nagas, the Naga. You try to change the word, nope. The sound frequency that came from the part of the conscious mind when it was thinking of that evil, that's the sound it created. It's just a sound. That sound is the sound frequency of the thought out-ternalized now as a sound entering into your ear. And that sound wouldn't be created if the person didn't have all the thoughts integrated of evil to come out with that particular word. That particular sound is a recreation of the thought because you can't hear a thought. So thus, the way that beings communicate is a sound that is the manifestation of a thought, and that is the name. No matter how you try to change the word, the originator, creator of that word, that is the manifestation of that thought frequency. When you hear a dog growl, you don't try to change that sound. You don't try to growl back and say, growl is grrr, I'm greater than the greatest. Grrr. You don't, when you hear that dog growling at you, you run. You don't have time to try to break down. Growl is G-R-O, the great Ra of Osiris of Ra, lamentations. No. The sound that the dog is making is a universal sound of the consciousness of the anger and warning that it's giving you, that I will rip your neck apart. If you no matter how you try to imitate that sound, I'm gonna growl to my baby. No, that noise is a particular sound frequency that only comes from that thought, just like the shattering of glass that shatters in Ohio makes that sound. The shattering of glass that shatters in Japan makes that sound. The shattering of glass that shatters in Oklahoma In Trinidad, when you drop a glass and it shatters and you all hear that sound, you know somebody just dropped a glass and it shattered. You could try to change that sound to mean this means the joy of my life, and the third chakra entered into the left vortices of my left vertebrae, and that's what the shattering of glass means, to shatter, shattera. You could try to do all of that. That sound will never change because that is the sound of the frequency of that particular event, period. So you could try to take the name Campbell and Cameron, which is the sound that came out of the Tamahu when that Tamahu fought twisted nose, one-eyed creature, Cameron, Campbell, twisted nose, twisty mouth. You can try to take Cameron and say it means challenging of my appendix and the momentum of raw on. You can try to do all that. That is not what created the sound. That sound has one frequency, period, no matter what you try to do to it. And that is why they took your name away. That is one of the reasons why you took your name away, because the ancient people of Kemet, the ancient people of the Nile, knew that it was RN, sound wave, that came from Seksau, that came from conscious memory. And that sound wave and sound frequency pattern, you needed to know that sound so you could gather yourself back in that other realm, because in that other realm you don't have the electrons and the atoms holding you together. You only have the sound frequency. So if you don't know your sound frequency, what happens? You shatter just like the glass, and you go into multiple parts, multiple pieces. But if you know the sound frequency and you can capture that consciousness, then you stay as one being in the afterlife or in the out of body. You stay as the one because it's only sound frequency vibration that's holding you together. That is the power of a name in ancient times. That is what it means, okay? So here we go, everybody. I'm not done. Here we go, okay? And because you are the house frequency, that it was very important to align with the frequencies or recall them, as the Per Emharu states, for you to exist in a state outside of the physical. Wait, did you notice the oldest book of the afterlife is called Per Emharu, which is you coming forth as light? But what part of that sentence is you? So people say Per Emharu means you're coming forth by day. But what part of that word, those words, are describing you? Is it per? Is it m? Is it haru? You're coming forth by light. Heru is light. Heru is day, is light. Per em haru. But let me show you how intricate the people of the Nile Valley were. What part of it was you? Let's look at the part that was you, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. For all of you who are brand new to the class, this is how I answer questions. Like I said before, if you get these answers like this from any other YouTube channel or any other teacher, please, I beg thee, please put the link in the room so I can go join their class. And I will take everybody there. If you are not seeing these type of breakdowns on other channels like this that you're seeing here, then please appreciate what you see and support the Podclass through Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal, Rocky SV. This is what I do for a living. I live strictly off my mind, off of teaching, off of this that I do for you all. Okay, there's no tax season for me. So here we go. Here's the Per Emharu. And look, I'll show you word for word. Plate 5. The beginning, right? This is a part of Ahati's name. Ha, that lion right there. The beginning of the Ryu, which is sound, utterances. They call it chapters because the word chapter means head, and Ra was the head of the Nitiru, so they translated Ra as chapters. The sound of coming forth. There's your coming forth by day. So there's the word of the name of the Per Emharu, Pert Emharu. And the praisings, thou art my Ka within my body, which forms in strength my limbs. And then we go down, and what does it say? May thou come forth in the place of happiness. And there's the word per. I'm going to blow it up a little bit. There's the word per. Interesting, though. Look how it looks. Let's take a look at how the word per looks. There's per right there. Do you see it? I'll shrink it down a little bit. There is per. Notice it has feet. Let's take a look and examine what the Kemetians wrote. What is the Per Haru? Here's Per, right there. Come forth. So the coming forth, you coming out of your body, has feet, which represents movement, and then it's two other symbols, two of which have already broken down, but I'm going to break them down again to remind you. Boom. Coming forth is the house. You are the temple, and the mouth, sound, name, sound, wave, energy, with feet symbolizing motion through consciousness. See that rectangle right there? That is a symbol of a temple. That's a house or a temple. There's the entrance right there. That's the doorway. That is the Per. That's the temple of the sound. That's the mouth. And there's the feet. You are the temple of sound. You are sound wave frequency in the afterlife with the ability to move because you're using thought consciousness. You are the temple. You're the realm in that other realm that is the ability to move because you're a sound vibrational energy wave. And here's the words right here. Here is Ren, which is the word for name, mouth, sound frequency, sound waves, RN, Ren. Okay, thus in Kemet, the followers of Ma'at overstood the importance of a name equaling the sound frequency which creates all things, and that is the Ren that is left after your physical body perishes and gives you the ability to go forth as light if you remember consciously gather your name frequency. Thus, as a macrocosm, while you are alive, you have to live up to your name Ren so that it may go forth and precede you in the realm of consciousness, light, and the minds of others, so that you may be remembered by that frequency forever and ever. See how deep we were? Because remember, we go right back up to the homeless, right back up to the eloquent peasant, right back up here. This is the eloquent peasant talking. Your name will never vanish upon the earth, for he will be remembered because of his goodness, such as the integrity of the decree of the Nitiru. Teachings of Kigimni, let your name go forth. While you are silent, your mouth isn't what's doing the talking. Your sound frequency does the sound making on the other side, and that's how you exist. Now in the physical, you representing that as a microcosm, your name, your Ren, it goes forth as your reputation. While you're quiet, by the time you go somewhere, they already know of you. So because, for example, me, if I come to any one of your cities and you all see me, you all already know of Tehuti before I even get there. My Ren or my reputation preceded me. Your name went forth, just as your name goes forth in the afterlife and exists forever, is the same thing you're doing on the microcosm level, having your name or your reputation go forth into the next person's mind. So again, a name is a sound vibration echoed from a particular state of consciousness. Okay, so now we'll go back down again. So you understood how deep the Kemetians were. How deep they were, they literally lived this out while they were alive. Everything the people in Kemet did was a reenactment of what was going to happen to them in the spiritual realm. Even them giving themselves a name. Even that deep, giving themselves a name. That's how deep it was. Okay? Now, and that's why it was so important for this brother today to get his name. That's why he was crying today. He didn't even know all this, but it's in his subconscious. So again, thus in Kemet, the followers of Ma'at overstood. Thus in Kemet, the followers of Ma'at overstood the importance of a name equaling the sound frequency which creates all things, and that is the Ren that is left after your physical body perishes and gives you the ability to go forth. Like it says, let your name go forth. That's why you see the Pert in the Pert Amharu when it says coming forth. It's a sound frequency, the Ra, the mouth making a sound, which is in a temple, and it has 2 feet going forth. In the afterlife or in an out-of-body experience, you do that. You go forth, you echo yourself, you go forth, and just as your name in the physical realm, living by the decree of the Nitiru, it goes forth and precedes you. So by the time you get to an area, they already respect you because your name went forth in the physical, just as your name is going to go forth in the afterlife or in the out of body, your sound frequency. If you remember consciously and gather your name frequency, thus on a microcosm while you were alive, you have to live up to your Ren so that it may go forth and precede you in the realm of conscious light that exists in the minds and the neurons of people, because your neurons are composed of light. So just as your mind is composed, your brain is composed of light, that's how your Ren goes forth in that realm in the physical plane. And just as it goes forth at the sound frequency in the Nesser realm on the other side, and that's why the word for tongue, speaking, was the same word for light. Thus you may be remembered by the frequency forever. See how deep we used to be? And that was coming from a peasant. That was coming from the equivalent of the same guy you see on Skid Row pushing the cart. And Komet, that would be your teacher today. See how he was speaking? That's the eloquent peasant talking. And that is why people request a new name instinctively after receiving these teachings. Hotep. That is my answer, everybody. I hope you all appreciated it. That is how I answer questions here at the Tehuti Podclass. Rewind the tape, as they say. Go back, watch this again and again. Anytime you watch, you will learn something new. This whole class frequency and this part of the up until now is the frequency of this brother getting his name. So he will download this. I will have this. He can download this. I will have this sent to him. And this is why people request their names from me, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. And this is why people in ancient Kemet had names. Boom. I hope you appreciated the answer. If you appreciate what it is that I do, support what it is that I do, because this is how I answer questions. If you honestly think that, hey, this is everywhere, I get this on all the channels, everybody's talking about this is nothing, man, everybody's talking about this, then don't support me and get this from somewhere else. But if there's 81 people watching this, it's either 81 people that have respect for what it is that you're hearing, so that support what it is that I do, or there's 81 people gathering this up so they can debate me one day, or there's 81 people watching this for entertainment. But for all those who are honest within themselves and feel that this information helps you in any kind of fashion, this is what I do for a living. I'm a professional Saba teacher for all of you. So all I ask in return is reciprocity, and please support through Cash App, TT Amun, or PayPal. Send in the support for what it is that I do. I'm not going to be here in a few years, so appreciate what this is. These pod classes will go down in history forever. I hope you appreciate it. This is the support. And let me go check the chat to see if Bev was even in the room, or for those who got the answer and appreciate, I'm going to check the chat, and I'm going to do some donations, show the donations, and answer one or two more of the questions that have come in. Let me go ahead and check the chat and see who appreciated this answer from Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. If you don't appreciate it, type that in the room too. You suck, Tehuti. What's your name, ill? Type that in the room too. What's your name, ill? The girl in the, what's your name, ill? My name's Shaquanda. What that mean? I don't know. So let me go ahead and check and see. I'll turn the timer off. Woo, that was an hour answer. All right, let me check and see what everybody thought of the answer, if everybody appreciated it. And then I'm going to do, that's why it wakes her children up. Hilarious. Okay, let me go ahead and see. Yes, Ati, thank you. Saba's emergency fund. I am in a situation where there is an emergency, and I do appreciate the support for that too, which I do see some has come in today. Okay, here we go. Official beat says, boom. Menku Aram Mary Ma'at, the new brother who got his name today, his Ren today. He says, fire. Big Blunt says, there is no other. There is no other. Thank you, my brother. Rigo says, damn. Yeah, the house is you. Yes, the house is you. Okay, Rigo says, damn. Rigo says, incredible. And I think those are hand claps. Like my eyes. Huh? I think those are hand claps. Thank you, Rigo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Manku Aram Marie Ma'at put thunderbolts, thunderbolts, thunderbolts. Thank you, my brother. For those who have just stepped into the podcast, that is the brother who just got his new name today. Thank you so much. Darius McNear says, great breakdown. Shaquanda said she loved it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hika Kepara says, astronomical breakdown, Saba Tua. Thank you for your appreciation. Shout out to MC Ren. Hilarious. Who is Darius? He's a comedian. Manku Kep, he's fast with his, he must be a stand-up comedian. He's fast with his stuff. All right, Manku Ara Mary Ma'at has sun, a black sun, a star, another star. He has what are those? Lightning bolts. Shout out to everybody who appreciated the answer. You lost a few viewers on that last statement. I appreciate you for teaching us. No problem. I actually, let me tell you all something, please. Let me tell you all something. I don't actually care about views, you know? I tell my goddesses that. I don't care about views. I'm not even, I don't care. If I used to teach 4 people for years. My goddesses and a visitor. I don't even care about views. If there's just 5 of you, but I'm getting the support, I'll do it all private. You know, that's great. That's great. I will go by myself in the mountains and talk to squirrels. I don't care about, there's 10 of you. As long as that's supporting the podcast and supporting me, that's all that needs to be taught. I don't care. Thank you, though. Appreciate you, Rigo. Lisa Marie says, I appreciate you. I appreciate I appreciate you and all the knowledge that you are giving me. Shout out, Lisa Marie. Peace to you. Robert Williams says, spell it. Nani Asetmer says, mind-blowing answers again and again. Shout out to all those who appreciated the answer. I'm going to now bring the team on. I'm going to shout out the, there's the link in the room for the team. I'm going to shout out the donations that were given. Shout out to the donations that were given. So team, jump in so you can do the sound effects. And then we're going to go to the next question. The next question that came, some Christ consciousness. Christ consciousness is coming in. All right, so team, jump in so you can do the sound effects. I'm going to shout out some of the people that donated even while I was teaching this. Shout out. Let me see. Not sure if those are mine that you cannot read. Oh, okay. I'll see if it's Facebook. The reason I can't read it is because it's not. There's no problem. Is I'm looking at my emails, and when it's Cash App, it says the amount actually as the title of the email. Where my Facebook, I have to click on the email to actually read it. So because I'm just scrolling through, that's why I couldn't read it. I can read it once I click on it. I just didn't have the time. I'm about to read them in a second. Okay, so here we go. So shout out to, let me get the team in the room, give the shout outs, and then I'm going to take another couple minute break and then come back and answer the next questions. Where's the team? Where's everybody? I can't see my screen. There they are. Okay. Mancor, Ramari, Arcad, Infinite, Scribe, Zep Teppy Slim. Your new name is Shorty T. That's hilarious. What's your name, ill? I had never, no matter where I lived, I never got that accent. I don't know. I can't do it. Team Odd is here. Okay, let me give it. Mango's going crazy at the accent. Nobody hears me talk like that. I can't even. That talk. It makes me sick. It makes me sick. That talk. It makes me. It made me sick. It's how it's not. It only breeds ignorance. That talk is the frequency of ignorance. People hear me talk and they say, "I thought you were a little white guy," because I talk. They say I talk proper. So if you talk proper, you're talking white. But I say that talk that what y'all gonna do if I don't get your ass up in here? You ain't know nothing, man. That's actually how the slave master on the porch talked. Go back to the slave movies. Go back and go back to Mississippi and watch those rednecks guys. What you doing here, boy? I'm gonna knock your head off, boy. You don't make y'all going to fuck up. That's how they talked. So when you talk like that, you're actually speaking like them. It's not actually. People think that's a black talk. That's not black talk. That's not black talk. That's the redneck slave master on the porch. Get over here, boy, before I whip your ass. You ain't know what I'm talking about. You better get over here, man. Yeah, that's how they talk. That's not how they talk when they came over from Nigeria. So here we go. Okay, let me give a shout out to the donators. Starting with, okay, well, first I have a brother sent in a correction. E-Bill Abel sent in a correction. Thank you for clarification. Much respect. What is the book of... Oh, okay. I'm going to have to answer this next week. I saw this. What is the book of Polymanda and Juti in relation to the Purim Haru? And is Tehuti and Osiris related family? Who is older? That's a couple questions in. So we're Ali Abel. I'll get to that. I'll get to that next week. I'm just going through my emails now. So I see that you corrected. You sent in another question because your first one couldn't be answered. So no problem. We'll get to that when I can get to it. So shout out to Ammon. Woo! Shutting it down. Who is Ammon Ma'at Ra? Who is this brother? Who is this brother? This brother here. Get ready, guys, for the bombs. Shout out to Ammon Ma'at Ra, who always gives huge supports. Who is this brother? Let me go ahead and save him as he said support for the situation. Let me go ahead and save that. Support Amun. Support Amun. I'm going to put support Amun. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the brother. Here, let me go ahead and do a screen share. Screen sharing it up. And he gives in a big one. This is the support that I'm talking about, everybody. Thank you. I know over a period of accumulated time, you all have people will say, man, this is what a donation these people are giving. You all know that throughout your life, you have tipped waiters way more than this. In the last 10 years, you've tipped waiters way more than this in accumulation. Shout out to my good brother, Amun Ma'at Ra. He says support for the situation. Shem M. Ho Tep. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Give him the bombs, guys. Give him the horn. Thank you, my good brothers. My sound team. Thank you. $50. That's how much the people appreciate me. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. Thank you. Rego's putting more hand claps up. He says, very articulate. Keep teaching. My name is Squirrel. Okay, that's funny. I get it. That. Strangers in the house. Stranger, the namer of the moderators. That's the man who named these people right here. The moderators. Strangers in the house. Nania Setmer, Ankia Ma'at, Hati Ma'at, the scribe. They're called the moderators from the man named Stranger. Thank you. Okay, next donation in. Coming in from, these are some big donations I see coming in. Okay, so here's Daryl again. Daryl always sends his consistent 508. And unless he sends support donations. So shout out to Daryl. Let me go ahead and put him in the room. Thank you, Daryl. He sends in. Boom. I'll just save this as 4 or is it 3? 3. Save this as 3. Nice. Okay. Boom. Shout out to Daryl. Shout out to you, my good brother. He sends in his 508. That's the person who asked the. He's the one that asked the Cleopatra question. Shout out to you. Share screen. Boom. Window. Here we go. Shout out to Daryl. 508 for Podclass. Divine 71. Appreciate you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you. He's always supporting each week. And he sends in this support and support for the situation. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And sends in money for questions. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to Nito Campbell. So Nito Campbell has suggested no need to say the amount, but you all know, so I'm not going to put it on the screen, but you all know when Nito Campbell donates, I don't even have to say what it is. I do not have to say what it is, but go ahead, gentlemen, and just give the bombs and everything right now because you know it's great. Boom! Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And the brother Anthony Drain, who donates every week before the class even starts. He usually donates 1072. This one's a little different, interesting. He donated a little bit more. And then put a very interesting message here. So I'm going to give a shout out. Shout out to Nito Campbell. Not Nito Campbell. Anthony Drain. Shout out to Anthony Drain. And you guys can give him his noise, his claps and such. Let me see. This time he doubles it up. Instead of 1072, he sends 2072. And then he says, shout out to the goddess Shashette. Thank you. Shout out to the goddess Shashette. Okay, wonderful. And the next donators is our what date was the last class? Wait. 12:30, right? Okay. So you know what? Shout out to, I don't even think I did this one because this one came the next day. I don't know if I did it with this one, but I'm going to do it anyways. Let me ask you, Ahati, can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother Ahati?
Yes.
Did I give you a shout out for your donation? Because I think you sent it after the day after the class. I didn't put it on the screen, did I?
I don't remember.
No, I don't think
you did.
Because the last class was December 30th, right?
No, you didn't put it on the screen.
December 30th.
Yeah, okay, good. So you sent December 31st. Let me go ahead and put that up just to give you a shout out because it actually came after the class was closed down. It came the next day actually. So shout out to, let me put it up on the screen. I hear the
who's cocking the burner.
I hear the click. I hear the clicking already. I haven't even put up on the screen.
That's the sound you hear when
we're getting ready
with us. That's not supposed to be there.
They're getting ready. Okay, hold on a second. Let me go ahead and see if I can find it without saving it. It should be a window here. Shout out to Ahati Ma'ad who sent this. It was last week. and it came after the class closed, so I didn't get a chance to put it on the screen. Ahati Ma'at with the $100. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at with the $100. Let me move this off the screen so you can see his face. Shout out to Ahati Ma'at. Oh my goodness. Let me move this off the screen. Okay, one moment. Let me Okay. Also, okay, I see a brother wanted to come in the room. Bajan Pharaoh, shout out to you, my brother. But right now, the people that come in the room in this section are just the team for this particular section. I may bring you on after, but this is just for the team right now to do their announcements after I come off. But shout out to Banjan, the Pharaoh. Shout out to Banjan, Banjan Pharaoh. Shout out to you. But this right now is just for the team to come on to do the sound effects and to do the some more announcements while I take a break. Shout out to Banjan Pharaoh though. Okay, next up I'll do one more, then I'll let you guys wow. Heka Kepara, are you in the building? You all need some different kind of sounds for this one. Different type of sounds here. Oh my, this one was doing, this is from today for the, oh, very nice. This is for the support fund. The special, he called the special fund. Support, Heka. Support Heka, I'm gonna put huge. Thank you, my good brother. Let me put this up on the screen here. Shout out to Heka Kepara with the monster support. Look at that, everybody. 125 for the situation. He called it special fund. Shout out to Heka Kepara. Give him the bombs, guys. Give him the noise. Back to back. A hug you from Ahati from last week. And 125. He gets Kepara. I think he sent two more. I see his name up. I see his name up above this. This isn't his only one today. That's what I'm saying. He's topping. He's shutting the room down because I saw his name. Another one or another two, I think. Other than this, shout out to Heka Kepara. Wow. Thank you, my brother, with the 125 and the other two, which are above this. Crazy. Thank you, everybody, for keeping. Let me see. Did I see his name more than once? Who's this? Oh, Rigo. I can't even say that one yet. Oh, wait. No, let me put that back on unread. I thought I saw Heka Kepara more than once. He sent me an email. Yes, I see his name more than once. And who is this? Is Anthony Jackson? Yep. Oh my, he's sending it both 3 times. He's sending it PayPal and Cash App. He's just on 2 different phones. I don't know what he's doing. He's on his computer, on his phone. I'm not sure. He's just going crazy. Shout out to Heka Kepara again. Let me put him on the screen again. Heka Kepara. This one is for a question. Heka Kepara with a question. Heka Kepara, here we go. Let me see. I'm going to save this as a question. So from, what's the date today? January 6th. From Jan 6, Heka question. Okay, let me go ahead and put it on the screen. So he's sending donations, another donation, and then a question on top of that. Heka Kepara truly appreciates what it is that I do. Thank you, my good brother. If you're in the room, I can't see the room right now, but let me go ahead and put him up there. Is this him right here? Shout out to Heka Kepara. Can you all see that? Give him his bombs and such. He just gave 125. Then there's 25. There's another one. The question is, Why was Ma'at represented as the base for images of Nut and Geb? Oh my. I've actually answered this question a couple times, but I'm gonna go ahead. Right? I've answered this question a couple times, but I'll put some together just condensing. I'm gonna condense it. I could go ahead and answer right now with words, and I've answered this before. I could go back to those, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'll get to this. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Oh man, appreciate you. Thank you, my good brother. Okay, gentlemen, you all can take over. I'm gonna take my break. What a beautiful room. What a beautiful family this is. Everybody, you all are awesome. We're still going. There's more questions. I'm gonna go ahead and give them this. I'm gonna answer 2 more. I have enough time, then I gotta shut down. I got a busy day tomorrow, and this weekend we're gonna go to the reptile show. We're having family day at the reptile show. So, all right, let me go ahead and go ahead, gentlemen, take it over. I'll be back. Peace and love. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Peace and love, Hotep Ma'at. This is you, brother. But I just want to stress that I just want to shout out everybody that supports our Saba and supports the truth, and just let everybody know that it's an honor for me to stand next to everybody that supports the truth, because I know that there's people out there like me that support the truth and that love Ma'at. So shout out to everybody that support Saba and support the truth. And what I say is the love is fake, the hate is real. And I'm talking about how they try to ignore our Saba and how they try to ignore the truth. They see us out there, they see the truth. And our Saba is he is unmatched, and the love is fake, the hate is real. And I'm gonna continue to say that. Come join us, come support the truth. It's a beautiful thing, brother. I'm so happy for you. I'm not even gonna hog the mic, brother. I'm gonna let you speak and share some more of your beautiful experience, because I definitely look forward to I'm next, bro. I'm next, brothers. I am next. And man, listen, that breakdown of the Ren was monumental. And that goes to show how important. Oh man, listen, shout out to everybody that support the truth. teachingsofma'at.org. Brother, I'm gonna let you take it over, brother. Peace and love.
I mean, the synchronicity, and Saba he just be snapping. He be blacking out like every time. Like the timing and the detail, the dedication, the devotion, the love that he has for teaching is he's more than just a teacher. Like he's a cultural leader. He's like how he deals with time, his conscious awareness, his light, his soul, his spirit, his attention to detail is like pretty phenomenal. How he examines and how he sees things that a lot of people will miss. I'll share a little bit more about my name. I'm going to share my screen real quick and give you guys some more insights into the name Saba gave me. Let's see. Let me see real quick how I can get into this a little bit more.
Just let me know whenever you want it to actually show, and I'll pull it up for you.
Okay, cool. 1 second. Let me just get this. Try one more time.
Shout out to Rigo, teaching us to be leaders. That's a fact, my brother. And shout out to all the supporters that support the truth and recognize the truth. and stand on it and support Saba and support our leaders.
One second. Almost there.
No problem. Make sure if you haven't hit the like button on the stream yet, make sure you go ahead and do that. Hit the like button. Share it. When you hit the share and copy link, that also helps the algorithm push it out there more. So yeah, just make sure you're liking the stream. Make sure you're sharing it. And if you have not subscribed, do so now. I don't know what you're waiting on. If you haven't done it yet, hit that notification bell. If you don't get notifications, sometimes they send them out, sometimes they don't, but you have more of a chance of getting that notification when you hit that bell next to the subscribe button, of course. So yeah, most definitely. Let's see. Yeah, shout out to everyone in the chat, man. Peace and love. Yeah, I absolutely love the breakdowns of the Ren. You know, it's so deep, so many different ways you can go in talking about the Ren. Even just the two glyphs with the mouth and the waves. It's just absolutely genius that the actual shape of the tones create those, you know, and it's absolutely mind-blowing, you know, once you start to dissect language and speech and remove that factor of just because we understand the sounds that we're speaking, that this specific language actually means what it is that we're saying, you know. So when we can really remove that, and by learning the meta nature, you go to basically the oldest source, one of the oldest sources of why we even speak the words that we speak today, and it's so powerful, right? So yeah, is that up? You ready for that?
Yeah, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I'll put it up now. There you go.
Okay. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger. So the first part of the name, I'm sorry, this is a little tricky how this is. Let me just try one more thing. I'll just read part of, so the first part of the name, Menku. Menku means perfect in the knowledge of spells, good deeds, benefits, excellence, perfection, solid, gracious disposition, good counsel, loyal, and well-conducted child. And a lot of this, I believe Saba is pulling from my community work with the name Menku. And then the second part of the name, Ara, means creator, creative, wise, pleasing unto the nectar. And then there's another part, let me just see, over to the left. I think this might be on a different page. Let me just see something real quick. Let me see. So he actually last week, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
He is the maker of Every. I think that was on the last Podclass Saba did. Thou wouldst be like a wise man, maketh thou thy son to be pleasing unto the nectar. So he really he's just Saba being Saba and how he put this together. And then Mary is love, a friend, a lover, Marie is desire. Let me see what else. Protector is the Marie. And then Ma'at is so much. Ma'at meaning living in light, soul, and spiritual truth. Ma'at is the personification of justice and righteousness. Ma'at is the essence of a netter and creation. Ma'at represents the very order which constitute creation. So he has the Marie tool on there, different angles of it. Sorry, this didn't come out that great. Let me see. 1 second. And then in addition to, let me just pull this one up. So at the top is my picture, and then it's an email exchange that we had, me and Saba. He had asked me what are some of the things that, some of the changes that I witnessed in myself since I started learning from him on one-on-ones and the Podclass. And so I sent him, he asked for 3 things. I think I sent him like 20 things that had changed in my empowerment, learning from Saba. And then in addition to everything that he sent on the left side of the birth certificate he gave me, he also included this image of Tehuti and the Ankh and Seti and the rebirth, the resurrection and being reborn, because the Ankh is a symbol of eternal life. Just came out really well how he put this together. I've seen this image before. I don't know how he got it, the color that he got. Sorry, I know that's probably annoying, that me messing with the image a little bit, but yeah, that's pretty much the basis of the name Menku Ara. Mari Ma'at is a real brief breakdown of the name. So mostly, and then, I think he had talked about my compassion as well, my loyalty and my interest in community. So yeah, that's pretty much a quick synopsis of how he put my name together, just observing me and a lot of my past and how I was coming into Ma'at and the teachings of Kemet, kind of like put it all together to come up with the name. So that's basically it.
That was beautiful, brother. That was beautiful. Hati, Scribe, you brothers want to share?
Yeah, that was good, brother. Looks like you took a picture of that. Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I took a picture with my phone when I was at his place. And then when I got home, I took a picture of it too. It's kind of weird trying to get the angle of it, but he's going to email me the image as well. And then I would be able to display it a little bit better via email or PDF.
Nice.
Yeah, I love that word, Ara, too, Ari, the creation, because it's also the eye and the mouth. So it's the sight and the sound simultaneously. It's just, that's one thing I love about the meta nature. It's the most deepest, simplest form of information, and it's just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that's facts right there, because sound and vibration is and frequencies is such a big thing, more than just what we can see. And so with the metal netter, how there's so many symbols and different variations of the meanings with the symbols and multiple words, is there's nothing like. That's why it's the greatest civilization ever. Ma'at is so powerful because of all that it includes with the metal netter.
Awesome. What a great class. What a great this in the anniversary class. This is really good. This is really, really beautiful. You brothers are beautiful. The people in the class are awesome. I was just telling my goddess, I don't care about views. I guess I haven't learned that yet. I don't know anything about that. I used to teach 4 people. I used to teach a Hati and my goddesses, or Hati and my goddesses, and 4 people for years. So I'm just happy that the true people are here, and the support is what I mainly care about. The support that can give me the time to answer questions for you, whether it's 20,000 people viewing or it is 60 people viewing, but the supporters and the dedicated and the people that are touched, like Menko Ra and Scribe and Ahati and Arcad and the people in the room, I would literally do this private. I would open up a Tehuti Podclass private with a few people if everybody was just supporting big. I don't really care for the whole world to get this information. I really don't. I never had that urge. If it gets big, it gets big. I've never had that urge for that. I just appreciate the small handful of people that I can trust, and that's what's important to me. And that's why all of you brothers here are important to me. And I really don't even want the whole world to get this, because I think they'll abuse this. So you can ask Ahati. I have to be coerced to teach. I'm not coerced to teach the masses. I'm not truly interested in that. I'm the guy that will take 20 people to a mountain and close it off and live off of catching fish. So, but I appreciate you all, brothers. You all are wonderful. It is 11:20. I'm gonna try. I don't have much time, but I'm gonna try to get in these last 2, do a couple more shout outs, and close up this beautiful class. But these next questions that are in are awesome. I'm going to get to the donations that have come in. More have come in. Actually, since I've taught. But no donation has come in about an hour. So be it. But I appreciate those who have come in. I'm going to refresh the page, and I'm going to get into the next question, everyone. See if I can wrap these up and go to bed at a decent time tonight, knowing that I satisfied the people with their questions. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Scribe, Menko Ra, Mary Ma'at. I'm gonna email you the actual file that you can put on the screen to blow up, so it can be clear for you and everybody to see. I'm gonna send the actual image to you. Okay. Shout out to you, brothers. I'm gonna go into the next questions now. And I'll bring you all on to close it out. I'm gonna do 2 in a row. 2 in a row, have you all on, shout out, close out.
To Saba for teaching us how to build culture, build community, and this is leadership development. So thank you, Tua.
I appreciate that. That's what I'm here to do, and I'm here to make you whatever you're to be. That's all. I'm all about biological imperatives. So whatever you are, I will just focus on whatever that is. So I never try to make someone something else. whatever I look at everybody, whatever the best is or the greatest is of what you are, that's the cell that I'm looking for. That's the cell. So I never expect the thumb to be the finger. I don't want my finger to work like my toe. I don't want my toe to work like my butt cheek. I want my left chest to work, my right shoulder to do what it does, and everybody. I want everybody.
So the fart can't work like a burp. It has to.
Yeah, I want to burp. My burp to be the best. If I blow my nose, that's the best. I want my nose to work the best. That's why everybody to be in here. That's why I rarely get upset with people. Only disappointed when they don't do what I know they're supposed to and the best at. Whatever you're the best at, that's what I'm looking for, and that's what I'll hold you to. So if Ahati can't fix my car, if he comes over and says he's going to help me fix the car, and he tries and it doesn't work, I'll never get upset because he never claimed to be a mechanic. So I don't care if the car gets fixed. I'll take it to Hernandez. He'll do it. Okay, so yeah, literally a guy named Hernandez. So here we go, everybody. I'm going to go ahead. And,
neighbor.
Yeah, the neighbor Gerardo will do it. Let me go ahead, everybody, and answer these questions here. I'm going to invite you brothers back on right afterwards, and we'll get into it. So peace and love to everybody. Arcad, Scribe, Bahati. Oh, everybody disappeared quick. And Menkuari, Mary Maad. Here we go, everybody. Next question in for the Tehuti Podclass. It is 12. It is 11:24. Let's see what the next question is that I'm going to answer in the Tehuti Podclass. And the next one that is in is this one in from what's this? Eric Guadiu. Is that Eric G in the room? Eric Guadiu. Eric Guadiu. Okay, is that you? Is Eric Guadiu in the room? Let me go ahead and put his question in here and go ahead and answer this. If Eric Guadiu is in the room, even if he's not, I'm still going to go ahead and answer it. But shout out to Eric Guadiu for asking this question. And let me go ahead and put it in the room. And let me go ahead and put this Eric Guadiu with the question. Let me go like this. Is Eric G in the room? Let me blow this up a little bit so everybody can see. When this question first came in, I don't know if I was tired, but I couldn't read it. I thought it said voodoo. I thought it said something else, but I looked at it closely and I recognized it said Vadoma. Vadoma. Okay, let me okay, is it plugged in? Okay, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. Shout out to the brother, if you are in the room, Eric G. Is this you, Eric G? Okay, Eric G is Eric Guadiu. Okay, awesome. Like audio. I don't know what that means, but he said like audio. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is my answer. Here's the question, first of all. Let me go ahead and put the question in the room. And here's the question. I'm going to blow it up. And shout out to Eric G, who sent in this question, which is, and he sent in a good donation, $20. Let me put it in the room. Shout out to you, my good brother. Here is the question. Everybody can see that. Shout out to Eric Guadiu, who sent in $20. And the question is, can you speak on, I think how is a typo. Can I speak on the how the Vadoma, okay, no, it's not. Can you speak on how the Vadoma tribe came about? Okay, can everybody see that on the screen? Is anybody familiar or heard of the Vadoma tribe? Anybody heard of them? The Vadoma tribe. Let me go ahead and blow it up a little bit. There it is. Everybody can see that better now. So can you speak on how the Vadoma tribe came about? Has anybody heard of this tribe before? The Vadoma tribe. Anybody heard of it? Okay, let me go ahead and close this up. And boom. And let's get to the answer. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Eric G asks, how did the Vadoma tribe come about? So here we go. Let me go ahead and get into the answer to this question. Great question, everybody. How did they come about? So I'm going to go ahead and get into it. Robert Williams said, nah. Okay, good. Okay, get your pen and pads out. Let me go ahead and answer this question. So here we go. Hyde, let me introduce you to it's actually pronounced the Vadoma of Zimbabwe. Here they are, everybody. Let me introduce you to the Vadoma, which got turned into Vadoma, but the Vadoma of Zimbabwe. Here they are, everybody. Beautiful set of people who are actually associated with the Khoisan. They are from Zimbabwe, and they're some of the oldest people on the planet Earth, and they are the Vadoma tribe. Everybody can see that. If you can see this and hear me, press a 1. Let me go ahead and go back into the room. If you can see this and hear me, press a 1, please. I want to make sure I am seen and heard. Mic check 1 1. Mic check 1 1. Press a 1, everybody, if you can see me and hear me. The Vadoma tribe. Is my screen locked up? We're the Vadoma tribe. My thing has a lag. So there they are. There's the ones. We got Eric G with the 1. We got Higa Kepara with the 1. Okay, good. You can see me and hear me. B. John Farrow says 1. Eric G, you say nope. Nope what? You can't hear me anymore? He says nope. Maybe that's for another question. Okay, Maurice Waller, press 1. Robert Williams, press 1. Jody, press 1. Darius McNair, press 1. Kamit says be once. Okay, I guess that's 1. So here we are, everybody. Here's the Vadoma tribe. There they are. So people say Vadoma, but it is Vadoma. So let me introduce you to the Vadoma tribe. Why is it interesting? It's coming out dull for some reason. Okay, so this is the Vadoma tribe. Let me blow this up again. There they are. Beautiful green. There you are. Let me introduce you to the Vadoma tribe, everybody, from Zimbabwe, South Africa, the same area that my spider Neith is from. So here they are, beautiful set of people. And let's continue. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. So these are the last known, here's some unique things about them. They're the last known hunter-gatherers in the world. 2 groups exist, and they're small, an estimated 300 to 400, and up to today 500 of these particular groups of these with this unique characteristic. In Keniemba area, and 80 to 100 in the Angwa area, 75 kilometers to the south. They're originally from Zambezi Valley, the Zambezi Valley, and their descendants still speak Kalenga. Okay. This tribe are excellent tree climbers. So they're excellent tree climbers. So here's some unique things about them. They're the last hunter-gatherers in the world. All Homo sapiens start off as hunter-gatherers. They're the last ones. There's a small group of them, about 500 of them, that they can find because they have others that they seem to disappear. They can't seem to find them. They're very hard to find and count. And they're excellent tree climbers. Okay, wonderful group. And they're originally from Zambezi Valley, now in Zimbabwe. And there's 400 to 500 in Keniemba and 80 to 100 in Angwa area. Okay, and actually, they teach that their ancestors, here's what they teach, that their ancestors came from Adizonia digitata tree and climbed down it and became hunters. So they teach that their ancestors came from a particular tree and they became hunters. So even they acknowledge their tree climbing hunter gatherer abilities. Here is the baobab, most popularly known as a baobab, and the Anzonia digitata, and also the Bagamoyo in Tanzania. Okay, Tanzania is the most southern part of Kemet, and here is the tree. It's also there. So they teach that their ancestors came out of from a tree, and they were great hunters that actually come down from trees. So they acknowledge themselves as great tree climbers as well, or at least their ancestors were, and they descend from that. Okay. All right, so here we go. Okay, that is not the only thing that makes this tribe unique. So there's something else that makes this tribe very unique. They're excellent tree climbers. That's actually not their most unique aspect. But why they're excellent tree climbers is their most unique aspect. So not that they're tree climbers, but why they are excellent tree climbers. And that is because each foot has 2 digits. The first having metatarsal, middle, and distal phalanx. And the second only having metatarsal and distal phalanx. You may say, Tehuti, what does that even mean? What does that mean? And here comes the question of the brother asking, where do they come from? So it's really, I know he's talking about their characteristic. Where does the characteristic come from? Why do they look like that? And here's how they look like, ladies and gentlemen. Here's what they look like. Let me go ahead and look in the room real quick. Okay. Hey, Tamika Wright, haven't seen you in a long time. Shout out to you. Peace and love. Okay, so here's what they look like, everybody. Here's why they are excellent tree climbers is their most unique aspect because of their metatarsal, distal phalanx, and the metatarsal and distal phalanx creating this foot. Look at their feet, everybody. Get a good look. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here is the Vadoma tribe and what makes them so unique and why people ask about them. Look at them. Their feet are so unique that they've even been called the ostrich people because their feet actually symbolize that of an ostrich. But here is what makes them excellent tree climbers. Their feet are actually designed with toes that help them climb trees more efficiently. Here's the same pictures that I showed from above, but now I'm going to show you their whole feet. Look how he holds the Coca-Cola can in his 2 feet. Everybody see that? And here's the same brother I showed you above, but look at his feet. Look how big. First of all, look how big the toes are. Look how big they are. They're designed greatly for tree climbing. This is what makes them so unique. Okay, everybody sees that? Let me go in the room, see if everybody sees that. Good grip. Regal says, wow. Yeah. Wow. Cool stuffs, right? Cool stuff. So, one of the most popular men of this tribe is reported to be able to outrun male deers. So people may see their feet and they say, well, these people don't even look like they can walk. How do you walk with feet like this? Well, one of the men in their past is reported to be able to outrun bucks or male deers. And he was around 55 years old. I don't even know much 55-year-old normal men today in Los Angeles that can even run. So that can outrun anything. So he's 55 years old. His name was Mabarani. That was back in 1971. And yes, you know Tehuti has his picture for you. Here's the brother right here. All the way back, a picture all the way back from 1971. The one reported to be able with these type of feet to outrun male deers. Mabarani, and here he is. A very rare picture. You've probably only seen it here on the Tehuti Podclass. There he is, right there. And there are his feet. Look at him. See how he's able to clamp onto this branch thing? He's very efficient for climbing, okay? So what's the secret behind this physical appearance? What's the secret? The secret behind this physical appearance is this. What is this, ladies and gentlemen? Does anybody know what this is? Because this is the secret behind the physical appearance. This right here. What is this, though, Tehuti? What is this? How do these two worm-looking things describe the secret of their physical appearance? Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. You know I'm about to break it down for you. Here we go. Let's get into the facts and nothing but the facts and the truth. So what is this? This is chromosome 7, everybody. Chromosome 7. Scientists have found out that of the 46 chromosomes, so scientists, what is this? This is chromosome 7. Scientists have found out that of the 46 chromosome 7 plays critical roles in controlling growth and division of cells. That's what this is. This is chromosome 7. It is responsible for growth and the division of cells. So, of course, is responsible for how your body is going to look. Well, this is the particular cell that is mutated, resulting in ectrodactyly. Ectrodactyly, which is 1 out of every 90,000 people of the world's population has. Let me show you a closer look, everybody. We're going to go into it, maybe an X-ray look, and show you a closer look of ectrodactyly. Here it is. So here it is, everybody. Now we're going into what it would look like in the X-ray, and now you can actually see the bones that form the digitals. And here is 2 here and 2 to 3 here. See them? So that there it is in the X-ray, and that is because chromosome 7 is mutating, creating what scientists call today ectrodactyly, as in pterodactyl. And there it is. There they are there. And that's what they look like on the outside. And on the inside, this is what it looks like in the X-ray. This is what makes them unique. So a lot of people, such as Eric G, is saying, where did they come from? What happened? What is this? And this is actually what is happening. It's a mutation in chromosome 7. A lot of people took advantage of this. Ancient alien people, Nubians took advantage of this, and they say that this is a result of them mixing with reptilians. This particular tribe mixed with reptilians, and this is what happened to them. But here at the Tehuti Podclass, we're going to break down the actual facts. So here it is. So is this something unique to the Vadoma or Vadoma tribe? No, because remember, according to a lot of ufologists and Nubians and ancient alien type studiers, they say that this is a result of this particular tribe mixing in with reptilians, and that's what caused their feet to look like this. So that would mean that this is unique to this tribe, but no. Let me take you to MFED. So no, this is not. So is this something unique to the Vadoma tribe? No. Let me take you to the NFED. What is that, Tehuti? The National Foundation for Ectodermal Dysplasias. Ever heard of it? Probably not, but welcome to Tehuti Podclass, where, of course, you live to hear things that you've never heard before. That is why you all come here, to find the answers, because it's easy to say, well, reptilians came down and mixed with the people of Zimbabwe, and that's why they have these feet. It's the reptilians that did it. But they're not going to talk about ectodermal dysplasias foundation and ectrodactyl and chromosome 7 mutation. No, they're not. So here we go. Tehuti is, though, because that is why you send me the support to answer questions, giving you just the factual information. So here's the NFED. This is the NFED, the National Foundation for Ectodermal Dysplasias, and this is an article here called Missing Finger Bonds, 3 Amigos. The Three Amigos. This came out in 2019. The Three Amigos are these guys from the Vadoma tribe. Did they escape from the Vadoma tribe in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and make their way down to this foundation? No. No, they didn't. So here we go. Let's take a look at the Three Amigos. Okay. And who are they? Now they're teenagers. Tyler, Zemery, and Nolan. Know the pain of kids staring. Bullies commenting about your hands because they're missing fingers and look different. They have endured the frustration of learning to adapt in the world when you have less fingers than the optimal 10, or how difficult it can be to find shoes or run when your feet are shaped differently and just have a few toes. Their missing fingers and toes are just one of the many symptoms they're experiencing. One of the many that they're experiencing. The missing fingers and toes are just one of the many symptoms they're experiencing because of ectrodactyly. See? The same thing as the Vadoma tribe. Okay, so ectodermal dysplasia, clefting, EEC syndrome. And here they are, everybody. Get a look at them. These are definitely not children from the Vadoma tribe of South Africa, Zimbabwe, right? Definitely not. As you can see, it comes in multiple races. One even looks Filipino. You see them? See their toes? The same thing as that tribe. Even their hands are like that. See that, everybody? Get a good look. And here we go. Same toes, same hands. Okay, same thing that's going on up here in the X-ray that you see right here. Same toes, same hands. See them? Okay, but obviously these children here that we're looking at are not from South Africa. Nope, they are not. Okay, so they call themselves the Three Amigos, and you can look up that article if you want in the NFED, National Foundation for Ectodermal Dysplasias. Okay, let's get off of them and back to the Vadoma tribe. So here comes the concern or the question. So among the Vadoma tribe, they practice what Europeans call endogamy. Okay, so what is endogamy? It's the custom of marrying only within the limits of a local community, clan, or tribe. Biology, try not to mix outside of their tribe, which is only around 400 to 500. The fusion of reproductive cells from related individuals, inbreeding, self-pollination, and containing practice of this creates minimal genetic variation. So they practice what Europeans call endogamy. Okay. So what does this do? This produces the flounder effect. Let me go ahead and shrink this down a little bit. Okay, oh, here we go. Okay, so the question is, why is it so abundant amongst the Vadoma tribe? Why is it so abundant amongst them? So you find that it's, what is this? 1 out of every 90,000 people, but amongst the Vadoma tribe, it's like 1 out of every 4. So why is it so abundant? Because of endogamy. So this produces what's called the founder effect. What's the founder effect? Is related to genetics, refers to reduction in genetic variability that occurs when a small group of individuals becomes separated from a larger population over time, resulting in new subpopulation. Will have genotypes and physical traits resembling the initial small separated group, and these may be very different from the original larger population. A founder effect can also explain why certain inherited diseases are found more frequently in some limited population groups. In some cases, a founder effect can play a role in the emergence of new species. So that is why it seems so unique to this tribe. It's not unique to this tribe. They don't descend from anything special. They just practice endogamy, so they don't mix outside of their tribe. So thus, because of this, what happened? And thus we have a whole tribe with continuous chromosome 7 mutation, drawing the world's attention without scientific research, opening the door to many theories and speculations. But those are the facts. I'm glad I could help you. So that is the origin of the Vadoma tribe as far as why they are like that. Their origin, they say, came from tree climbers. They're great at climbing trees. But their true origin genetically is a mutation of chromosome 7. And because they practice endogamy, which creates very limited genetic variation, plus compounded with the founder effect, limiting the small group to just the small genetic variabilities. So thus it becomes 1 out of every 4. So thus it draws the attention of the world that here's a special tribe with ectrodactyly, and so they must be aliens or something special. But if those same children there, the 3 amigos, practice endogamy and only married people that were from a group that had feet like this or had chromosome 7 mutation, then they would produce the same founder effect. Boom, that is my answer. That is a Vadoma tribe. That is why their feet look like that, and that's why they've been called the Ostrich people, and have been in many different documentaries of ancient aliens and all type of reptilian theories, but that is the scientific explanation. Boom, that is my answer. Thank you for asking, good brother. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. That is the answer to that question. Glad I could help you out, my good brother, Ed G. Boom, that was nice. Okay, glad you all appreciated it. I'll go into the room and see if Ed G heard the answer and if he got what he was looking for. Because people only asking about this tribe because of the 2 feet, because of their feet. That's the only reason people are interested. And out of the thousands of tribes in Africa, they're asking about this because of the unique feet. So explain the feet, and then we can explain the origin of why the tribe looks like that. Boom. That's funny. Funny. I guess 4 toes runs in the family. That is a rap bar. That is a double entendre. That is fire. That is fire. You know what's interesting is I actually haven't been asked a lot. This is the first time somebody specifically asked me this in the last 98, 2008, 2018, maybe about 24 years. But yes, people brought it up a lot. You know what it is, Eric? People bring this up to me a lot with their own theory and babble so much about the reptilians and that they don't even ask me. I've been asked this maybe about 3 times in my life, but people that bring it up, they don't think to ask. As soon as they come with a theory, they just see how see ET's toes look at ET, and they have their own answer. So I sit quietly until people ask me a question. I sit quietly. So yeah, I've been asked this about 3 times, and last time I was asked this about 24 years ago. All right, Robert G says interesting. Darius McNear says great breakdown. They show this briefly on the movie The Arrival. Yes. And they with the feet going back. All right. Bijan says great breakdown. All right, wonderful, everybody. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm glad you feel that you can ask me such a question and you can get such an answer. Now for the closing question of the night, I'm going to answer this question and then give the final shout outs to all those who donated. Let me just shout out a couple of the latest donators: Vortex Ninja, The Scribe, Tamika Wright, Sincere Austin, Eric G again, Matthew McDowell. Okay, and I'm going to show them on the screen after I answer this next question. And the next question in is from Brandon Harbor. And the question is, I'm just going to read the question. The question is, oil secretion from the medulla, does it exist? Anybody ever heard of this, ladies and gentlemen? Oil secretion from the medulla, does it exist? Let me check in the room. I like room participation. So I'm going to ask everybody, has anybody ever heard of this? Oil secretion in the medulla, does it exist? Anybody ever heard of it? Oil secretion in the medulla. Anybody ever heard of it? Okay, let me check the room and see what's going on. Oil secretion in the medulla. Hikakepra says no. Is the brother who asked the question, is the brother in the room? Hikakepra says no. Eric G says never heard of it. Oh, is this you, brother? I'm here. Reggie Bobag. I never seen this name before. Shout out to Reggie Bobag. Oil secretion in the medulla. Bijan Pharaoh says nope. Andromeda Miserable says negative. Oh, Cannabis Spa said I've heard of it. Okay. Oil secretion in the medulla, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here is how I answer questions for those who are new. Let me fix this. I don't know why the lighting's going crazy. Okay, can everybody hear me and see me? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. We're going to break it down. Oil secretion in the medulla. What an interesting question. Perfect. There's the perfect lighting. What an interesting question that is. Master K said a medulla oblongata. Oh, you're TTG Troth. Interesting. We're like superheroes on here. We could change our name, come back with a new identity. This is social powers the internet has. Shout out to TTG Troth, also known as Reggie Bobag. Shout out to you. Oh, you're sincere? Shout out to you. See, man, I got to keep track of everybody with their 20 names. Shout out to you, sincere. Shout out. Okay, so Harris said, from a while, yes, how they made candles. For a whale, yes, how they made candles in the 1800s. Okay, chrism oil, right? Christ oil, yes, chrism oil. You're Eric, that's it too. You guys are like Nightcrawler, man. What you guys are like? Can't keep track. I can't keep track of all these names. All right, so here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. I'm going to answer this and do the shout outs. What a beautiful class. I'm here to dispel the myths. I don't care if it sounds good. I'm here to just give you the facts. A lot of things sound good and they get a lot of views. Here we go. Here is the answer, everybody. So, oil that comes out of the medulla. That's the question. Of course, I can answer this in like 4 seconds. Is there oil that comes out of the medulla? No. But here we go. Okay, ready? So, does the medulla oblongata secrete quote-unquote oil? This question actually stems from, again, a new age agenda teaching that is circulating. But first, let me simply explain the medulla. So before there's any confusion of oil secreting from the medulla, there's an agenda why they say oil too. But before we talk about oil secreting from the medulla, let us understand what the medulla is. What is the medulla oblongata? Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here it is right here, everybody. Here's the midbrain. We got the pons. We have the cranial nerves. And right here, along the brain stem at the bottom here, is the medulla oblongata. It's right there. And then the spinal cord is right there. So here's the medulla oblongata. That's what it looks like. Okay. Let's get into it. The medulla oblongata, what does it actually do? Does it secrete oil? The medulla oblongata, it sends sensory information to the thalamus and it regulates visceral functions such as breathing, heart rate, and vomiting. The medulla oblongata. Let me shrink it down a little bit. Okay, here we go. The medulla oblongata, what else? So the medulla oblongata contains several nuclei. Recall that nucleus is a collection of neuronal cell bodies within the CNS. Some of these nuclei control vital body functions. Examples of nuclei in the medulla that regulate vital activities include the cardiovascular center and the medullary rhythmicity area. The cardiovascular center regulates rate of force of the heartbeat and the diameter of blood vessels, and the medullary rhythmicity area of the respiratory center adjusts basic rhythm of breathing. That is the medulla oblongata. Okay. All right. So where does this concept of oil come from? Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Here we go. I got to dispel the chaos for my students because a lot of stuff sounds good. So here we go. So now there is something called the colostrum. Let me break it down. There's something in the brain called the colostrum, okay, which is referred to as the wall of the brain. It is a thin curved sheet of neurons embedded in white matter. So it's inside of white matter, located in both brain hemispheres, deep into the neocortex. The colostrum is situated between the insula and the putamen. Okay, so it's deep within, it's within white matter. All right, so separated by the extreme and external capsules. That is the colostrum area of the brain. How does this all tie in? What does this have to do with the oil? oil coming out of the medulla. Here we go, everybody. Let's break it down. Okay, now here is where the confusion begins, which opens the door to quote-unquote new age teachings. The function of colostrum is manifested when different sensory modalities are perceived together. The colostrum can combine visual, tactile, auditory, and emotional sensations. The colostrum has also been shown to participate in memory storage, cognitivity, learning, suppression of natural urges, right? Psychosis, recognition of fear. The colostrum plays a key role in neural mechanisms of consciousness. Let's look at all these things and see where the woke people step in, the new age people step in. Why? Memory, that deals with consciousness. Learning deals with consciousness. Suppression of natural urges, they say that deals with discipline. Suppress your appetite. Suppress your urge for sex. So it deals with the discipline. It deals with discipline, and it deals with psychosis. Let me get rid of this here. Psychosis and fear. The new age people jumped on this quickly. It deals with learning. They jumped on this very quick, ladies and gentlemen, and here is where the chaos begins. So first, let's take a look at how it looks inside of the brain. Notice it's deep within, literally almost in the center of the brain area. Here's the motor cortex, visual cortex, frontal cortex, and there it is right in the center almost of the brain area, and there's the colostrum. Okay, so here's another image of it from the side. There's the colostrum right there. You see it's deep in the center. Okay, new age people jumped on this to create their doctrine. So why is it called the colostrum? It's called the colostrum because it comes from the Latin word hidden. This is because, as you can see, it is enclosed within white matter, axon fibers, which makes it difficult to access. So even to the scientists and doctors, it appears to be hidden because it's deep within the white matter, acts on fibers and it makes it difficult to access. See how deep it is within the brain? So they called it colostrum because it appears to be hidden. Means that it's hard to access. Okay? Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Let us break it down. Okay. The New Age Christ conscious people are consistently correlating the Bible with brain consciousness to keep one attached to the Bible matrix. So what did they do? They took the natural fluids in the brain and called it oil. They made up that this is sacred oil called the Christos. This is called reverse reasoning. Anointed in Greek is Christos, a concept stolen from Kemet because of the alligator oil that was put on someone when they were anointed. It was alligator oil. They took this, they made it Christos. So Christos was the Greek word for the oil that was anointing people back in the time of the Ptolemies and the Greeks when they were imitating Kemet. Nobody was talking about Christos is the oil that comes from the medulla. No, they did reverse reasoning and flipped the dating of the etymology of the words around. So first there was Karast, which was Osar, who was placed in the sarcophagus, as they call it. When he was placed in there, he was called the Karast, the laying down one placed inside the tomb, the Karast. When the Greeks took this, they created Christos because the tomb was scented with fragrance and oil. And oil was put on people when they were sent on certain missions to be anointed, and it was alligator fat oil. This is 2300 BC. This is when the Greeks come in. This is in the time of the Ptolemies and Alexander the Great. No one is teaching about the medulla oblongata secreting oil, and that's why they called it Christos. No. 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 When they were talking about Christos, they were talking about Asar and literal alligator oil that was placed on people, and that created the word Meshiach, which became Messiah in English. Not sacred oil coming from the medulla oblongata. All right, here we go, everybody. I have to break these spells for people because, man, people will listen to anything that sounds good. So the New Age people said, see, Christ, Christmas, Santa Claus, colostrum is Santa Claus coming down the chimney, and the oil looks like the Ark of the Covenant, even though there's no such thing as the Ark of the Covenant that exists in archaeology. Thus, no one could see the Ark of the Covenant to say that this Christos oil coming from the medulla looks like the Ark of the Covenant, when the Ark of the Covenant is something that only exists inside the Bible. There is no such thing in archaeology ever been found called an Ark of the Covenant. But because the New Age Christ consciousness people want to embed the matrix of Christianity in your mind, they say, see, the oil looks like the Ark of the Covenant. What Ark of the Covenant, sir? What Ark of the Covenant does the oil look like? Because the fluid that has been in us ever since before we were Homo sapiens. The fluid that is in the brain and the colostrum has been in us for over 2.8 million years. There was no Ark of the Covenant. There was no Christos oil. No. There is no oil, but they say, see, the oil looks like the Ark of the Covenant. See, colostrum, Claus, Santa Claus coming down the chimney is the oil coming down the medulla, just like Santa Claus, and it's the colostrum because it's hidden like the occult, and the occult is hidden. No. These words existed before any concept of these things that people are teaching today ever even thought of. They're reverse reasoning. They're taking old words and giving them new definitions, saying, so look, Claus, Santa Claus, colostrum. What about the strum part? What is that? Is that Santa Claus strum? What about the Santa part? No. when Saint Nick was being invented, nobody was thinking about medulla oblongata secreting any kind of oil. No. Trace the history of Santa Claus, and the inventors of Santa Claus have no idea about a medulla oblongata. So, anyways, they say, see what it looks like, the Ark of the Covenant. Then it goes down 33 vertebrae. See, Jesus lived for 33 years. Colostrum means hidden, occult. See, Christ consciousness, Harry Potter. And that's how they invent their doctrine. This is literally how all the teachings of today work. It's so crazy because just like Jokobi, when he heard me, he said, I thought you were like the other YouTube teachers, because the other YouTube teachers, they're trying to do what I'm actually doing, which is giving you the actual history of what the people believed in while they were creating it. What they're doing is the lazy way. They're taking what they think now and reverse reasoning backwards and taking words that existed in the past and applying it to what they wanted to exist now, where nobody in the past taught that. Show me anywhere in the past that anybody in the time of the Ptolemies knew about colostrum. Anybody in the time of the Ptolemies knew about the medulla. So when they were taught, when they were writing about Christ and creating Jesus, they knew about oil coming from the medulla, the Ptolemies. Oh yeah, buddy. Okay, here we go. Oh, speaking of which, this became popularized through guess who? Guess who actually popularized this doctrine? Why many people know about this? So they call Christ consciousness Harry Potter. This could not get any dumber, people. This could not get any dumber. But speaking of which, guess who popularized it? This guy right here, the guy in Dumb and Dumber. Everybody remember this guy? Anybody remember this guy right here in Dumb and Dumber? Here's who popularized it. This is where the teachings have become popularized, from this guy right here. This man, this is your master teacher right here. Here he is. Here he is. And just because we worship entertainers and we love entertainers, and Kanye West is our leader, and Puff Daddy is a new spirit, Kevin Hart is a new spiritual leader because he said Egyptians are black. Kanye West and Kyrie are our new rabbis and spiritual leaders because they say the Hebrews are black. Who cares what an entertainer says? These are regular people who study nada. But here it is, Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber. He's the one that popularizes. Can you believe this? Boom, yes, Jim Carrey, everybody. It aired on YouTube. Jim Carrey is featured on the Norm Macleod. You can look it up. Type in Jim Carrey, Norm Macleod, medulla oblongata, medulla oil, Christ oil. He came on live October 3rd. It aired October 3rd, 2017. Here he is right here. There's your master teacher. There is who popularized it, Jim Carrey. He started talking about this to these people. He said, colostrum? See, colostrum is Santa Claus coming down the chimney, and that is, you can look this up. It is absolutely ridiculous. Santa Claus, Christmas, Christ. Christ is the holy oil that comes from the medulla oblongata down, and the colostrum is producing the colostrum is the claws, holy Santa. This is absolutely crazy, and it is lazy teachings, and people love it because it sounds good. But the difference between this and the way I teach my students, you must go back to the people themselves. This is what the people hate about me, why they try to make me invisible, because while everybody's doing this is that in Harry Potter, and this is that, and this is this, and Colostrum Claus, and Claus 33, and Jesus coming down. And did the people that were creating the Christ story, did they have access to the knowledge of the colostrum? That's it. That's it. That's all. Did they have knowledge? The people that created the Jesus story, did they have knowledge of a colostrum? Did they have any writings about sacred oil? Because it has to come from them. It can't come from Jim Carrey. It can't come from 2017, my people. It can't come from anything recent. It has to come from the people who actually created these concepts. So when they were creating Christ from Heru and Osar and the Karas, while those Greeks were writing it, were they ever teaching about holy oil? If not, why are you teaching that they wrote about it because of this? Where are they saying this? That's the difference between the teachings of Tehuti and all these other guys that are talking about Ankh. I heard what's the brother's name? Brother Sanchez says Ankh. See, Ankh is Ankh. Ankh is anchor. Anchor is Ankh, and it's anchoring you down, and it's the Ankh it holding you down, and it is the wattage, the watts, the Ankar watts. Ankh is Ankar watts, and watts is the wattage. And I'm like, does wattage mean that in the Polynesian, in the Asian language, the word watt exists? It's watts, and it's the Cometians created the Ankh because they had ships, and the Ankh was an anchor. They had the word anchor. See, this is how people trick you. But it's not gonna happen today. Not gonna happen today. Not as long as I'm here teaching you. Nope. Try to keep me invisible all you like, but it's all good. Here's the master teacher here, Jim Carrey, and look how many views it got. Look at this. Jim Carrey tells Norm McLeod about Tommy Lee Jones on this show right here. You can look it up. This is how this is the show. This is the show which received 4.6 million views. Jim Carrey states, everything I just showed you, because of the fact that people love listening to entertainers, combined with a viewership of 4.6 million views, this Christ oil from the medulla, Santa Claus, colostrum nonsense became popularized and spread like wildfire. Yet another Tamahu distraction to redirect the Bible hypnosis and reinforce the Christ consciousness concept. That is the purpose of this. That is why they teach these things, to reinforce this guy right here. Christ consciousness. There's hundreds of books on it. Christ consciousness. Christ consciousness. All right. But once again, as long as I am here, my students will not be fooled again. No matter what form you try to package Jesus in, I see you. That is my answer. So the answer to the quick question is, does the medulla produce this oil, sacred sacrum oil? The answer is just no. But of course, you know me as Tehuti, I'm going to break it down and show you, where did this concept even come from? I have to reverse reasoning to show you where this concept even derived from. Why are they even saying the medulla produces oil? What's their agenda behind saying it? Why are they using the word oil and not fluid? Why not fluid? The brain produces fluid. Why are they using oil? Because they have to use the key word oil to tie into the word Christos, to try to tie into, see, Christ oil coming down is the Christ in you, just to keep the Christ concept constantly in you. That's all that it's about. But whatever form you package that Jesus in, I don't care. I'm going to destroy it. I don't care if you say it's the Christ within me. I'm the Christ consciousness. Or whether you read the Bible or whether you're a Muslim, whatever it is, get Jesus Christ and the word Christ, Jesus, out of your life in any form. It's just another way to cling on to Tamahu consciousness, because we feel as a people we cannot do anything without our daddy Jesus, and God has to have some type of European spirituality attached to it for it to be legitimate. We are afraid to completely let all of their teachings go. Let Jesus Christ consciousness within you, let all that nonsense go. And if you're going to get into what's called spirituality, then go by what the original people taught about what spirituality was, which is what you want to do anyways, but you really don't want to do it because in actuality, you subconsciously hate your ancient origins, and you have to have Christ somewhere in the teachings to try to verify that the Bible has some hidden meaning. Don't completely toss it away. It does have some hidden thought, anything to hold on to that Bible, because you don't want to read the book of Kigimni. You don't want to read the book of Nesu Amzu. You don't want to read the book of Ptahhotep. You don't want to read the actual scribes or anything that people taught before the Greeks invaded. You must hold on to that which came after Greek invasion. That's why nobody's teachings today has strictly what came from before the Greeks invaded. It has to have Christ, Jesus, somewhere in there. That is my answer, everybody. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. For those of you who have just seen this for the first time, this is the way that I answer questions. No, there's no oil coming from the colostrum down the sacred, none of that stuff exists. The bodily functions do work and has nothing to do with any kind of Christ. And they didn't name these things. When the Latin scientists were coming up with these names, they weren't naming it after Santa Claus. Imagine that. The scientists were there naming it after, hey, look, let's name this after Santa Claus. No, not whatsoever. Not whatsoever. There is an origin of Santa Claus and why it even has that name. It has nothing to do with the medulla oblongata. Nothing to do with any of that nonsense. That is my answer. Let me get to the room and see if those who heard my answer heard it. See if the brother who heard it appreciated it. And then I'm going to go into the donations. And let's go ahead into the room and see. Yes, Romina, people love things because it sounds good. So you don't have to do any kind of research on what ancient people actually taught. All right. So the brother who asked the question said, thank you for the beautiful explanation. I was eager to know and knew I could ask you for the truth. Thank you for asking me, my brother. Let me see if the people heard the answers. And Jim Carrey. Yep, Jim Carrey. That's why it's so popular. All right, everybody. I see Eric G says facts. Cannabis Boss says Saba is amazing. A one-off. I don't even know what that means, but thank you. A one of a kind, maybe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rigo says thank you, Tehuti. And yeah, that's why chrism oil, anything to get back to that Christ word. It's crazy. It's crazy because they see people are moving away from the Bible and going more into spiritualism and science. So now they're trying to make the Bible science, and just to keep it in your hand, they're trying to mesh it with what people believe today. Cannabis Spa says Santos Bonacci must shake when he hears Tehuti's name. That was funny. Killer Priest for such a long time was trying to get me to debate Santos Bonacci, and AD was having no parts of that. AD went to the point and said, if they talk, they would just agree on everything. Killer Priest said, what? How would they agree on everything when Tehuti teaches it? What? Yeah, they try to keep me invisible. But anyways, shout out to everybody. Shout out to those who Carrie Potter. That is dope. Carrie Potter. That's nice. Shout out to everybody. Oh, Eric G, you remember him saying this? You remember? Yeah, you saw. Go to the video. Go to it. I only like the fact that it sparks people's curiosity to want to know more, so they can come here to the Podclass. That's the only thing I like about these guys talking about all those things, that make people say, what's, asking something other than just the mundane. Andrew Tate teaching how to be a man. All right, everybody. Glad you all appreciated the answer. Ascari's hanging in there. He says, mental and spiritual liberation at its best. Tehuti, the misinformation destroyer. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Rebel Minded said, you won't hear another teacher dropping it like the great Saba Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Thank you. And you know what? I wish there were. I wish there were. I'm not going to be here forever, but I wish there were. ego steps in though. With ego, it's hard to do what it is that I do, because when I shut down this podcast, everybody, my life is only this. My life is only this. That's why you don't really see me much on other channels, because I am finding out information and putting it together, I'm taking information that I know, information that I have stored for years, and I'm putting it together pretty for all of you. And I do this 24 hours. This is what I do. This and my physical training. This is my entire life. I have no time to be Harry. I have no time for the nonsense. Okay. So it's nothing like hearing the truth. It's refreshing. Thank you, my brother. Rigo says, another great breakdown. Thank you. Cannabis Spa says a different. Let me read this. My eyes are a little tired, but that's okay. Let me zoom in. This is for the team. Team, jump in so I can do the final shout outs and finally let's see if we can close the class down before 7 hours today. You're in a different class, Saba, no contest. Thank you, Cannabis Spa. I hope you were there for the name breakdown. You'll love it. If you weren't there, rewind. Watch this whole class. If you didn't see it, you're going to see the brother got his name. The brother was in tears. They showed videos of me and him. You're going to love it. Okay, so team, go ahead and jump on. Hika Kepara says, you are raising the next generation. That's really what it is. 22-minute answer. Good, I think. Okay, because I stopped it late. Yes, that's what it is. I'm here to change the paradigm. I'm here to change the paradigm. So the next people coming up will not be raised by these. What's it, guys? One God. I don't know what 3 God. I'm not sure of all these. It's all strange to me. But shout out to everybody. Let me go ahead and give the shout out to those who donated. For those again, let me go back. For those of you who really appreciate what it is that I do, again, these are my support links. The moderators can put it in the room. But for those who appreciate what I do, my PayPal is @RockySV. Cash App is TT Amoon. Like a waiter, this is what I do for a living. But humbly speaking, I do believe that I do more for you than the waiter. I think, but I know brothers that go out on dates and tip that waiter $40 for bringing them something that they paid for. I believe I'm doing more than that. So I appreciate those who really want to support what it is that I do, because without that, I do have to go back to do what I was doing before. And that is, I am an entertainer and I perform. I get hired for interactive performances at events. I've done football game events. I opened up for the book opening of the Harry Potter book. For those who don't know, in the Harry Potter book opening that opened up in Toronto when the book came out, the Black Magician in the book opening, that was me. That was me. That was me. That was me. I was the Black Magician in the opening for the Harry Potter book. I just had in my opening of the pod class, you'll see it. There's a section that says, "Leave me alone. I just want to teach." And I don't have this hat on. I have on a cloak. That's the cloak that I had on as the Black Magician in the Harry Potter book opening, and that's why a lot of people didn't recognize that was actually me. So that is actually what I do outside of this. I get hired for shows, football games. I go on the street, perform, entertain. I get hired for book openings. And when I do all that, of course, I can't be here doing the podcast podcast will be literally over. So for those who want to keep me here doing this, my Cash App is TT Moon, and Rocky SV is the PayPal. There's my AI moderator seeing support with Cash App support with Cash App questions to $TT Moon, or you can just support. Other than that, I will be back doing what I did before, and that is I take on different images to survive. So I go do that, and then I discard myself out of the magician's garb and the uniforms and the performances, and I put on workout gear, and then I go to the gym, and then I'm the trainer at the 24 Hour Fitness gym. And they say, "Aren't you the guy? Were you the guy that was in the Harry Potter?" No. You're the trainer. Wait, aren't you the you're the guy that I remember when Killer Priest and Rasul says, "There's only one guy I respect, man. That was the guy. He was the one teaching people doing magic, and he had snakes, and he had a big unk." And I said, "Yeah, that was me too." So I just take on different personas, and I survive and weave in and out of the matrix, and survive. Aren't you the real estate guy that was teaching us how to flip houses and open up LLCs? Yeah, that was me as well. So I just find ways to morph in and out of the matrix. But when I do all that, I can't be here for you all. So please support it so that I can stay as this incarnation as Tehuti and be this and just keep doing this. And I don't have to do all those other things and disappear from this. So shout out to everybody who supports. Weren't you the guy that aren't you the jiu-jitsu trainer that yeah, that's me as well. I put on the gi, then I'm a jiu-jitsu trainer. Oh boy. Okay, everybody, let me get into the the donations. Woo, shout out to the people who supported. So we got Mr. Owen Hythe. Mr. Owen Hythe, shout out to you, my good brother. Owen Hythe, I'm going to go ahead and put him in the room. He always gives a shout out to Ahati. And I'm going to put, what number is this? I'll put okay, here we go. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Then I'm going to let the brothers. Arcad Infinite, you there? Where's Scribe? Is Scribe there?
Yeah, I'm here. Scribe, nah. He had to go to bed.
Okay. I'll actually do this donation part right here, and then I'm gonna step away for a minute, and then Arcad, you can talk to the people for a moment and let people know about what you thought about the answer I just gave, and same with Ahati. I'm just gonna step away for just about 3 minutes. So there is Owen Hythe who gave 21.72, and it says support to High Priest. Ahati to High Priest, Ahati, and the Great Crew. So High Priest, Ahati, and the Great Crew. Shout out to you, my good brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Cannabis Spa says, I hope I get to LA this year. I would love us. I would love all of us to meet up. Yes, Cannabis Spa. That would be an explosive meeting. You'd be very good. Very, very good. Very good. It'd be very, very good. And you would let a lot of things out if we had ever seen each other in real physical personage. That would be great. All right. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. Okay, I'm going to step away for just a moment. And go ahead, brother. You can talk for a little bit. And Brother Hati, you too, if you're there. But I'm going to step away just for a moment. I'll be right back.
Peace and love, Hotep.
Come join us.
Yeah, come join us. Oh man, that's why I stay up. It is it's 3:30 where I'm at Eastern time. I'm a little tired, but I stay up for the truth, man. This is we gotta support our leaders, man. We gotta support our Saba because y'all know we're not getting information like this nowhere at all. Period. It's not even a debate. It's not a discussion. That's why I stay up, and I am tired. I've been working 12 hours. I work 12-hour shifts in the Matrix, but the truth is all I was looking for. That was it. And when I heard the truth, I recognized it, and I am here, and I'm going to support Saba every which way I can. And I'm honored. I'm honored to be invited to, be able to participate in what's going on right now on the internet, because I understand what he says when he says he don't care about the views, because that's why I'm always smiling. Because, man, listen, there's no way that I would have been up here on the internet. This ain't me. I just want to learn. I just want to study and learn and just evolve and just be the best version of myself. And it's real difficult now. Like when I think back of just listening to all the other channels and just the ISFAT, man. It was I don't know how I was able to sift through all the ISFAT. Like it's like just think about this. Like this is Saba's the one and only. Like right now, there's nobody right now on the internet telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but my eye. Right now, nobody. It's all ISFAT. If you want to dilute it, the water down, then so be it. But for me, I wanted the truth, and Ma'at is beautiful. And it's this search for myself, and the name breakdown is somebody put in the chat, the truth is refreshing. It really is. When everything is a lie, when you not really just sit and think about it, everything is a lie. Everything you've been taught, everything you see on TV, everything is so hard to figure out what's real and what's not, unless you're on a particular frequency. Because listen, it's one channel out of millions of channels right now on the internet with just all kind of foolishness. Peace and love, Ahati. I'm up, brother. It's 3:30 over here. Oh man, peace and love to Ahati. Man, listen, brother. Peace, my brother. Oh man, Tua, brother, for motivating Saba to come out and teach, man. Listen, I'm eternally grateful, my brother. Tua to you, brother. And listen, it's a beautiful time right now. The truth is beautiful. You want the lie, you're gonna support the lie, you're gonna support the truth. The choice is yours. It's up to you. You got a choice. The lie or the truth. Peace and love, brother. You want to?
Yeah, sure. Yes. Yeah, it's beautiful when you're able to take it all in and digest it, and then be able to do things that you normally wouldn't do, like work a 12-hour shift and stay up till 4 in the morning, week in and week out, dedicated and with a heart and mindset to serve. And that's what it's about. It's about being uncomfortable at times, a lot of times, and not getting rewarded immediately. And knowing that at the end of the road, you will be supported, you will be honored, you will be remembered, because you're consistent, Arcad, and you're dedicated, and you're loyal, and you're all these things that the modern black woman and black men are not known for. I'm into this big. I was into a long time ago. This is a little side topic, but I'm into it's entertaining to watch these red pill people, and and it's just very interesting because everything's built off a relationship with another person. And if you're constantly compromising yourself just to fit into that certain relationship, you're actually losing out on a lot. And this is just conjecture on my part, but one thing you should never compromise is the truth, what's true for you. So before I met Tehuti, I would hear a lot in the consciousness community that people would say, this is my truth, this is my truth, this is my truth, this is my truth. And it sounds good, but if you ask that person, well, what is your truth? You get the deer in the headlights look, you know? People can't be precise with the information and break it down like Saba does. And that's what that's one of the things that really attracted me to him and appealed to me, because I wanted to be able to either tell people a straight up answer that they could go back and verify, or be able to be modest enough to tell them I don't know, and let them know that I would go and research it and get back to them. And there's like when you can't be honest with somebody, there's something lacking within yourself that you have to look at. And that's why when I was doing the teaching last week on Ani, where he says you have to check the mouth in your heart first, that resonates with me a lot, because it's very hard to look at yourself in the mirror and criticize yourself in that way, to see your flaws and see what you have damaged within yourself. And I'll just wrap this up real quick, that when I was knee deep in the Hebrew Israelites and religion, it puts you on like this false platform of intelligence, you know, and it, at least in my experience, it totally destroys your mind. I'll just put it that way. It totally destroyed my mind to the point where when I met Saba, I honestly believed in my heart that what I knew was right until I met him. And it was very hard in the beginning when he wouldn't check me, but he would correct me. When he would correct me, it's very hard because you're going through like a lot of years of your life, and everybody else is in the matrix, so they can't really correct you. And then you meet somebody that actually does, and it's all for the better. Because when I look back at it now, years and years and years and years later, honestly, life has gotten very easy in a way where, like Saba says, you just have to step back most of the time and do nothing. Where I notice in this society, everybody feels like they always have to have the answer or do something. And it's a lot easier, at least in my experience, is just to take that advice that he gives and utilize it and implement it within your own life. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to trust it and try it out for yourself. And I'm actually, I don't know, I sit here and I look around, and Saba knows me before this time. I sit here and I look around, and it's like I'm still like in awe. I'm still like, wow. Because the way I grew up and the stuff I went through up until this point, I could have killed myself a long time ago, or been killed, even worse. And what literally happened was I was reborn. So I'll just leave it at that. Saba, great teaching as usual. I know I don't come around much. It's only because being busy, but also I feel like this is a period in my life where I'm actually finding not my own route, meaning that I want to separate from you, but it's sort of like when the son grows up and he finds his own path. And he must walk it. Some parts of it he must walk it alone so that he comes into his proper identity. I don't know if that came out right, but it's just something I have to do right now. And then you come back at the end, you reunite, and the father's happy and everybody's celebrating and on and on. But the point that I'm getting at is that, brother, no matter what happens, as long as I'm here in the physical, and also when I leave, I'm here for you, and all it takes is a beck and call, and the war will be on if it has to be. So peace.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Peace. Yeah, I I don't really notice because I shifted. Like I said, I shift into whatever everybody does best. So when I know that you're out there doing what you're doing, and then I know that you have to sleep in the day, I'm not expecting what was before. So and then I know that you have more responsibilities. Then you got the team, and you're sending out cards for IDs and memberships, and it's not like the days of the pier where you're coming down and grabbing the bags and walking, and we're out for hours teaching, walking down the corner and taking the bus, the train everywhere. So yeah, it's much more responsibility, much more maturity. So because of that, I know you're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and then I'm 10 times busier. So I love the fact that everybody and you are doing what you're supposed to be doing, because when the Podclass comes, it flows. When you guys have your meetings, it flows. When I check on Sunday, a lot of times on Sunday I don't say anything. I'm there just watching, I have it in the background with my goddesses. I'm just watching. I'm saying this is flowing, and that can only work is if you are doing everything that you're supposed to in the week. That's the only way the Sunday thing would work. If you mess up something in the week, you could sleep through the Sunday book study. Arcad could be late for it. Anything could happen. It could get shut down. So I know that from what I'm seeing manifest, everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, and that's what makes me happy. So wonderful. I don't even notice because I see more of you doing this. I see more of the manifestation of this. So this is great. This is wonderful. Keep doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. And the brothers you're the reason why the brothers are doing what they're doing. Because now I can sit back and they look at you as, okay, you're guiding a specific thing. So I'm not contacted 24 hours. You see? I gotta when I close, I gotta check on one of the snakes after the snakes are doing something. But anyway, okay, let me so stay on, guys, stay on. Let me go on to the rest of the donations so we can actually see if we can close up before 7 hours. What in the world? Oh man, okay. All right. Next up is Anthony Jackson again. Oh, wait. I think this is Tekekepara's son. Let me put up. What in the world is that? I gotta check on that. Okay. Let me put up here. Anthony Jackson's son. I think this is what it says. S-U-N. What was significant of set learning? Oh my goodness! Look at this. Look at this, Bev. Bev, look at this question. This was Bev's question, and now you actually got a part of it in this breakdown today. But let me go ahead and put this here. From Jan 6. Okay, here it is. Shout out to get ready to give him the bombs and the noises. I think this is Tekekepara's son. Look at the question, Bev. Look at this. From Anthony Jackson, from son of Kepara. What is the significance of Aset learning Ra's true name, and what is it? Story of remembering Asar. This was actually within the question that Bev was asking after she asked about the Jeb spell. This was the actual question, and then she it turned into the significance of the importance of a name, which gave us the beautiful name class today. That's what gave us the beautiful name class. But it was this. It was about Aset getting Ra's name. So very interesting that two people are sending in the same question today on the day of that we're talking about names. Shout out to our son of Kepara. Appreciate this question. We will get to it. And some of the answer you actually already got in today's podcast, but I'll get into a little bit more next week. But now that you understand what a name actually is, you actually have some of the answer. But we'll break it down. Don't worry. We'll break it down. Okay. Next is yes. Nice. Yes. Give him a woo! Shout out to son of Higa Kepara. All right. Canvas Boss said, wow. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, same question, right? So we'll get into more of the power of the name again next week. Okay, so shout out to that question. And of course, we got the good brother, Michael Godfrey, who always sends each week. His donations actually has increased. So shout out to the good brother. Here we go. I will call this and get ready to drop the bombs. Get ready to give him the hand claps. This is from Michael Godfrey. I remember this brother had said he promises to donate every week. And since he said that, he has done exactly that. Godfrey, $25 from Godfrey. Shout out to Michael Godfrey. Give him his hand claps and his hand claps. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay, we're going through. Next up is Sullen Rock. Oh, who is a Cash App 901. Nice name. Shout out to Sullen Rock. Let me put him in there. What are these snakes doing? I gotta. Hati, you're lucky we have one snake, two snakes, right?
Two.
Man, wait till you get 15 or 10. It starts getting crazy. Okay. There are the poop machines.
Yeah, I know. I didn't think their poop would stink like they do, but they stink almost like dog poop.
And imagine I got the anacondas.
Man.
Going crazy. And I have
punching out ones like us.
Oh my gosh, they're going crazy. They're eating rabbits and guinea pigs.
Do they squirt all over the tank sometimes?
No, the anacondas are good though. Even though this thing smells bad, they have a toilet. They have a water bowl. That's where they always go. So I just have to dump out the whole water. It's a whole tub they live in. The corn snakes are the worst. Oh gosh. Okay, shout out to because they shoot all over the tank. Shout out to brother Sullen Rashu for the $5. Appreciate you, good brother. Shout out to you. Higa Kepara, when are you gonna come by and get your snake? You're here in LA. You need to be a part of the snake family too. All right. Shout out to is this Higa Kepara again? How much Higa Kepara donations are there today? What does this say? I don't even know what this says. What in the world? Oh, Arcad, look at this question. Arcad, I don't know, Hati, if you were in the room. Arcad inscribed. Let's go with the great questions. Look at this, Arcad. I wish Scribe was here to see this, and Shannon must have dropped off. Look at this question. Let me go ahead and save it. We're gonna put from. Look at this. I think Arcad and Scribe.
Wow.
Can answer. What happened? Did you say something, Arcad, about Scribe?
No, I said Scribe would love that. I'm gonna get
it. He loved it. Look at the.
Yes.
Look at the question. Oh, you seeing it, right? You see it on the screen?
Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's why you can see it. Yeah, see that? I couldn't read it at first because all the letters are together. That's strange. But why is the soot represented with the left foot forward? Yeah, these are. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. Nice. Beautiful. You're gonna love the answer. Okay, Scribe sent me a message. He's off for the night. He put on you, Arcad. You're holding Scribe spot. Scribe Cad. Arc Scribe. Okay.
Junior Architect.
Our Healing says, I am back. Okay, Ascari says, the way of the heart. Sounds like Professor X. Nice. Okay, on to the next one up is, hey, Sarah Jean. There's a new donator, Sarah Jean. I don't understand what this. Oh, it's the question. Okay. Shout out to Sarah Jean. I'll answer this one quickly next week. Can't do a big breakdown on this, although I appreciate the $5, but can't do a big breakdown. But I'm gonna put Jan from Jan 6. Sarah. Question. Okay, so shout out to the sister. I think it's sister Sarah Jean. Let me go ahead and put this in the room. I'll do a little quick one on this next week. There it is. $5 from Sarah Jean, and it says YGW. That must stand for George Washington. I get it now. I see it now. Why George Washington on the quarter, 25-cent flip directions in 2022 East. Okay, I get it. I see it now and I get it. Okay, Sarah Jean. I'll give you a quick breakdown on that next week. Shout out to Sarah Jean. Okay. We got SJ the third or SJ111. Oh, God Spencer. That's where I know the name from the Cash App. God Spencer. Shout out to God Spencer. That's right. I have to get used to all these names. SJ111 is God Spencer. Gotcha. Okay, here we go. 8. Shout out to God Spencer. Let me go and put this in the room. Appreciate the support. And it's $5. $5.30 says for the knowledge. Oh, what is this? Whoa. My screen disappeared. Everybody, hold on a second. Shout out to there it is. Shout out to God Spencer. $5.30 for the knowledge. Okay, thank you, God Spencer. Appreciate that. $5.30 for the knowledge. Okay. Move God Spencer out of there. Hey, Bijan Fair. Oh, you're sincere. You're sincere in the. You're sincere. Okay. Shout out to Adam Cullen. This seems familiar too. Oh, is Oatiroa. Woo, what a name. Shout out to all the way. Woo, look at this. Not a big donation, but look where the Podclass is reaching. Look where the Podclass is reaching, everybody. Let me put it here. Look where the Podclass is reaching. Shout out to Adam Cullen. Adam Cullen, who sends $4.16. Thank you for the teachings and knowledge, brother, from Aotearoa in New Zealand. The Podclass is in New Zealand, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine the people in New Zealand getting this? They have nothing to compare this to. New Zealand? Who's the Kemetic teacher in New Zealand? Who do they have out there? Wow. Ahati, you can hear me, Ahati?
Yeah.
Look at this, man. Look at this. Los Angeles. How many students do you have? How many Ahatis are there out there duplicated?
I don't have any students in Los Angeles.
Right. But we have people. We're living here. Imagine, Arcad, if you live 2 blocks from me.
Beautiful.
If you live 2 blocks from me, there's people here that I've taught that live a block away from me, 2 blocks, 5 blocks, and they don't even watch the Podclass. We have people in New Zealand watching the Podclass. People in New Zealand watching the Podclass, and there's people literally 4 blocks away. That it's amazing. It's just amazing. It's really amazing. Okay, shout out to Arcad Infinite. Here we go. Arcad Infinite. Let me go ahead and put this here. Shout out to you, my good brother. Oh, Shannon's still up with us. Shout out to Shannon. Shannon is still up, hanging in there. Arcad Infinite with his consistent. Let me put on the screen. His consistent 777 with the Metanetter underneath it for support. Shout out to Arcad Infinite, formerly known as, for now, formerly known as Arcad Infinite for now, ladies and gentlemen. There will be no more Jermaine soon. Jermaine is out of here. There'll be no brothers representing Kemet with the name Jermaine. No, Jermaine Hotep. No way.
Jermaine Hotep. Remember that guy Saba Hotep Jesus? Remember there's a
Hotep Jesus. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Hotep Jesus. Yep. Crazy. Okay, Cannabis Spa said her and Shannon should get named together. Everybody in here is gonna have a name in the next. Well, not everybody, but all of you people that are consistent and in contact with me that want it. You pursue it, you will get it. You pursue it, you will get it. All right, so let's go on to the next one. Is forward is Jermaine. Oh, Jermaine. Speaking of Jermaine. Hotep Ma'at. That is interesting. We just said Jermaine Hotep, Jermaine Ma'at. And from Jermaine, who is Arcad, sends a donation, says Hotep Ma'at. This name will only be seen on Cash Apps, ladies and gentlemen. You will only see this on Cash App soon. Support Arcad. Thank you, my brother Arcad. Thank you very much. Then put this in and get ready to drop bombs on yourself. Humbly get ready to humbly give yourself sound effect. Here we go. Look at this, everybody. Shutting it down. Look at this. I didn't expect this. Oh man, $50. We just did 777.50 from Jermaine Hammond, who is also Arcad Infinity. Says, Otep Ma'at, support for the situation. So this is an example, everybody. Arcad is giving his regular normal support 777. That was support before I had the situation. He always types support. He's actually the one that kind of created that. There wasn't people just typing support, but separate from the regular support, he's helping out with the situation that I'm in, that I'm going to be out of. And he says support for the situation with a 50. With a 50. Shout out to the good brother. Go ahead, brother. Shoot yourself or whatever. Throw mazel tovs at yourself.
He's a kamikaze.
Yeah, what is that? That's the World Trade Center plane.
That's Arcad flying into the Trade Center.
Yeah.
Well, look at Saba. Like, oh man, stream's gonna go down.
Hey, I was coming out of Islam too.
Oh man.
Don't do it before you get your name though. Get your name first.
I never took an Islamic name. Never took a Muslim name. I was always Jazz. Never
Jazz.
Yes. Never took a Islamic name. Jermaine was the name my mama gave me. Yeah.
Give yourself a hand clap, my brother.
I'm excited to get my name. I appreciate you for waking our people up to their true self, Saba. Peace and love. I appreciate you for, man, introducing me back to my culture, you know? Like, everything was a lie. Everything about the way we talk, dress, treat each other, everything they teach us in school, it's all a lie. Everything about us is a lie. It's something somebody else told us about us. Thank you for waking me up to the truth. And it's a shame that our people don't know and appreciate how valuable the truth is. Just the truth, Saba. It's a shame that our people don't appreciate the truth. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, Ahati, because I understand what's going on.
Yeah, I'm glad you're, I just want to tell the public this gentleman needs his recognition. Saba already sees it, and he's a great addition to the family, as Saba said. And we appreciate you, brother. And I can't wait to meet you, the family, see your big smile, your energy. I'm going to look forward to that day. So when you connect with Saba, make sure you connect with me too, because I really look forward to meeting you.
Absolutely. And I actually came to the East Coast to Florida from California, so I'm very familiar with familiar.
Yeah, you were in Los Angeles, right?
I was in San Diego. San Diego. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
you're
you for
okay.
waking us up. Yes.
You're very, very welcome, my brother. Very, very welcome. San Diego, huh? Okay. Okay, yes. So I look forward to meeting in person, and I look forward to you. I look forward to everybody having this experience of their frequency. Now that everybody knows the importance of a name, so 1 second, hold on, let me fix something here. What is this? 2,000 references? Wait a minute, hold on, everybody, hold on. Okay, my computer's stuck on something here. Let me. Oh wow, my computer is a little stuck. I'm gonna get out of it. Hold on, it is doing its own thing. Okay. Very strange. Okay, is this it? No. Okay, let me.
Do you have an antivirus on your computer?
Yeah, now I do.
Okay.
I have to get Yeah, I do. It's when I have too many things. I have to speed up my I have to get a better processor or something that where a computer can take a lot of things going on. So I have a lot of things happening at one time with the StreamYard going, the visuals going, and it
You gotta get you a desktop.
It just makes things a little choppy.
Gaming gotta invest in
Yeah,
like a $2,000 mainframe for you, your own server, so you can't be tracked or shut down. That would be the goal. The Scribe says he can build OBS and all that too.
Okay, let me get out of there. Nice. Your metanetter name is gonna be per semi ooh, something like that. It's gonna be per semi ooh. Come join us. Come join. Come join. Okay. Okay. I'm 17 core. It's good. It's just I have a lot going on. It can also be my internet connection too. But anyway, let's go on, everybody. Let's go on. Shout out to support for the situation. Appreciate that. Matthew McDowell. Shout out to you, my good brother. Matthew McDowell. I give a lot of respect for this brother sending support for particular reasons. Shout out to you, my good brother. Support Matthew. Okay, here it is. Boom. Let's go and put this in the room. Oh, it's after 1. Oh my. Let me close up. Here we go. Okay. Present. Screen. Windows. Here we go. Shout out to Matthew McDowell. Appreciate you. $7.20 support, and I appreciate you for this, what you discussed with me, and that you're still doing something. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lisa Marie. Is this the second one from Lisa Marie? Or Lisa Marie, here we go. Shout out to Lisa Marie. She's going a little bit up in donations. Shout out to Lisa Marie, who was also consistent from like 9 to 10, and now it's gone up a couple. Shout out to you, Lisa Marie. I'm going to put you as 11. Appreciate you. There we go. Stop sharing. Oh, Lisa Marie. Oh, it is sharing. Oh, hey. Wait a minute. I think I figured out something. Here. Let me see. Are you seeing Lisa Marie on the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I think I figured out a way to speed this up. Shout out to Lisa Marie. Appreciate you, good sister. Shout out to you. Let me see something. If I put something else up, if it automatically goes up. Oh, Rigo, get the bombs out, man. Get the bombs out. Who is Rigo? Rigo comes out the woodwork constantly with the. Rigo does nothing but I don't think Rigo does a donation under 50. I don't think so. Shout out to Rigo. Let me see. What's on the screen right now, guys?
Says Rigo? To other cause, Rigo. $72.
Oh, this is not okay. I have figured out something, ladies and gentlemen. I figured out some of this computer is I figured out something. Shout out to Rigo. Okay, so I figured out that everyone I screenshot is going to automatically go on the screen without me. I don't have to come off the screen share anymore. Perfect. It automatically is going to show whatever I screenshot. It's perfect. Shout out to Rigo. Give this man his bombs. Give this man. Right now on the screen, Arcad and Hati, do you still just see Rigo, or do you see anything else?
No, we see a folder. Save as. We see a folder.
Okay. I got it. I see what's happening now. Okay, support Rigo. Okay, good. That actually speeds things up. That's beautiful. So I can just keep it there, and I can go to. Oh, this is nice. So right now it says support Rigo. And Eric Guado. Right now, what do you see on the screen?
No, we see still Rodrigo.
Right now, what do you see on the screen? Still Rodrigo?
No, it's blank.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Nice. Shout out to Eric Guado, who says, just for support, did you answer Vadoma question? No rush. He must have sent this a while ago. Shout out to Eric G. Support Eric. Shout out to Eric G, who must have sent me this right before I answered the Vadoma question. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate it. Okay, next on this. What's on the screen right now, gentlemen?
Still, Eric.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Sincere Austin, who is Bijan Farrow. Shout out to you. Here we go. Boom. This is great. This is a great system. This is great. Support Bijan. Nice. Okay. Now do you see Bijan on the screen?
Yes.
Shout out to Bijan, who sent support of $10. Thank you, Bijan. This is great. Actually, let me look on the screen and see. So right now on the screen, what do you see on the screen right now? Still Bijan?
Yep.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, this is great. Shout out to it's still. Oh, this is beautiful. This is great. Tamika Wright, I haven't seen you in a long time, and she comes back in supporting. Shout out to Tamika. Out of nowhere, reappears and comes back supporting. Shout out to Tamika. Appreciate you, my good sister. Thank you very, very much. And it's on the screen. This is a beautiful system. I can do this so quickly now. Daniel Austin says, Hotep Tehuti, I will send my donation at 2 a.m. because that's the time I go on break. Okay. Okay. Who's Daniel Austin in the room? I don't know. Shout out to Daniel Austin. He's gonna send. He said he's gonna send his donation at 2 a.m. Shout out to you, my good brother. Appreciate you. And Scribe says, "Here we go. Here we go. Look at this question, Ahati. Look what Scribe sent. Give this man his bombs. Shout out to the Scribe. Give this man his bomb. Look at the question. Beautiful. Nice. Shout out to Scribe. Shout out to the Scribe. Thank you for the great question. And the question is, let me read it to the public. Question is, break down the negative psyops on the black woman. Oh man, we could do 18 parts on that. So shout out to Scribe. Break down the negative psyops on the black woman. Absolutely. We will get into it. It's going to be great next week. It's going to be great, great, great. Here we go. Shout out to Scribe with a 3363. Interesting set of numbers. Appreciate you, my good brother. Oh, Bijan, you're sincere. So did you? You're Daniel too? I don't so many names. Wait, you're Daniel, and you're sincere, and you're Bijan Pharaoh? Okay. Shout out to you. I don't know if it's 2 a.m. there, if you're sending something else, or if that was you as sincere. I'm not sure. It's a lot to keep up with. But shout out to Scribe. Appreciate you, my good brother. Ninja, the ninja's back. The Vortex Ninja is back. Always supporting with big support. Thank you, Vortex Ninja. Oh, let me go ahead and do this again. Vortex. Oh. Shout out to the Vortex Ninja. Appreciate you, my good brother or sister. I'm going to put support Ninja. I'm keeping track of all those who are sending the big support for the situation. Thank you, my good brother or sister, Vortex Ninja. And I believe we have the very last one of the night. And that is, let me refresh. Bev, also known as Cannabis Spa, who sends, they put it in the room. She sends 1010. Love you, Tua. Thank you, Bev. Love you too. Appreciate your supportive energy. Thank you for your great questions too. That always spark great classes. For anybody who wants to know, Bev is the reason why you all know what the meaning of the affirmation is. The affirmation class, what is the affirmation? That is from this sister right here. That was one of the best classes ever. People said it was family oriented, it was touching, people loved that class. But this is the sister that asked the question. Bijan Farrell says scratch Daniel. Okay, Bijan. Shout out to you, my good brother. It's 1:21 a.m. here. I don't know if you mean You're sending something at 2 a.m. my time, but whatever it is, I appreciate it. Thank you, my good brother. And that concludes the donations. That concludes the Tehuti Podclass. I believe I got everybody. Let me scroll down and see. That is everybody. Thank you, everybody, for your support. I'm so glad you appreciate what it is that I do. Thank you, Mahati, for what you do. Thank you, Arcad Infinite, Scribe, all the team. Thank you to the great moderators who are, let me get this off the screen. Hold on. Nani Osset Mur, Anki and Ma'ad, Ahati Ma'ad, and the Scribe. Thank you for all it is that you do. These are the moderators named so by Stranger. Appreciate you, everyone. Thank you, moderators. For those who want to contact me to pick up whatever you may need to contact me for, hopefully something important, you can contact me directly at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. You can also contact me if you want to elaborate on a question. Sometimes people send in questions. There's not enough room on the Cash App. You can send in a Cash App and then email that immediately with a question if it's too long to go into the Cash App. You can pick up Melanin Dark Consciousness. You can contact me directly, or you can go to the website Teachings of Ma'at. It's there also. Or Stepping Out of the Matrix. Okay. Contact me only for important things, please. I have a lot of people that I have to put into the spam or certain hidden sections because some people contact me with a whole bunch of nothing, a lot of nothingness, and I have to. I have too much going on to read a lot of nothingness. If you try to contact me through Facebook, and I see that it's just like spam or links, if I see like 3 of them, you go into a section where I can't see you anymore. Okay, because I have no time. I have no time at all. For my time is extremely busy, so only for important things. Shout out to everybody. Like I said, the shirts are coming back. Thanks to Kamit 101, who's the one that made the first request. I had to do several things and confirm certain things. There's other things that I still have to do, but these shirts are coming back. The Goddess shirts that were requested all the way back from the Killer Priest Podcraft, which is the shirt that I'm wearing right now, the vintage shirt that was being worn to completely diffuse Mighty Hebrew, I believe twice, where he got so flustered that he tried to use this shirt as a part of his debate. He didn't know what else to attack, so he actually attacked the shirt. But that's a vintage shirt that was asked about. The Goddesses are putting that back out. I will update everybody on that next week. Shout out to everybody. Thank you all for participating in the Tehuti Podclass. For those who truly support Bijan Farrell, next time we do testimonials, you could definitely hop on. Mr. Bijan Farrell, shout out to you. Shout out to Eric G. Shout out to Shannon South Ard. Thank you for reminding me. I'm tired. I may have a copy of the Papyrus of Amni. I will be attending class Monday. Okay. That actually reminds me. I am going to be doing something, possibly doing something very special that you will able to get from me. I may be doing certain personalized sections of the Per Emharu that people will be able to get from me. Certain spells. People ask me for spells and such not, but the Per Emharu is a 78-foot long book. The real one. It's not even a book. It's a 78-foot long sheet, and I'm going to be working on doing personalized things for people that really want it. But it's going to be extremely expensive because I'm actually working with a top Egyptologist on the project, and when certain things get ironed out, I will let everybody know. But you will be able to get personalized per Mharu sections that I'm working with a top Egyptologist translator on, and I'll let everybody know when that becomes available. But it will be extremely high on the market because it will be personalized on actual papyrus with actual translations with your life in it. So that, look for that in the next maybe upcoming month or so. I just gotta sort out some things with an Egyptologist that I'm working with. So shout out to everybody. Look for some very interesting things coming forth. Everybody tune in Fridays, of course, to the Tehuti Podclass. Of course, you're doing that because you're here. Tune in, like the brothers were speaking about, Sundays for the teachings of Ma'at on Sundays at 5 o'clock my time, Pacific time. The brothers put the links in the room. Make sure you tune into to that, support it. Some people into that, it's much more open than the Tehuti Podclass because you'll be able to go there and at the end actually get on the screen and interact. The brothers actually want to interact with people in the crowd, whereas the Tehuti Podclass actually doesn't have that, only available with donations. So go there, support the new brothers. Everybody look out. I'm going to try to make time. I keep saying this, make time and try to get on Sonetter to do classes. Look out for that. Peace and love to everybody. Shout out to Hati Ma'at, Scribe, the whole team, Arcad Infinite. I am very curious to see what happened with Tehuti Motai as an unsolved. He's going to go into the unsolved. I used to watch a show called Unsolved Mysteries, and he definitely has made the cast of Unsolved. He's in the X-Files right now. I don't know what happened to him. We got to get Mulder and Scully to go investigate what happened to the hypest. He's the newest hypest person that ever came in the Podclass. He came in like he's been in for 5 years. I don't know where he came from, the hypest man, and he disappeared as fast as he came. And I don't know what happened to him. I don't know. I hope he's alive. I just hope he's alive. I hope he's alive and he makes it back across the board. I'm not sure what happened, but shout out to you, to Tehuti, wherever you may be. But you are definitely great on the team. You are great. I don't know what happened to you, but I just hope you're safe at this point. It's not even about the Podclass anymore. I just hope that you're actually a living being who can make decisions. I don't know if something happened to you in China. I don't see Shane Harbor anymore. I don't know what happened to the brothers, but hope him and Shane are okay. Shout out to everybody that came to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to close out with the great affirmation. Come here, Scorpion King, and help us close it out. Let's close it out, everybody. It is 7 hours and 12 minutes. I am breaking down. Shout out to, Shannon. His energy is definitely missed. Shout out to you. Shout out to Rigo. Rigo, one day I'd like to see you come to the screen. Say peace and shout out to everybody. I don't know who you are, my brother, but you came out just blazing. Thank you for your support, my good brother. Let's go ahead and do the affirmation. Shout out to Squano Trending, who I just found out is Nito, and he actually came to the screen. That is, he was a mystery to me. Shout out to him. Appreciate you, good brother. Let's go ahead and do the affirmation. And Siddiqui Asani. Oh, whoever you are, Siddiqui Asani is asking about the Mednetter Monday classes. If you're in the room, I can tell you right now. If you're in the room, I'll tell you live. It's actually very, very easy. If you're in the room right now, Siddiqui. If you're in the room, all you do is it's any donation $20 and over, and you send that either Cash App or PayPal. And on Monday, sometime before 12:30, I send you the link. and you come on in. It's that simple. Just send me a PayPal saying Medunetter Mondays. You could send it to me anytime in the week or on Monday. Anything over $20 or $20 and up, and you get the link, and then you come in the room. And then when you come in the room, you I tell you all the tools that you need once you come in. Very, very simple. So shout out to you. And if you're not in the room, oh, nice, easy. So is this you? Are you Siddiqui? I'm tired. I can't read names right now. Siddiqui Asani. Shout out to you. Oba A. Okay. Too many names to keep track. But anyways, shout out to you. And I'll also send you an email with the exact same information on it.
Siddiqui is rebel minded.
Oh, rebel minded. Okay, there you go, rebel minded. So you hear the answer. So there it is, nice and simple, right? All right. So here we go, everybody. We're gonna close out with the affirmation. Oh, that's you, rebel minded. Okay, shout out to you. Thank you, Hati. Okay, come here, Scorpion King. I got some nice crickets for you tomorrow. You can feed upon. Okay, here we go, everybody. We're going to close out with the affirmation and close it out. Shout out to Scorpion King. Shout out to... You're getting big, Scarlett. I think you're the biggest B. Smithy I've ever seen. Look how big. You're big. You're getting big. Monstrous. Shout out to everybody. Let's go ahead and do the affirmation and close it out. And well, Arcat, since you're here, I know you love doing the affirmation. Would you like to do it again?
Yes.
Okay, I know you like that. So we're going ahead and close it out, everybody. Arcat is going to do the affirmation. We can all do it together with him or just listen closely. Shout out to everybody. And here's the affirmation. Let's close it out.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Ma'at, An NS, Nin Tet Aset Ma'at, Min Hepapet Ma'at, Her In Kui, Her Iku. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Wonderful, everyone. Everyone have a good rest. Hati, you resting tonight?
Yeah. I almost hurt my back doing bent over rows. I did hurt it. I was doing 10 sets, 15 reps at 160 pounds for a month. And then today my lower back said, no more, too much. So I'm definitely resting.
160 pounds?
Yeah.
Okay, stay safe.
But my belt wasn't on correctly. I could feel it, and being lazy, I said, I could push out a couple more.
Don't push out that spine.
I know. And then there's no more jumping. No more jumping and running.
No more anything physical with your spine gone. That's your whole movement. Shout out to our Healing Village who says, good night. Good night, everybody. Peace and love. I'm going to put it on full screen. And shout out to you, Hati Mahat and our cat Infinite. Okay, peace and love, everybody. This is the Scorpion King. We love everybody who supports the Tehuti Podclass and the mission. Thank you all for supporting us. We will see you next week. You will see the brothers on Sunday. They put many links in the room. Go there this Sunday and go support them and support the study. Who's doing the thing today, Hati? Who's our Arcat? Who's doing the who's doing it this Sunday?
I think Scribe's presenting, if I'm not mistaken. Is it Scribe's turn? It's a lot of work.
Okay. We shall see.
Brother,
okay, I'll pop in there. This Sunday I'll be at the reptile show, but I'll be I'll try to watch what I can when I can, but I'll be at the reptile show like right at the time the Sunday class starts. But I'll watch some with my phone while I'm at the reptile show walking around. Okay, peace and love, everyone. Shout out to everyone. This is the Scorpion King all the way from Mali. We're going to close it out, and we will see you next week. There you go, Scorpion King. Shout out to Bev and everybody, Shannon, and everybody that stayed around. Peace and love.